The Jake Asman Show will begin shortly. Thanks to all these great Patreon members who help support the show. Get your super chats ready. Jake will be here in just a moment. If you love the New York Jets, this is the place to be. And now, the Jake Asman Show.
I have good news and I have bad news. All right, the bad news is the Jets stink right now and are 2-3. The good news is Joe B is joining us in his weekly spot. It's the Jake Asman Show, and it starts right now. Man.
You have to understand the Jet fan in America and what they've gone through the last 13 years and really the last 55 years of not winning the Super Bowl.
We bleed Jets green each and every day. We have Aaron freaking Rodgers. We have Garrett Wilson. Let's go. We have Breece Hall. Please subscribe and hit the like button below. Super chat, baby. Cut the line. We have Sauce Gardner. We have Quinnen Williams. Now it's time to talk all things New York Jets. It's the Jake Asman Show. Here we go, Jet fans. Welcome in, everybody. Before we bring on the great Joe Benigno in his weekly spot on the show, a reminder, you can find the Jake Asman Show now available, not just on YouTube, but also in audio form, wherever you get your podcast, Apple or Spotify. Search the Jake Asman Show, and this show you're watching right now and every YouTube show will be there after we go live each and every day. Joining us right now, a day after he normally does, because I was in London watching this horror show the Jets put on Sunday for all of us, is the great Joe Benigno. Joe, happy Tuesday, my friend. Hope all is well.
How you doing, bro? Look, I'm excited today for my baseball team, Game 3, back home finally at Citi Field. Let's go stick it to the Phillies. I fully expect the series to go 5 games, but I feel very good about it. And then there's the other aspect. Then there's my football team. I want to say one thing about Rodgers, who has not been very good the last 2 weeks. I mean, there's no sugarcoating that in any way, shape, or form. But boy, his comments about the Jet fan is so dead on. I mean, I love when I hear what he says about, the psyche of us Jet fans who haven't been to the playoffs in, 13 years now, who haven't been to a Super Bowl in 56 years. And he gets that aspect of our fan base. And I appreciate that from Rodgers, I have to say.
Yeah, I think it's well said. And, you look at Rodgers as a perfect jumping off point. I don't think he obviously played well on Sunday with the 3 picks, which, something he just very rarely has ever done in his Hall of Fame career. But I also think like that game on Sunday is why, okay, the whole premise of the season was if you're not going to get MVP Aaron Rodgers, he's still going to be good enough to be competent and help you win, assuming you have a great running game, assuming the defense goes out there and plays well, special teams plays well. And Joe, this running game was supposed to be such a big part of this season, and in the 3 losses this year, they've averaged less than 3 yards per carry, and their 2 wins, they've ran for over 100 yards. I mean, Aaron Rodgers throwing 54 times in this game on Sunday. That, to me, is so alarming. I didn't think he was getting back up when he went down with that gruesome-looking injury.
Well, I think you hit the head on the biggest problem right now outside of the coaching staff, and that's the offensive line, bro. They're not playing well. I mean, Rodgers is getting beat up. I mean, you say whatever you want about how bad he's playing. He's gotten hit a lot the last 2 weeks. And, we saw yesterday that Aaron, you got the picture right there. I don't know if he was getting up. It's amazing. He got up, he went to the tent. Remember, I believe that was a 3rd down play. And then on 4th down was that roughing the kicker on Morstead, and Rodgers came right back in the game. And, you're thrilled that he is, but he's banged up now. I mean, if you think he's not banged up, and he can't keep getting hit as much as he's getting hit if he's going to make it through 17 games. I'll tell you right now.
It's just remarkable to me that Breece Hall, who last year with, objectively speaking, a way worse offensive line, a bad quarterback situation, was so much better than what we've seen so far. I mean, Breece Hall's first game coming off the ACL, his first carry is 25 yards. He has like an 80-yard run later that night against the Bills. Maybe playing the Bills will get him back to what he was against them last year. But it is alarming, just Breece Hall. And I know there haven't been a ton of lanes from the run through, but not on every play. He has not been good, and it's shocking to me why he has not played like the guy we thought we were getting.
Well, I think another thing with him is that not throwing the ball to him. I mean, why do we never see? Do we ever throw a screen pass, bro? Ever? I mean, we never see that. We got to throw him the football. The kid can catch the ball. We know that. I don't know what again, it goes back to the offensive line just not opening holes. I mean, I think that's the biggest. We even saw on that terrible sequence when they had 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, and they tried to run the ball with Allen. It wasn't even Hall. It was Braylon Allen, and he couldn't get a yard there. I mean, I would have liked to see them throw the ball on 3rd down, but whatever. They're not running the ball. They're not protecting the quarterback. And right now, the offensive line has all kinds of problems. And look, I don't think Vera Tucker's playing the way he's played. Maybe the injuries the last 2 years have really caught up to him. He's not playing the same level. This guy Simpson's not playing great. I mean, I don't want to get on Fasano. I don't think it's really him, but I think it's just a collective effort. Tyron Smith, Tippmann, they're just not playing well on the offensive line. And if that's going to happen, this team's in big trouble. I mean, let's be honest about it.
No doubt. I mean, when you look at just where they're at right now, it's crazy because on one hand, the last time, I saw you in person, Joe, we're talking about how great Rodgers looks. They have this great win over the Patriots. And to me, it's just shocking that they're 2-3 with this kind of talent. You and I were talking a little bit yesterday. I really think a bad performance against the Bills now on Monday night, we're on coach watch for Robert Saleh because, we know what bad Jet teams look like. We've seen it. To me, this team's a good team talent-wise, and the coaching obviously is a major concern. They got to win on Monday night. There's no way around it. Like, if they go to 2-4, I don't know how Robert Saleh is the head coach Tuesday morning.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all. I think this is it. He's 20-36 with this team. Woody Johnson is not going to allow this season to spiral out of control without making a move. I mean, let's be honest about it. How far is he going to get? If they lose to Buffalo, then you go to Pittsburgh, you lose to them, let's say, and he's still there and you're 2-5. How is he surviving that? And I understand, rarely when coaching changes are made during the season in the NFL, does it ever really work out? I mean, look, I think Antonio Pierce, when he took over the Raiders last year, they got a boost from him. I think the Jets are a better team than they were, but they did get a boost from him. But rarely do you ever see when a coaching change in the middle of the year happens, does the team respond to that? But I think there's issues. I mean, look, I'm not in the locker room. I am not, by the way, let me just tell everybody again, I said this yesterday with Evan, I am not communicating with Saleh at all. I have not had any communication with Robert Saleh at all during the season. Okay, so I want to let people know that. But I get the impression that Saleh and Rodgers are not on the same page. I just don't think Rodgers is thrilled with the coaching staff right now. I really mean it.
Joe, I am not messing with you with what I'm about to say. Adam Schefter is reporting the Jets have just fired Robert Saleh.
Wow. Are you serious?
I swear to you, I am seeing it all over now. I don't know who the interim head coach is yet, but holy crap, Robert Saleh has been fired.
Well,
Costello just confirmed it. It is a done deal. Robert Saleh is out with a 2-3 record. You were right about Woody not standing for this team not winning with the talent they have, and it didn't need to go to 2-4. 2-3. Robert Saleh is out. I'm going to keep checking, Joe, in real time to see who the interim head coach is. But your initial reaction to this, Joe, I mean, this is stunning.
Again, I'm not that shocked. I mean, I thought he'd get this game. I got honestly, I knew he was in trouble because, like I said, Woody isn't going to. He's not look. Who knows how long we have Aaron Rodgers for? This is a win now team. This is a team that's got to win now. There is no tomorrow. There's no, we have another bad year this year. Where are we? We don't have a quarterback if Rodgers is done. Who's our quarterback going forward? I mean, we could go on and on. I'm stunned by the fact that it happens today and not after a loss to Buffalo, but I'm not shy. You knew this was coming. I a lot of people, even, Evan and Tiki yesterday, this doesn't really happen during the year. No, this is a different set of circumstances now. The guy's 20-36, and I'm not surprised he's gone. I'm not surprised he's gone. And, what can I tell you? I'm not shocked at all, bro. I'm shocked that it's today, but I'm not shocked that this happens. Like I said, I thought it would happen after a loss to Buffalo.
This is stunning because think about it, Joe. Since Woody Johnson's been the owner of the team, he has never fired a coach in season. To make this change now, I think everything you were just alluding to before I broke the news to you about maybe Saleh and Rodgers not being on the same page and all that being true. And I also think, I don't know if you caught what Quincy Williams said after the game, talking about accountability and just, I think all that going on. I think that was the end for Robert Saleh. I really do. I think the players maybe were going to have a mutiny of like, here we go again. It's the same stuff, even though we have Aaron Rodgers. Nothing's changing.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Look, I give Woody credit. It's a move that had to be made. I really think it's a move, Jake, that needed to be made. And let's see what happens. I mean, I don't know who's going to be the coach now. Jeff Ulbrich? It won't be Hackett. I can't see Hackett being the coach. I think Ulbrich will probably get it. I've heard a couple of my guys, Ira in Staten Island, Ira well, big Jet fan. He's alluded to Ron Middleton getting the job. Now, who knows? I mean, I don't really care who gets the job because you never know. Let's be honest, bro. One thing about head coaches in the NFL, nobody knows when a guy gets elevated to be a head coach if he's going to be good or not. When he's a first-time guy, you have no idea about what he's going to do. So I'm you know what? I'm happy about this. I think it's a move that needed to be made, and I give Woody credit for doing it while there's still a lot of football season left. And I think the bottom line on this, bro, is that Rodgers Saleh lost Rodgers. I think what's happened over the last couple of weeks is the head coach lost Rodgers. Going back to what happened in the Patriot game when they scored that touchdown and Saleh wanted to do the Lombarda with him. Okay. I got to say something else, and I hate to get political, but I have to in this case. Saleh had the flag of Lebanon on his shirt the other day in London. Now, we all know what's going on in the Middle East. Okay, there's no sugarcoating what's going on in the Middle East. We all know about Hezbollah firing all these rockets out of Lebanon and all what's going on there into Israel. And I wonder, and I think Saleh is just, we know he's Muslim. I think he's representing the people of Lebanon because I don't believe the people of Lebanon really are happy with Hezbollah. I mean, I don't think that's the case at all. And I wonder if that has played into this in a way as well, because there was some, I did see this on the regular news that this was actually brought up. So I'm wondering if this has something to do with it as well, Jake. I mean, I hate to get into this kind of thing, but, I think it needs to be said.
This is truly stunning, Joe. And I'm looking and seeing if they have announced who the interim is. All I'm seeing is Robert Saleh had another year left on his deal. So Woody is also now paying Saleh to not coach once again. Look, the next step with all this is you got to go get Davante Adams today, right?
There's no doubt about it. Davante Adams has to be a Jet by the end of the day. I mean, if you made this move now to get rid of the coach, then you have to bring Davante Adams in today. Forget about Hassan Reddick. He's never playing for this team. Okay, Joe Douglas blew that. Don't blow this now, Joe. Go get this guy before he goes and signs with the New Orleans Saints or somebody. Get Davante Adams here now. I'm sick and tired of watching Alan Lazard drop passes. He dropped 4 passes in the game on Sunday. He dropped that pass that would have been a first down, hit him right in the hands right before the play where Rodgers threw the pick to Van Ginkel for a touchdown. He dropped a sure touchdown pass. You get on Rodgers for some bad throws. How about the throw he made to Lazard in the end zone where he put it right in the only place it could be in his hands, and he dropped that one? He had 4 drops in the game. We got to get Davante Adams in here. We finally saw a breakout game from Garrett Wilson. He had a tremendous game. And Rodgers did miss him down the sideline. He had him wide open late in the game. I don't know what that was, but he threw a bad throw there. But get me Davante Adams now and pair him with Garrett Wilson, and let's go.
Breaking news, if you're just tuning in, Robert Saleh fired by the Jets after just 5 games this season. Joe Benigno, radio legend, the Pain podcast host, the biggest Jet fan any of us know, live with us when the news went down. We are awaiting to see in real time, Joe, who the interim coach is here. And I have the answer for you. Peter Schrager reporting Jeff Ulbrich will be the interim head coach for the New York Jets.
No surprise there. My cat and my wife are having some kind of a conflict upstairs. So excuse me.
That was Woody Johnson and Robert Saleh.
Right, it's like Woody Johnson and Robert Saleh. It's Terry and Iggy going on right now. But this is stunning, Joe. Him from coming downstairs. And I don't know if it's working out. So that's taking my attention away. Sorry, guys. But go ahead, bro.
The idea of making Ulbrich the head coach, I think my initial take on it is Can he provide some energy on the sideline, right? Like, I just think, Saleh tries to keep too even keeled sometimes. Like, it's okay to show you're pissed off. It's okay to bench a player and hold guys accountable. And I think that's where a lot of these comments come from. And Ulbrich is, to me, a guy this year that unequivocally has done his job with way less talent than he's had.
The defense has played really well. I mean, look, they gave up that one touchdown drive to the Broncos. I mean, you get 10 points scored on you should win. The game against the Vikings, I mean, they played terrific. I mean, Sam Darnold didn't have a good game at all. They had a lot of pressure on him. McDonald had that big sack early in the game that prevented them from scoring a touchdown on a third down play. They pressured him, Darnold, a lot in this football game. They had a couple turnovers. Quincy Williams, I mean, boy, how close did Quincy Williams come on that fumble, bro, to taking it to the house? It looked like Darnold just got a fingernail on him on that. We saw Brandon Eccles, who, by the way, always makes a play when he's in the game, come up with that interception. And I got to tell you this, okay? I'm gonna say this. I'm sick and tired of this guy. I'm tired of hearing how great Sauce Gardner is, okay? He's not that good. He's overrated. How about him catching that ball? It's 10-0, okay? That play in the end zone, he's on his knees. The ball hits him in the freaking chest, and he drops it. Does this guy ever catch an interception? Yeah, he's got one interception in his career, his rookie year. Patrick Surtain, who's probably the best cornerback in the NFL right now, had a pick six of 100 yards against the Raiders on Sunday, and he had another one in the game as well. He's the best cornerback in the league. We saw what he did to Garrett Wilson 2 weeks ago. I'm tired of hearing about how great Sauce Gardner is. Maybe he should talk to Brandon Eccles about how to hold on to a freaking football. I got to tell you that. I had to say that, bro.
And the thing with Sauce is we hold him to such a high standard, and next year he's up for a contract extension. We're talking about giving this guy Surtain money, which is right around $30 million a year. If you're a $30 million a year corner, you're going to be judged differently. And Sauce set the bar so high, he hasn't been good enough this year. I mean, maybe this is some of that accountability stuff that Quincy Williams was talking about, right? Like just guys being better. Like there's too much talent on this team, and I am blown away what he did this now. I figured Saleh with an extra day would get the Bills game, and that would decide things. To do this now, I wonder, are we missing some sort of conflict that maybe happened on the flight back from London? What specifically changed here? Because it's not like they got blown out. They showed some fight. I know it's, they didn't win the game, but, if they got destroyed 34-0, then all right, I wouldn't be as surprised, but I still can't believe this happened now when it did.
I'm not, again, I mean, like I said, I'm not surprised it happened. I thought it would happen after the Bills game if they lost. But Woody's not messing around.
I give him credit. I like it.
He's not messing around, man. He's not going to let this. I said this on Evan's show yesterday and Tiki's show. I've been saying this, since they lost Sunday morning. Woody Johnson is not letting the season spiral out of control. And I'm telling you, and don't dismiss what I'm taught. When I brought up this thing about this Lebanese flag on his shirt, don't think that it maybe has something to do with it as well. Okay, because maybe it does. I mean, I'm not saying it does, but I think it contributes to what's happening right now that he's finally gone. But the bottom line is 20-36, bro. 20-36. There's no more excuses for him. He's got the quarterback, and to look as bad as they've looked. And the other thing that makes it worse too, bro, is even as bad as they played the last 2 weeks, they're right there to win the game.
They could be 4-1 with a couple of things going their way.
A 50-yard field goal by Zerline, and they steal that game against Denver. And let's be honest with this play too. And I know Rodgers didn't play well, but that last drive with Stephon Gilmore's interception, if that was Gardner or DJ Reed against Justin Jefferson on that play, it would have been pass interference. Go look at that play again and watch how Gilmore definitely has his hands all over Mike Williams on that play, and they didn't throw the flag. So I have to throw that out there too. As bad as they played the last 2 weeks, here they are, a play away from winning a football game in both cases. So
here's that play, by the way.
There it is. There you go. Look at him. Look at Gilmore. He's all over him. His hands are on him. Where's the pass interference call, bro? And if that was Jefferson and the same situation with one of our guys, they're throwing the flag.
It is amazing how they have played about as bad as you could play these last 2 weeks in a lot of areas. And you're right. They're right there to being 4-1. And I wonder if Woody finally had enough of that was part of it, right? He spent a lot of money on this team. Yep. He now has a quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. Yep. He's watching Aaron Rodgers get killed. He's watching this run game completely regress. I give Woody a lot of credit. I really didn't think this would happen. He's never
Yep.
done this. I mean, when the Jets in 2020 with Gase, when they fell to 0-4 after that debacle of a game against Denver, he let Gase coach out the entire year. He could have done it then. He never did. It's just this is truly stunning. And I think Ulbrich is the right choice. I know Middleton was another name people talked about, Joe, but Ulbrich to me has kind of been the head coach in waiting. He was the head coach at the Senior Bowl. They were kind of getting him ready for that. This defense has overachieved so far this year, despite no Jermaine Johnson, no Reddick, no Mosley. Sauce has been in and out of the lineup in 2 of these games. I just, you got to hope it galvanizes the team now. Like, that's accountability. You know, like now let's go. This team is too good to be 2-3.
Well, again, I think the ultimate bottom line with Saleh is that he lost Rodgers. If you want my feeling, he lost Rodgers. And the comments after the Bronco game to me, not necessarily the Minnesota game, but the Bronco game, they were telling. When Saleh went off about the cadence and, you know, maybe that's the reason why they had the 5 false starts in the Bronco game. And then Rodgers came back and said, you know, no, maybe it's about accountability. Right at that moment, it hit my head and I said, there's issues with the quarterback and the head coach. So I'm not surprised. Look, I give Woody tremendous credit. 20-36. He's not messing around. There's 12 games to go. We're not punting on this season. And, look, I applaud it. I think it's the right move. It happened a little sooner than I thought, but I definitely think it's the right move. No doubt about it.
I could tell you, too, just based on, you know, Hard Knocks last year and listening to Rodgers on every interview he's done with McAfee, he's a big Jeff Ulbrich guy. Like, I think Aaron Rodgers definitely is signing off on this. I don't think you can make this move unless Aaron Rodgers is on board with having a new head coach at age 40 after he chose to join your team and he has done everything he's done, you know?
No question. Rodgers, to me, that's the bottom line here, bro. Why he's gone today is because he lost Rodgers. And once he lost Rodgers, that's it. He was done.
Do you think, and look, this is big picture now. We have no idea how the rest of the year is going to go.
Right.
Do you see the path for Ulbrich to be the permanent head coach? What does he have to do to actually be the guy long term?
I think I think if he turns the season around now and they get to the playoffs, Ulbrich's the coach. I mean, is there any question about that? Right? I mean, it all comes down to performance, bro. You know, if they go on a run now and they beat Buffalo, they go on a run and they win, let's say they win the division, which is very winnable. I mean, come on. I mean, forget about Miami. I know they beat the Patriots. The Patriots are terrible. Forget about Miami. You know, Buffalo's okay. I know they still got Josh Allen. By the way, Josh Allen, if you watch some of the game against you were in London, he got his head slammed against the turf in that game.
How'd they let him back in the game, Joe? It looked like he was out.
I could not believe they let him back in the game. Like, he missed like one play. He went into the into the tent. He missed like one play, and then they had him back in there. So, you know, we'll see how he is for Monday night. But, you know, outside of him, I mean, what am I getting scared about with the Buffalo Bills? You know, so I'm what can I say? I mean, I think it's all about the performance. If Ulbrich leads the Jets to the playoffs now the rest of the year, he's the coach. That's it.
If you're watching live, the Jets have fired Robert Saleh after just 5 games this season. Jeff Ulbrich has been named the new head coach. Joe, there's 2,200 people watching live right now. I believe that is a record for this YouTube channel. Wow. So thank you for being a part of it.
What perfect timing. How perfect. See that? Aren't you happy we didn't do this yesterday? Yeah. Aren't you happy that I was playing golf yesterday? By the way, I got to say this about it. I love Jake. Jake's one of the greats of all time, man. I'm telling you. Jake Asman, he's in freaking London, which to me is insanity to begin with, but he's in London anyway for this disaster. Then he gets, like, I don't know, would you get like a red eye coming home? I couldn't believe you were back by 9:30 in the morning yesterday. What was that?
6 a.m. flight, Joe. I went back in time. It was 6 a.m. when I left London. It was 9 a.m. when I landed in New York.
Right. Yeah. Do you sleep at all, Jake?
I slept a little bit on the plane, Joe. That's how I was able to do it. And then to make matters worse, by the way, I go to the Yankee game last night and they lose. So, maybe I'm the problem.
I mean, screw the Yankees. You know how I feel. You know how I feel about that. But nevertheless, be nice if Aaron Judge got a big hit in a big game, huh?
Yeah, that would be nice.
That's another story.
He needs his Pete Alonso moment, Joe. You know how that works.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right.
More news coming in here. Just reacted to all this. I want to keep everyone updated in real time. So this is, let's see, the latest here from Samini confirming Ulbrich is the head coach. As of now, it is unclear if everyone else on the staff is still here. We know Hackett's not going anywhere as long as Rodgers is
well,
here. But
who would they promote to be the defense? I guess Ulbrich will still call the defenses, right? I would think, right?
Yeah, I mean, I get the other names on the staff. Manuel Marcan has interviewed for some DC jobs. He's one of the defensive back coaches.
Right,
I mean, Aaron Whitecotton's the D-line coach. He's a guy that people are high on. I think Ulbrich should still call the defense though. Hackett run the offense with Rodgers. Ulbrich kind of oversee it, but still be involved in the defense. Like that to me is kind of how I envision this going, at least until I hear anything else.
Yeah, no, I would agree, bro. I think he would still be the guy calling the defensive signals. There's no question about
it. This has a chance to be one of the craziest days in the history of the franchise if they trade for Devontae later today.
Well, they got to do that. To me, that's a major move. It's a double dip today. You get rid of the coach and you bring in the all-pro wide receiver who played all those years with Rodgers. I think it's a no-brainer. I think Joe Douglas should be doing it now. He shouldn't be messing around because his ass is on the line too. Let's be honest. Joe Douglas is going to make it through the year, but if this team craps out and doesn't make the playoffs, see you, Joe. Okay, let's be honest. I mean, he's gone too. So it would be and that Hassan Reddick thing hangs over his head is another major bad move. You got to make them. You got to bring Devontae Adams in here today. I'm with you 100%.
So Keith Carter is the offensive line coach. I have not seen anything on him. I want to play this for you. I was going to play this for you anyway, but I think if you're going to get rid of the head coach who backed this god awful, terrible offensive line coach, he needs to be held accountable. This was Brian Baldinger yesterday talking about the Jets running issues. Joe,
this is a problem for the Jets right now. The run game is almost non-existent. This is a basic inside zone play. All right. You got a 6-man front right here. You should be pushing right here. Tippmann and Simpson right here to Ivan Pace. Tyron Smith is going out here on Jonathan Greenard. All right. There it is. Like, they're blocking it wrong. And so Ivan Pace comes free. All right. So whatever's happening up front, all right, it's not being communicated properly. This is not a difficult play at all. Like, these two are pushing up to Cashman. All right. Olivier Tucker's got Phillips. You'd be pushing right here to Ivan Pace, number 0. That's what you should be doing. But when you don't, Ivan Pace comes free. And this is the reaction to Aaron. Aaron's looking at this going, I mean, his reaction says it all. And it says everything about the run game right now. What are we doing? And I don't blame them. What are they doing? It's a problem.
Yeah. I mean, that's a telling. You see that, and you see Tyron, you're not really necessarily seeing that when you're watching the game. You break down the film and you see Tyron Smith going this way, and this guy's walking in to nail Breece Hall. There's nobody there. And then you see the reaction from Rodgers. That's a big issue right now. Your offensive line, to me, is the biggest issue this team has right now.
No question.
They're not protecting the quarterback, and they're not getting it done in the running game.
Aaron Rodgers, the last 2 weeks, Joe, has been hit 21 times, been sacked 9 times. And this is after I thought the O-line for the first 3 games actually was pretty good in pass protection.
Right.
This is another problem, too. Brendan Bates. Watch him. He's the 3rd-string tight end. This is just a sample of plays that this guy put on tape in this debacle on Sunday. Like, if you're Woody Johnson and you're seeing this,
oh my God.
I mean, how do you not make a change? And I don't know if this is all solid here, but like this team needed a spark. They need to be fired up. Yeah. I give credit to Woody for doing it now. I figured he was going to be patient and wait at least one more game. I really did not see this happening today. This is stunning.
Yeah, and we just saw the 2 3rd-and-1 plays there. I think that was the 4th down play where Allen got snuffed on 4th and 1. Look, I'm thrilled that this happened. I got to tell you, I give the owner tremendous credit. And let's go. Let's see if we get a spark here. Let's see what kind of head coach Ulbrich is. But like I said, the bottom line to me is that he lost the quarterback. And once he lost the quarterback, it was all over. It was all over for Robert Saleh. There was going to be no more rope for him. That was it.
I'll tell you what, Joe. When I was watching this game, that first quarter, the first half, I wanted everyone gone. So maybe Woody was thinking the same thing. Here's the latest. Albert Breer says Saleh came in for work this morning as usual and was informed by Woody Johnson of the decision.
Wow. Well,
I mean,
say, bro?
Now here's another big question after all this. Saleh's out. Douglas hired him. Is Joe Douglas going to get another opportunity to pick a coach after this year, or does it solely now be contingent on how Ulbrich does?
Well, like I said, bro, I think it's I think it's a mood issue right now. I mean, I think it depends on what happens this year. If they make a run now and they get to the playoffs, I think Ulbrich's the coach. I don't think there's any decision to be made, right or wrong. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, if they respond to this guy now, I don't care who's out there. I don't care if Mike Vrabel's out there. I don't care if Mike Tomlin's out there. If this team responds to Ulbrich, he's the head coach, and Douglas saves his job. That's it. He stays as GM. If they blow it now and they crap out and they don't make the playoffs and they wind up under 500 again, Douglas is gone. That's it. He's out. He's out. Ulbrich will be probably out too, and they'll bring in a whole new coaching staff. That to me is what will happen.
If you're one of the 2,850 people watching live, a new record here on the Jake Asman Show, click that like button, subscribe to the channel. We're at over 38,000, almost 40,000 subscribers now. Unbelievable timing here as Joe Benigno on in his weekly spot reacting to the news. We're waiting to find out if Saleh is the only coach that's gone. We know that Jeff Ulbrich has been named the intern head coach as Robert Saleh is out after a 20-36 record. He got 5 games of Aaron Rodgers after dealing with some of the worst quarterback play you could get. And ultimately, I think he got the year because of Rodgers and because of the injury, Joe. But when it still kind of looked the same, even with Rodgers, I think, Woody, you're right. I think he finally just had enough. He was not going to allow the season to go down in flames.
No, and I do think he lost. I'm telling you, bro, don't dismiss what I'm saying, that the quarterback.
He lost Rodgers, yep.
That the quarterback was fed up with the head coach. And to me, that's a major, major issue. I'm sure Woody and Rodgers had a talk. And, I think Rodgers probably expressed his feeling on the situation. And that was the end of it. That was the end of it for Robert Saleh. Case closed. See you.
Robert Saleh out. Jeff Ulbrich promoted. Joe, I'm just going to rapid fire through some super chats here. This is crazy. Some of these happened before the news of Saleh even being fired, including this big one here from the great John Shepard, who says, when we listen to Saleh speak, it's clear they don't make adjustments. They have their way, won't adjust. How could we expect this team to significantly improve? What other NFL team refuses to make changes when they fail? Completely agree with all this. I think Woody did too.
Yeah. Well, I think it goes back to some of the stuff on the defense. Why is Sauce Gardner, supposedly this all-world corner, not on Justin Jefferson every play? Why not? I'm tired of hearing about they play zone. That's nonsense, zone. You think Rex Ryan would be playing zone? Would Darrelle Revis be up Justin Jefferson's rear end the entire game if Rex, if it was still Revis and Rex as with the Jets? You know the answer to that.
Oh, my God, this is crazy. Helen checks in. We sat in the front row, 50-yard line on Sunday with 6 nephews and number 8 shirts and hats, fake stashes. Saw Rodgers throw a touchdown. He's fabulous. Wide receivers need to catch the ball he throws, and we're in position. Need Devontae ASAP. I mean, Joe, Allen Lazard leads the NFL in drops. He's on pace for 20 this season. You can't tell me this team is not, even with Saleh, you can't tell me this team is not 3-2, maybe even 4-1 if Devontae Adams is a Jet right now.
No, I couldn't agree more. I'm tired of watching Allen Lazard drop passes. I mean, and I got to see more Tyler Conklin. Can we throw the ball to him more? And can we throw the ball to Mike Williams more?
Please.
Mike Williams. Look, Garrett Wilson had a great game. He caught 13 passes. I think he had 22 targets. He really, to me, probably the best game he's had so far. He caught a touchdown. Probably the best game he's had. But all of it was short stuff. When are we going to see Garrett Wilson going deep? When are we going to see some shots? And I think part of that is because of the offensive line, not giving Rodgers the time. But when are we going to see some deep shots down the field? And I want to see Mike Williams involved more. I really do. That's me. And I want to see Breece Hall get the ball thrown to him because he's a terrific pass catcher.
Over 3,000 watching live. Wow. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Joe, I'd imagine there'll be an Overpaying podcast of you reacting at some point today, right? No.
I'm reacting now. You know what? I'm going to play golf today. People, you know what? I'm sure my phone's going off the hook right now with everybody,
the flip phone?
Texting me, my flip phone. They're all texting me. Sal is gone. No, I'm going to play golf at 1:40. I'm going to watch my baseball team at 5:08.
Are you playing with Saleh? I mean, he's available now.
I think those days are over. I do think Saleh, I would say that there's a good chance he'll be the defensive coordinator for Kyle Shanahan again next year. I think that's a good possibility.
Well, you're right about this. And look, Saleh ultimately proved not to be a good head coach. That's obvious. But he is a phenomenal defensive coach. He will have a job as a DC if he wants one in seconds.
Yeah. No, he'll have a job. Maybe he'd be Mike McDaniel's coordinator in Miami. Maybe.
All right, couple quick ones here. Meme says Saleh fired. Omari, Saleh fired. Jetpack back in Nashville. Let's beat the Bills. Thank you, Jetpack. Joe, This is crazy. Everyone reacting to this. Dan wants to know, can we fire Gase again too? Easy chilling. I think Saleh got fired. This is all in real time when it was happening.
By the way, I just saw something somebody mentioned about Rex. If it does not work out with Ulbrich, I want Rex back. I would reunite the combination, and I don't know if
I don't know about Tannenbaum. Tannenbaum is kind of off his rocker now with some of the things he says.
Yeah,
on TV.
but he was a good GM, bro. I mean, they were a good tandem. Look, I think Rex would walk back to take the Jet job again. I mean, I know he's doing TV and all of that. I think he'd jump at the Jet job. If it does not work out with Ulbrich, like I said, if they make the playoffs, Ulbrich's the coach going forward, as far as I'm concerned. How could he not be?
Ulbrich, I mean, if they win the division and win a playoff game, I think he's definitely the head coach.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, no question. No, I think it's just a matter of the playoffs. If he gets them in the playoffs, he's the coach.
Even as like a 9-8 wild card.
Well, I mean, maybe. I mean, well, look, I mean, you don't know. I mean, so let's say they get in as a 9-8 wild card and make a little bit of a run. Do we really care about the 9-8 at that point? Yeah. But I mean, we're getting way ahead of ourselves. The bottom line is this: if they make the playoffs, Ulbrich's the coach. If they don't, then they're gonna fire everybody, including Douglas. And I'm telling you, if I'm Woody, I'm on the phone to Rex right now, right after the season. Rex, I want you back. And I think the fan base would welcome that. I know I would. I'd be all over Rex coming back. He's the best. Look, let's be honest. Outside of Weeb Eubank, who won us a championship, and you could talk all you want about Bill Parcells. Bill Parcells underachieved in the 3 years he was here. He made the playoffs once. There was a lot of questionable decisions, like the game against the Lions in '97 and what he did with Neil O'Donnell. 99 after Vinny got hurt and wasting all that time with the stiff Rick Meyer as the quarterback before he finally made the move to Ray Lucas. And I know he kind of, if you want to say I hate this word, but if you want to say that he changed the culture, Parcells, I'll give him that. But the second best coach we ever had is Rex Ryan. And I would welcome him back in a freaking heartbeat if it doesn't work out with Ulbrich. Let's see what happens with Ulbrich, and we'll go from there.
Rat Diddy, Tuesday, Rodgers, McAfee will be very interesting. I mean, as of before, this news broke, he was going to be on today with Pat in his weekly spot there at noon today. So that will be fascinating because, once again, they do not make this decision without Aaron Rodgers being on board or at least letting him know. And to your point, I'm sure there was some friction between the two of them because I do think Rodgers lost faith in Saleh being able to get this team right.
There's no question about it. I think he lost it. No, that's 100% that's the case. And like I said, go back to his comments after the Bronco game, and I could see right there that it was starting to crumble with him and Saleh.
You were over that. You were all over the show. You were right, 100%.
Yeah.
Joe writes in, I'm just trying to skip to the best ones that are relevant to what we're talking about here. Appreciate everyone who's tuned in. Hit that like button. 3,500 people watching live right now. Incredible. Wow. Make sure you guys subscribe to Joe's podcast. Right. You want more Joe B? Oh, the pain, wherever you get your podcast. Daytona Joe here. Jets have the same amount of points scored through 5 games as we did last year. Not acceptable. Also, we look good on NFL Network, didn't we? That's right, Joe. I'll give you a laugh. I don't know if you were tuned into the pregame show, but here's me and Daytona Joe on NFL Network on Sunday.
Let's see this. I didn't see this. No, I did not see that.
The only highlight of the day. It was all downhill after that.
By the way, I want to give a shout out to my buddy Rich Eisen, who called the game for NFL Network, who is a big Jet fan. Okay.
Yep.
Rich is a big Jet fan, and I give him credit. Had to be killing him doing this game in the way it played out. So I think he did a real good job. Rich, I'm giving you a shout out. And maybe better days are ahead now that we got Saleh out of here. They better be.
Diana Rossini, who covers the NFL, she tweeted, Jets owner Woody Johnson's decision to fire Robert Saleh might seem surprising, but Johnson views this as a team ready to compete now and wanted to make a move to get things on the right track before it was too late, per source.
Yeah. Well, like I said, bro, I'm not surprised. I thought he'd get the Buffalo game, and if they lost that, he'd be out. But Woody didn't. Woody said that's enough, and let's go. I applaud Woody for making this decision, and let's see what happens from here on in.
Here is a report from Connor Hughes of SNY. From my understanding, this decision came from the top. Players, coaches, management touch base this morning, echoed the same. Stunned. I just don't know what issues the Jets believe they fixed by firing Saleh. Hughes is a big Saleh guy. I mean, what issues they fix? The issue they fix is maybe this team doesn't come out flat in every game.
I don't want to. You know what? I like Connor Hughes. I don't want to hear from these freaking writers. You know what? Give me a break. Most of these writers don't like the Jets anyway, and I don't want to. I don't want to mention any names. Okay, there's a lot of guys covering this team a long time. Guys I like, but I don't know how much these writers really want to see the Jets win. That's me.
This is stunning here. Manchester Jet, who I met in London, says, hello, we lost. My son loved his first live game. Tell Joe B we listened to him in Manchester. Every Jet lost for therapy. All the best to both. Joe, let me tell you, the amount of listeners I met that are in the UK or Germany, Sweden, Finland that are Jet fans. I did a party on Saturday night. Crabette,
only you.
Tony Richardson, and Lavernius Coles were all there. There were 400 people there. 300 of them were not Americans. The fan base that the Jets have internationally is truly stunning. And so many of them, by the way, love when you come on this show. So I got to relay that message on behalf of everyone I met.
So we are so Jake, you are international now. I mean, let me tell you, Asman is he's a star. I mean, Asman, you're a star.
Joe B.
I'm just a faded relic, but Asman's a star. There's no doubt about it.
Keep it. We're updating here. All right. Here's a big one. This is from Jordan Schultz. Robert Saleh firing should not affect the Jets' interest in trading for Davante Adams.
No,
Jets want him just as much as Davante wants them. Talks will continue with the Jets and other teams. I'll tell you what, I'll say it again. If they end up with Davante today, this is one of the most significant days in the history of this franchise.
Yes. Yeah, no, and it should. I mean, Davante should be here now. I mean, come on. Joe, what are you doing? Let's go. Stop messing around. Stop beating around the goddamn bush and get this guy in the fold today before we see he signs with the Saints or, God knows who he winds up with, the Chiefs or something like that. Can they go out there and get him signed today?
As of now, there is no info on if Saleh is the only member of the coaching staff that has been fired. Jordan Schultz also confirmed that Saleh came into today, business as usual. It came as a surprise, came directly from ownership, defensive players in the building, shocked by it. Ulbrich loved in the building and will take over, but this was a stunner to many in the building. But once again, maybe this is the stunner they need to wake up and realize this season can't slip away. Go beat the Bills on Monday night. You're in first place.
Can't agree with you more. And I'm going to continue to reiterate the point that I've been reiterating. He lost the quarterback.
Yep.
Okay. And if you think that's not the case, think again. He lost the quarterback. And once that happened, it was only a matter of time. If they continued to lose, it was only a matter of time till the coach was going to be out. No doubt about it.
If you're tuned in, Jets have fired Robert Saleh, defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich, named the intern head coach. Joe B normally comes on Mondays with us after every Jet game. Tuesday today, because I was coming back from London, and oh man, did we get the news?
We hit the jackpot. Jake, you hit the jackpot today.
This is stunning. The power rights, and everyone was worried Ulbrich would be the head coach somewhere else next year. I mean, he was going to get consideration if this team was the team we thought they were going to be, and now. You know what? You basically have kind of been grooming him for this role by making him the head coach at the Senior Bowl. Like, to me, he's the logical choice. It was either him or Middleton, and then you would basically have status quo. I thought Middleton only because when Saleh had COVID in 21 against the Jaguars,
he took over. Right,
he was the coach. Yeah,
right. Look, Ulbrich did a great job with the defenses. Play good. I mean, the defenses. And look, and you mentioned it earlier. No Jermaine Johnson. No more John Franklin Myers. No more Bryce Huff. C.J. Mosley's out. Gardner has not played well. Okay. Even Michael Carter was banged up for this game on Sunday, yet the defense continues to get the job done. And that's a very good reflection on Jeff Ulbrich, no doubt.
Jeff Ulbrich, intern head coach. No word on who the new defensive coordinator is. I mean, I'd imagine there's going to be some sort of press conference with Ulbrich today. And I would think Woody should have to speak too, right? This is an ownership level decision. Yeah, we never hear from Woody in season.
I think Woody Johnson's got to talk to the media today. Yes.
Woody's got to speak. Couple days. Douglas too. I mean, he hired Robert Saleh. This is a huge deal.
No, you know what, bro? I don't even need to hear from. The only thing I want to hear from Joe Douglas is that you traded for Davante Adams. Okay. I don't need to hear from Joe Douglas. The only guy I want to hear from is the owner. I want to hear from Woody. Woody needs to speak to the media now. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Joe Douglas has to trade for Davante Adams. That's what he has to do.
Joe Douglas and Davante Adams. Hopefully, they're in talks right now to get a deal done because this has to happen. And just once again,
even if you got to give up a number 2, give up the second round pick. They can't mess around here. This is a win now team. Where do we go from here? We're going to be in the abyss again if something doesn't happen this year. Make this deal now. If you got to give up a second rounder, you got to do it.
John wants to know if you think Belichick would coach the Jets.
Never. Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Just unreal. James says, bro, shocked. I think the shock will also send a message to the team and get everyone refocused. Aaron and the coaches need to get everyone focused. I mean, this crowd on Monday night, Joe, if the Jets come out and play well, I mean, this crowd is going to be juiced. Yep. This is going to be an electric environment on Monday now.
And well, I mean, now they won't have Saleh. Look, if they had played like crap on Monday and Saleh was still there, it would have been a goodbye Robert Saleh chant going on. They'd be singing that. But I think the crowd was going to be fired up no matter what. But now I think even more so. I think if you're a Jet fan, you got to be thrilled that Woody Johnson pulled the trigger today. I totally feel that. Totally feel that.
Comments, questions, super chats keep coming in. We're reacting in real time to the news of all news. The Jets have fired Robert Saleh 5 games into his 4th season as the head coach. He is 20-36 overall. Jeff Ulbrich is the intern head coach. Samini just tweeted that he had a feeling Woody's patience was waning. 2 weeks ago, Saleh and the players are being asked questions about handling prosperity. Things changed quickly. He believes Johnson and higher-ups were alarmed specifically by the Denver loss and expressed those concerns to Saleh, who evidently was coaching for his job in London. I mean, if that's now true, right? He was coaching for his job in London, right. Going down 17-0 after you played like crap against a bad Denver team the week before. I mean, that's a death blow right there.
Yeah, no, well, again, I go back to the comments he made after the Denver game when he was getting on Rodgers about the cadence, and then Rodgers shot back about accountability. To me, right there, that was the moment when I saw that in the post-game press conference after the Bronco loss, or listened to it because I was in the car coming out trying to get unwaterlogged on my way home after that disaster. When I'm listening to that, that's when the alarm started to go off that Saleh was in trouble. Okay, that's to me, that's when it really was that he was in trouble now. You know what I mean? That there was going to be no full year with Rodgers if things didn't turn around dramatically. And it just, to me, it just was a week sooner than I thought it would be. That's all.
Woody Johnson said in February that he was furious last season and, quote, we got to produce in 2024. He didn't say playoff mandate, but it was certainly implied. And Saleh got 5 games. Or really, first time in Woody Johnson's tenure as the owner of this team, which dates back 24 years now, that this team has made an in-season coaching change.
Yeah. Good job by Woody. I'm down. I think every Jet fan is happy about this. I'm sure there's not many who aren't. I can tell you that.
I mean, I've been someone who was preaching patience for Saleh for this year. Let's see what it looks like with a quarterback. But after that Denver game, I mean, That's when he started to lose me, Joe, because that is the exact same game this team has lost with Zach Wilson, Tim Boyle, Trevor Siemian over these last however many years now. How many times? And to then follow that up and get down 17-0, I can understand why Woody had enough. I really can.
Yeah. Give Woody credit. I'm going to continue to say that. I initially said maybe, I kept saying, look, if they're 2-5 after Pittsburgh, I think Saleh's in big trouble. And, obviously I was right. And Woody just jumped on it a little quicker than we thought it would. But good job by Woody. 100%. Woody. Good job.
Dana writes in, curious why Woody let him do the Monday presser.
Well, here's what I think. I think what happened was Woody talked to the quarterback. I'm telling you right now, if you think that the quarterback doesn't have a major play in this happening, think again. And I'll say it again, and I'll continue to say it. Once he lost the quarterback, that was the end for Saleh.
I think, Joe, you could make a case if you're ranking the most powerful people in the organization.
He's the second most behind the owner.
I was about to say, I probably would put him 2. I would probably put him 2. Because he's the only guy that's won. He took a $35 billion pay cut to help this team have more financial flexibility. No one talks about that. And once again, I don't blame anyone who wanted Saleh out because, even though the defense has played well, it's not good enough when the same mistakes that have plagued this team, the penalties, lack of discipline, the bad on 9 or more days rest. Like we could go through all the things that you point to that say this guy's probably not the guy, but you're stuck with him for this year. Well, Woody Johnson's like, I'm not stuck with him. I'm not letting the season go up in flames when we're this all in with a 40-year-old quarterback.
Yeah. And I think, Rodgers' legacy too. I mean, let's be honest. Aaron Rodgers knows. And I think the reason he came here is because Aaron Rodgers knows that if he wins here, he has now put himself in a play. Look, he's a Hall of Fame first ballot quarterback. There's no doubt. But if he wins with the Jets, he has put himself in a place that is a totally different level. I mean, he's moved up. I keep comparing him to Mark Messier with the Rangers, okay? Mark Messier won 5 Stanley Cups with the Edmonton Oilers. But it wasn't until he slayed the dragon with the Rangers that put him on a totally different level, on an iconic level. And that's exactly the same situation with Rodgers here. If Rodgers ever wins a Super Bowl with the Jets, he has transformed himself into a different place, as far as a Hall of Fame quarterback in the NFL. I mean, let's be honest about it.
Joe B with us here for another 10 minutes or so as we react to the news of all news. Robert Saleh
I'll give you to
out.
11 because I got to take a shower for my tea time, bro.
That's beautiful. I mean, Joe,
I got to get ready for the Mets later too. I mean, you know what? But let me just say this: Devontae Adams better be a Jet by the time Sean Mania throws the first pitch today. How about that?
Let me give you this scenario, Joe, as a long-suffering Jet Met fan. So Saleh out. That's obviously something you were on board with. They acquired Devontae Adams today, and the Mets win Game 3 at Citi Field. Would this be one of the better sports days you've had in your lifetime?
It would be damn good. It'd be even better when the Mets win Game 4 or 5 and wrap it up, and then we're watching us stick it up Josh Allen's ass on Monday. You know what I mean, bro? That would even be better.
Joe with a great point here. He goes, as a former ambassador to the UK, I wonder if Woody was embarrassed being in London, his team playing like that. Also, love you, Joe B. That's actually a great point. I do wonder if that played a part in it.
Possible. I think, like I said, I think there's a lot of different factors here, but I think the biggest factor is Aaron Rodgers said enough with this head coach. I mean, that to me is probably the number one reason why Robert Saleh is unemployed right now.
Sears writes in, life was simpler when we all could agree Zach Wilson was the problem. Never a dull moment at one Jet strike. This franchise, for a team that hasn't won anything, it is remarkable what they do from a storyline standpoint day in, day out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a constant soap opera here. It really is. And honestly, I think we're all getting sick of it. It's time to start winning football games and not be, days of our lives. You know what I mean?
Michael writes in with a super chat. How is Ulbrich different from Saleh? Reeks of desperation and panic. Bills blow us. Out, fire, Ulbrich, don't love, extend Reed, trade Sauce for D. Not trading Sauce in season.
Let's calm down. Michael Pendagrosa, how do you say his name? Ragosa. Calm down. All right. Let's see. Let's see where we go from here. All right?
Reeks of desperation. I mean, what could be worse than how they played these last 2 games against teams that they should beat?
You can't. Right. That's 100% right. Can't be worse.
It can't. Asman says the last 2 losses weren't on Saleh. I disagree with that. To me, it was all coaching in that Broncos game. And I know Rodgers wasn't great on Sunday, but still down 17-0. It's just a similar pattern of what we've seen now for 4 seasons of this team not being ready to play at the beginning of games. And you can no longer blame the bad quarterback play. That's why I think Woody made this move now.
This guy was a glorified cheerleader. I'm sorry. That's what he was. They continued to make mistake after mistake after mistake. And the bottom line is, here's the bottom line. And Coach Parcells said this, and he's 100%. You are what your record says you are. He's 20-36. Okay. He's not, 20, 25 and 25. He's not, even, 25 and 30. He's 16 games under 500. He's never had a winning season. Enough is enough.
How about this super chat here from Ernie Acosta, the great producer of Joe and Evan back.
Great, Ernie, my buddy.
The offensive struggles are 100% of the quarterback. Who will he blame next when he throws the ball to the wrong team?
I understand that, but you can get on. And I love you, Ernie. You can get on Rodgers all you want, man. He's getting the crap beat out of him. Okay, there's an issue there with this offensive line. They got to stop protecting this guy better. I mean, and I get it. He has not played well, 100%. But it would be nice too if Alan Lazard could catch the ball. If Alan Lazard doesn't drop the 4 freaking passes he drops in this game, we win the game. I'm going to tell you right now, we win. That play with Van Ginkel doesn't happen. There would have been the interception in the end zone the ball in the end zone would have been a touchdown. And it would be nice if the all-world cornerback, okay, the combination of Deion Sanders and Darrelle Revis actually catches the damn ball in the end zone.
Look.
So you can get on a quarterback, or you want Zach Wilson playing? Ernie, I love you. You want Zach Wilson playing? Who you want playing quarterback? Let's relax a little bit. Here's something else, too, I want to say, too. These guys did not play at all in preseason. It's only 5 games into the year, okay? You could say whatever you want. There had to be a move made here. They needed to shake this team up. And I'm telling you, Saleh lost Rodgers, and that was it. Case closed.
And look, at the end of the day, I think going into this year, we were like, some of us were like, can we definitely say for sure Saleh is a bad coach? We definitely can't say he's a good coach, but do we know for sure he's a bad coach? And when you start to see the same things that you've seen now with a significantly better roster and quarterback, I don't think you had a choice. So I don't know if this automatically like fixes everything as long as Hackett's the OC. But like, do we really think this is going to have some sort of negative impact? Like, you have to do something. I just think if not now, then when? They could have waited maybe one more game. But I don't have an issue with this, Ernie. Like, maybe you're right. You know, Aaron Rodgers is not what he was, and it's not going to end up mattering. I guess we'll see. But you had to do something before that. You're 2-5, and your season is.
I'm not sold
over.
on, and I'm hearing, and I don't mean to interrupt you, Jake, but I'm hearing rumblings that Rodgers is washed up, and Rodgers, he's old, and he's this, and he's that. I'm not buying that yet. Now he still makes some damn good throws. This guy.
We're 2 games.
You say whatever you want.
Joe, 2 games ago, you and I were doing your podcast together. We're celebrating how they're 2-1.
By the way, I have not put the jersey. The jersey has not gone on yet, and will not go on until we make the playoffs. Just to let you know.
Oh, so firing Saleh was not going to get the jersey on. We need a playoff first.
Not yet.
Unreal. Hoodie Allen in the house, Joe. I don't know if you know who Hoodie Allen is, but
I do not know. Is he related to Woody?
He is not. He is not. But he is he's a Long Island guy. All right. He is a big time singer, songwriter. He's got, a ton of hits. He's got over 1 million followers just on Twitter alone. He's a friend of mine. Yeah, he's watching the show. He's a diehard Jet fan.
Hey, Hoodie, when are we going to do a duet, man? I'm ready. I'm a big, people probably don't know. Maybe they do. I'm a big song and dance guy. So just to let you know, I got more moves than X-Lax. And there's, even though I'm not a great singer, there's a lot of songs I can pull off. So I just want to throw that out.
He writes in, never celebrate someone losing their job, but I'm excited for the inevitable intern coach bump. Yeah, I mean, the Raiders did this with Bisaccia a few years ago when they fired Gruden. They made the playoffs, so it has worked before.
Yes, right. And even last year with Pierce, I thought there was a big jump with Pierce coaching the Raiders last year too when he came in.
Now, Joe, we know you could sing, but many of us, I think, need a little reminder on not only can you sing, Joe, but you also could do a little salsa.
Right.
Here it is. Little Victor Cruz dance. Oh, Victor. Woo. I'm doing a little salsa, baby. Yeah. Woo.
Yeah.
Like that, right? No, I told you I got more moves than X-Lax, bro. I mean, I do it all. I really, for an old man, I'm 71 years old now. I really try to do it all. You know what I'm saying?
Coach James writes in, a couple of minutes left with Joe here. He's got a tea time. He's got to celebrate some good news with Saleh and then maybe a Devontae trade, a Met win today. Agree with Joe. Saleh was a cheerleader for this team, nothing more. When Aaron said accountability in the press conference, that was a huge red flag then, and we needed to make the change. I agree. I think that's where this all started, Joe. I think you're 100% right when you said that too.
Yeah. When I heard that, I knew there was an issue. You could see it on Rodgers' face that he was not happy with the head coach making that comment about the cadence. This guy's been doing this for 1 million years. How many times? We even saw it in week 1. Remember, he got the offside penalty. He threw a touchdown pass to why am I? Because he keeps dropping passes. I can't remember.
Alan Lazard.
Yep. Right. Lazard actually caught that. I mean, how many times have you seen Rodgers do it over the years? So.
Big Bunda, do you expect changes at OC and O-line coach? I mean, as of now, we haven't heard anything. Hackett's not going anywhere, but I don't know about the O-line
I don't
coach.
think there's any other changes made. I'd be surprised. I would.
For today, we're waiting on is the owner going to speak? Is Ulbrich going to speak? Because this is going to have to be explained. The Jets officially have not put this out. This is all just reporters who got it from their sources that he's out. It's not official yet. Right. The Jets, I'm sure, are going to put out a statement from ownership when you make this level of change.
The only person I want to hear from today is Woody Johnson. I don't need to hear from Ulbrich today. I don't need to hear from Joe Douglas. Well, like I said, Joe Douglas, what I need to hear from him is he just traded for Devontae Adams. The only guy I really want to hear from today is the owner. That's it.
Rex Ryan writes in, clown ass organization. We need to fire our owner. You could get on ownership a lot for over the years.
This is Rex here now?
The Rex Ryan. Yeah,
Rex,
exactly.
Rex, let me just say, if you're listening to this, Rex, and I love you, Rex. Rex, I love you. You should be the coach of the team. You should have never not been the coach of the team. Don't be killing the owner because maybe you're coming back. What are you doing? Don't be killing the owner. Come on, Rex. I guarantee you better than 50% of the Jet fan base wants you back as the coach. So if it doesn't work out with Ulbrich, don't be ripping Woody. Come on.
Well, don't worry. It's not actually Rex show. You're fine.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank God. But I can't believe Rex would do that because, I'm telling you, he would walk back to take this job.
I mean, look, I don't think Rex is perfect, but this team is 3-2, 4-1 with Rex Ryan as their coach without question.
No doubt. No doubt about it. 100%.
All right, Joe. Final thoughts here before we let you run. And you got a tea time. You got Mets baseball. You got hopefully a Devontae trade. Where do the Jets go from here? Monday night against the Buffalo Bills. Jeff Ulbrich's now the intern head coach. Give us some final thoughts.
I expect a massive effort on Monday. I think you're going to see them come out firing. I really do. I think you're going to see a big difference in this team. I think that there's been a veil lifted off this team because I really believe there was major issues with Saleh and Rodgers, and I think that is gone now. And let's go. It's time to take off.
Joe, thanks for being a part. One of the most memorable moments in the history of this show. This is a viewership record, 38,000 watching. We had over 4 at one point earlier. Make sure you guys, if you want more Joe, listen to the Oh the Pain podcast where you can find your podcast. Joe, this is an unbelievable day, and maybe we're just getting started here with Devontae potentially on the way next.
Let's hope. Let's all hope. Jake, nothing but love, bro. I love you, and let's go Jets, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's hope Jeff Ulbrich turns out to be the coach we've been waiting for a million years. We can only pray that.
Joe, all the love.
All of it, bro. God bless all my Jet fans. Jets. And by the way, I'll leave it as too, bro. Let's go, Mets.
There you go. Joe B joining us in his weekly spot. He normally joins the show on Mondays after Jet games. He'll join us on Tuesday again next week because the Jets are playing on Monday night against the Bills for first place with Jeff Ulbrich at head coach. If you're new to the show, my name is Jake Asman. We talk Jets each and every day, twice a day, Monday through Friday. It's the biggest Jet show on YouTube, biggest Jet podcast out there. Subscribe to the channel. Help me get to 40,000 subscribers. I've been doing this a long time. This is one of the most shocking days in the history of the Jet franchise. Woody Johnson making an in-season change for the first time as the owner of this team. If you want more Jake Asman Show, the podcast is available every day on both Apple and Spotify, so you can get your daily Jets fix away from YouTube if you want to download it via podcast. I'm going to put in the call-in link. We will take your calls. I got a bunch of super chats I want to acknowledge. I was trying to just get to the ones that were relevant to where the conversation was going with Joe, because this was breaking news with Saleh obviously being fired in the middle of this stream, which originally started as a stream with Joe talking about Devontae, the lost Sunday in London, and looking ahead to Buffalo. And this is now one of the craziest days in the history of the Jet franchise. Mr. Downtown writes in, time to sign Mike Vrabel before the offseason. I don't think anything is going to happen now in season besides Ulbrich the rest of the way. This was the big move Woody could play. You were not going to add Mike Vrabel in season. Could he be a candidate after the season? He absolutely should. But let's see how Jeff Ulbrich does now, right? This is a guy who wants to be a head coach, former player. Guys feed off him. He was a head coach at the Senior Bowl. This is unreal. Adam says, Jake, great to meet you in London. I am shocked about Robert Saleh. Adam, great to meet you. This is a stunning day. Here for the memes. Ulbrich, the intern, baby. Let's hope he does a great job. Jersey Joe, need to change the OC play calling too. Look, they're not going to do it, at least yet. But now that Saleh is out, there is now an enormous amount of pressure on Aaron Rodgers. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is necessarily wrong for not having faith in Robert Saleh. And I do think ownership clearly calls Aaron and lets him know, hey, we're doing this before you make this decision. But Aaron Rodgers is now going to be accused of being a coach killer. Aaron Rodgers is going to be blamed for this. And people could say, well, blamed for this. It should have happened. But that's going to be the narrative now. There is now enormous pressure on Aaron Rodgers to deliver. There is. Now, I don't know what type of head coach Jeff Ulbrich is, but there's enormous pressure now on number 8 to go out there and play at a high level. He doesn't need to be the MVP of the league, but he's got to be closer to what he was in Tennessee and obviously the New England game than what we've seen the last 2 weeks. It goes without saying. Because now there's no one else to blame. Saleh's gone. Zach Wilson's gone. It's on the quarterback if this doesn't work. And this team is 2-3, playing for first place on Monday. I expect a big-time effort from this team Monday night against Buffalo. They got to win Monday night. No excuse. This is as close to a must-win game as you could have in early October. And from a human standpoint, I do feel bad for Robert Saleh that this happened, but it was trending this way based on the last 2 weeks. Even me, someone who's wanted to preach patience with Robert Saleh, wanted everyone fired in that first half on Sunday being there in London. I give credit to Woody for making this happen, but this truly is stunning. Truly is. This is one of the most stunning news drops in the history of the Jet franchise. This has never happened. Comments, questions, super chats. We'll cut the line. If I miss some super chats, I apologize. Marcus writes in. Wild to think how much was riding on that last drive in London. Not just the game, but Saleh's career was on the line. Huge move. MYJ Maddie says, had a feeling with some of the press conference cryptic comments. Ulbrich is a great choice. He's going to earn that head coaching job for next year. Look, he's going to get the opportunity to do so. I think it goes without question. Daniel says, could this change the situation with Reddick now? Let's get Devontae. JETS. We beat the Bills Monday. We're still alive. I don't think this changes anything with Reddick. I don't. Monty says, another rookie head coach. We get what we deserve. Guys, who are you going to hire on this staff if you were going to fire Saleh? Hackett? He's not a rookie head coach. He has almost a year of head coaching experience. Go ask a Bronco fan what that looked like. You were not bringing in Bill Belichick in the middle of the season, nor would he take this job. Nor do I want him, by the way. And Mike Vrabel's not taking this job in the middle of the season. And for those saying Gruden, he's suing the NFL. You're not going to be able to hire him. Mike says Vrabel needs to be our next head coach. Let's see how the year goes. Dylan says Saleh will be a good D coach. This has to happen. He will get a job as a defensive coordinator if he wants one immediately this offseason. Maybe someone adds him to his staff now. I'd imagine he's just going to take some time to be with his family. I wish Robert Saleh well. I think he's genuinely a good person, a good man. He just wasn't a good head coach. You know? You wanted to believe after that Patriot game, and then to follow that up with 10 days to get ready for Denver. That's where he lost me. That was the moment. Go watch my postgame show after that Bronco game. James says, okay, Saleh's fired. Does that solve the issues on offense with Hackett? Will Ulbrich switch play calling? I don't know. Jeff Ulbrich's got to obviously be spoken to about all this. There's going to be a bunch of questions. All right, I got a statement here from Woody Johnson. Here we go. This morning, I informed Robert Saleh that he will no longer serve as the head coach of the Jets. I thanked him for his hard work these past 3.5 years and wished him and his family well moving forward. This was not an easy decision, but we are not where we should be given our expectations, and I believe now is the best time for us to move in a different direction. Jeff Ulbrich will serve as our interim head coach for the remainder of the season. He is a tough coach who has the respect of the coaches and players on this team. I believe he, along with the coaches on the staff, can get the most out of our talented team and obtain the goals we established this offseason. Look, I don't blame Woody for doing this. I really don't. I thought Woody was going to give Saleh the Bills game, and I said it yesterday. If they lose to Buffalo, I thought he'd be out. But this is truly one of the more shocking days in the history of the Jet franchise. Unreal. Unreal, folks. Hit that like button if you're tuning in. Robert Saleh is out. I'm going to stay on as long as I need. This is one of those days, man. JJ writes in, Jake, I can't believe you had Joe B on for a real-time reaction. So good. For those tuning in late, Benigno was on for the first hour of the show. The Saleh news broke about 3 minutes into our stream. So rewind if you want Joe's unfiltered initial holy bleep reaction. Unreal. Good guy, bad coach. I respect Woody's balls, but hope A-Rod was on board with it. I'll say this. You don't make this move unless your quarterback is on board with it. Aaron Rodgers chose to play for the Jets. He took a $35 million pay cut when he arrived. Before Jalen Brunson, it was the largest pay cut in professional sports history. To me, Aaron Rodgers is the second most powerful person inside that organization. He obviously was informed that they were going to do this. And he's an Ulbrich guy. Go rewatch Hard Knocks. He loves Ulbrich. He shouted out Ulbrich after the game too, by the way. Dante says, why do people keep saying Belichick? Do they not know the history? Obviously, they don't. Terrell writes in, unless Ulbrich can hold Hackett more accountable without Aaron's input, how much can this change really? Look, here's how I think it could change things. I talked about this on Sunday when we floated out the idea of an in-season change. It could change because this team needs to start faster. They need to come out and punch teams in the mouth. They have a talent advantage in a lot of their remaining games this year. Play to your talent. That's how it could change. You watch Ulbrich coach, that guy gets the most out of his talent. He's fired up. He holds guys accountable on that side of the ball. And this is a wake-up call to the players that how you're playing is not good enough. Allen Lazard, leading the NFL in drops. It's not good enough. The blocking by the offensive line, it's not good enough. It's a wake-up call. You see this sometimes in sports. You know, the dead coach bounce, it's called. The dead cat bounce. I expect this team to come out firing on Monday night now. This crowd is going to be as loud for a Jet game as we have had during this playoff drought. It will be right up there, I'd imagine, with Monday night last year and Rodgers' home opener. The Patriot game a couple weeks ago, I was in the building for that. It was loud. It could be a lot louder for this. This is for first place on the line. John says, send Jet fans that want Belichick to the realm. It's not happening. Cotton Sock says, I fear nothing will change until Hackett's no longer the OC, but anytime Saleh was on screen Sunday in the first half, he looked defeated. His energy just looked off. And sometimes you don't want to make everything about like the camera shots, right? Because sometimes they catch you and it could be a bad angle or just poorly timed, whatever. This was too much of a trend. Too much of it. J Melts, glad to see Saleh go. Ulbrich brings some fire and energy, but why is Keith Carter? Why does he have his job? Look, I would have got rid of Carter today too. JT, what the hell happened? Rodgers or Woody fired him? This is a Woody decision without consulting with the quarterback first. Monty says, it's insane you guys want Rex back. You fired Rex because you wanted accountability. Rodgers should have better chemistry with the receivers by now. I mean, he's got chemistry with Lazard. He just drops the ball. The problem is Allen Lazard has the best chemistry with Aaron Rodgers. And that's a problem because he can't catch. So I don't want to sit here and act like, Aaron Rodgers didn't, played well Sunday. He didn't. But he doesn't throw that pick six if Allen Lazard catches the pass in the previous play. These are facts. The time to do this is now. I just didn't think Woody Johnson would have the balls to do it, but that's why they call him Johnson, I guess. Mike B writes in, it's the head coach's place to make the offense accountable. I feel for Saleh and his family today, but now it's time to win Monday and be in first. Get to the playoffs. Go Jets. Look, the Bills didn't fire McDermott last year, but they fired their offensive coordinator, Ken Dorsey, and then they won like 6 in a row and won the division. This does happen. Luigi, great move. I think we upgraded. Why not love this? I don't see how you could have downgraded here. Dixon's time to win. No more BS heads down. Time to grind. JETS, Jets. Jake, appreciate everything you and Joe B does. The King, can't be on the sideline of an international game, holding your eyes while your team is losing as the head coach. Knucklehead, when was the last time Saleh coached us to win? Every Jet fan with 2 eyes knew he wasn't. No hard feelings. Wish him the best. I wish him the best too. I'm still shocked this happened, man. Shocked. Doc writes in, one major issue is blocking. Our tight ends are the worst in the NFL with run blocking. This needs to change. Mad Parent says, not blaming Olu, but O-line issues didn't start till Moses went down. Trade for Devontae, sign Reddick, let's go. Here's what they need to do this week. I've given up on Reddick, but I'll say this. Trade for Devontae today. Get Morgan Moses back. Get C.J. Mosley back. And go win on Monday night against a team that, with Zach Wilson, you've beaten the last 2 years in that building. And look, I think Saleh's win over Buffalo last year after losing Rodgers 4 plays in was one of the best wins he had as Jet coach. Now, if you're Jeff Ulbrich, you got to win this game Monday night. Send a statement to this fan base. If you're one of the 3,000 people watching live right now, smash that like button and make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. NC says, maybe this is the wake-up call to Joe Douglas that Woody's firing folks who don't perform. Go get Devontae and Reddick. Ken Walden writes in, Joe is next if he can't get Adams. Also, where's Corley? I mean, maybe that's part of this too, right? Woody Johnson sees how excited this team was to get Malachi Corley. And then he's healthy and active 5 games into his career when they were telling everyone behind the scenes he was their 4th-rated receiver on their draft board. Unreal. This is unreal. Big fella. See what happens when you give me the full screen rant. Look, Jet fans have wanted this. I get it. I'm surprised they did it. I really am. Nick, bring back Rex. I think Rex could be a candidate this offseason. It's not quite Billy Martin coming back to manage the Yankees 8 different times, but I do think Rex could be a candidate. Indomitable says, firing Saleh and keeping Hackett/Carter is like getting stabbed and putting a band on it. Total organizational incompetence. We deserve better. Look, guys, Hackett's not getting fired with Rodgers here. This is now on Aaron Rodgers, though. I'll say it a lot. It is on Aaron Rodgers now to deliver. This coach is out. He now has to go out there and get it done. Red John writes in, don't hate me, Gruden. Gruden's not coming here. He's suing the NFL. I love Gruden. I would hire him. Certainly consider hiring him, I should say, but not happening. Chef Kevin says, you know it's bad when you get fired on your day off. I mean, this is truly remarkable, Chef Kev. Mr. Reality, Saleh got to do the walk of shame out of the building. Terrell writes in, what about Hackett? He's still calling plays. I get it. Power says everyone should be worried Ulbrich would be a head coach somewhere else next year. Well, now he has his moment. Storyland says too soon. It's a cesspool. First it's Zach, then it's Saleh. The team keeps switching offensive coordinators and can't build chemistry. Main problem. The problem is not that they're switching offensive coordinators. The problem is they fundamentally screwed up Zach Wilson and Robert Saleh. The 2 biggest moves Joe Douglas made was hire the coach and draft Zach. He struck out on both of them. That's the biggest problem. Not that they changed the offensive coordinator too much. Zach Wilson is terrible. Making this move now does not erase the fact that Zach Wilson is a bad football player. If he was so good, why is he a 3rd-string quarterback right now? Why can't he beat out Jarrett Stidham and Bo Nix? I don't want to hear it. Saleh was part of the problem here. The lack of accountability, the slow starts in games, the record with more time to prepare than the opponent was all abysmal. The road record was abysmal. And when it didn't change with Rodgers at quarterback, I think Woody had enough. Rye the General, I have it on very reliable information. Hackett's gone too. Well, I'm not going to speculate on that because that hasn't happened yet. For those curious, I have 117 unopened texts right now. Unreal, man. Unreal. Allen, maybe Brick will have more of a backbone. It affects Hackett's crappy play calling, but bigger question, do the Raiders still push for a second? Might be worth it. I don't think it's going to take a second. If it did take a second, I'm all in. I'm trading a second. I mean, the Jets have 2 third-round picks. So they need to get back into the second round next year. They can. I'm not letting a second-round pick stop me from getting Devontae Adams. We're all in. You just fired Robert Saleh. Let's go. You're a game out of first place. You went on Monday. You're in first place. Mike says, do you think Adams wants to come to a team that fired the coach? Yeah, because he doesn't know Robert Saleh. He'll call up Aaron Rodgers and say, what's Ulbrich like? Oh, he's good? Oh, Hackett's going to be running our offense? I know him. Z-Breath, if you think Sauce is overrated, you don't know ball. He's got to play better, Z-Breath. He's not played to his standard. He's obviously still very good. But Sauce Gardner is going to be paid like a $30 million a year corner, potentially starting next season. He's got to be better. Catch the ball when it hits you in the hands. Daniel says, time for the Jets to pay up for a coach. Enough of these first-time head coaching experiment. What does this mean for Adams? I think Devontae's still a Jet. And I keep checking Twitter to see if it's going to happen today because this is truly remarkable. I mean, this is stunning that this happened. This fan base, man, we've been through a lot. This is quite possibly the most unbelievable breaking news I think we've had from the Jets in season since when? Like, there's been crazy news before, right? Sam Darnold got mono, Geno getting and breaking his jaw. There's been crazy Jet stories before, but in the first time in the history of ownership with Woody Johnson, they have fired a coach in season. This is unreal, folks. Unreal. Hit that like button if you're tuning in. I'm going to stay on and get to some calls coming up. I'm trying to make sure I can stream the show on Twitter right now for those who are just waking up on the West Coast. Saleh out, Ulbrich in. Saleh 20-36 as the Jet coach. Woody Johnson naming Jeff Ulbrich as the interim head coach for the rest of the season. This is truly one of the craziest days that we've had as Jet fans since, I don't know. But this is unreal, folks. Unreal. Let me get to some of your calls now. We'll get back to the super chats. Ladies and gentlemen, first up on the Gusbuster line today. My computer is lagging right now. Not a good time for calls not to work. Jesus. All right. Let's go to our king. King Loski's first up. What's up, King?
Jake, my brother, it's craziness in Jetland. Jake, my brother, this is nuts, but it was necessary, okay? At the end of the day, man, we needed this shakeup. We needed this move, man, all right? I was one of those ones that was trying to give Saleh a chance, okay? I believed in the brother, but last year kind of showed me something, but I still wanted to see him with a real quarterback. But, man, hey, we needed this, Jake. Now we need to go out to Buffalo and whoop Buffalo ass, okay? This is it's no time for the excuses, okay? This is the time. Y'all shook the team up. Everybody needs to be held accountable, and everybody needs to get on their ass and get to work, okay? Because now is not the time to fold, all right? We in prime position to go in first place, all right? This ain't the time to sell out. This ain't the time to be, oh, man, what are we going to do without? Hey, man, we got Ulbrich. This is what we've been asking for. As a fan base, half of the fan base wanted Saleh, half of the fan base didn't want him. So now we got a chance to see what Ulbrich can do. All right. So let's go to work, baby. I'm excited. All right. I don't know. To be honest with you, Jake, I don't know how to feel. So I'm gonna listen to everybody else and see how they feel. But hey, I'm excited. This is an exciting time. All right, baby. Let's go, baby. JTS! Let's go!
Let's go, King. I appreciate it, man. Look, I think there is excitement from this fan base. It got stale real fast with Robert Saleh. And I've been someone with Saleh that has said, look, he's never had the quarterback that won 7 games. The defense remained top 5. He's hired a great defensive staff. Hackett wasn't necessarily his hire. It was the hire they needed to make to get Rodgers. Like you can make a case for why Saleh deserved this year. I never was making the case, though, that he was a good head coach. It was the best I could say about him is it's incomplete. He's good at defense. That's the best we could say going into this year. Then they get boat raced week 1. You're like, okay, it's week 1. Don't panic. They win the next 2, including, I thought, a great coaching performance by him and everyone involved against New England. Started fast. They stuck it to New England. I mean, it was a dream. But seeing how these last 2 games have gone, how they are carbon copies of a patented Robert Saleh-like performance during his tenure here, I think Woody had enough. And I do agree with Benigno, who joined us for the first hour of the show today, if you tuned in late. I think Rodgers had enough, too. I do. I think Rodgers probably felt like this guy's not any good. And when Quincy Williams talking about accountability after the game, after Rodgers used that word the previous week, I think it's eye-opening. And I think the players genuinely do like Robert Saleh. I like him personally, too. I think he's a really good guy. I think he's an outstanding defensive coach. He'll be a defensive coordinator next year if he wants to be, without question. I just think there were too many alarming trends here, and I thought he'd get the Buffalo game, but Woody had enough. Bang says, can't trade Sauce $30 million a year trading for a King's ransom. Can we calm down with Sauce? We're 5 games in. He was a first-team All-Pro back-to-back years. No one's ever done that at that position. He has not been great this year. He also has not been bad. He just hasn't been as good. The interception or lack thereof on Sunday is terrible. But I think we are so quick just to destroy our own in this fan base. Let's relax. All right? Let's try and lift these guys up for once. Let's be supportive on Monday night now. This crowd's going to be insane. I almost feel like I got to go to this game now. I wasn't going to go. I was sick to my stomach coming back from London yesterday. Now I almost feel like I got to be there. Jack says, let's hire Joe B as the next head coach. I'll tell you what. If Joe B's the coach, they beat Denver. Aaron writes in, remember the report in the offseason, Saleh and Woody getting into it. I wonder what that conversation was about. Look, Woody obviously shot it down immediately on social media. I don't know if it means that there was actually validity to all that. But either way, I mean, clearly, Robert Saleh had a very short leash that he was coaching for his job in London. And one of our Asmaniac super chats came in earlier about, I wonder if the fact the Jets played as bad as they did in London, we know Woody's history to London being the former ambassador when Trump was president. I wonder if that played a part. I could see something like that. Alan says maybe Brick will have more of a backbone to intercept Hackett's crappy play calling. Let me catch up here. If I missed a super chat, I apologize. This has obviously been something I was not expecting with Joe. My computer is lagging right now, so I'm in a rough spot right now. But I promise we're going to get to your calls here coming up. I just need my call to work again. Let's see. Cool Hand writes in. Good morning. Maybe Brick will have more backbone to affect. All right. Hold on, guys. Here's what I need to do. StreamYard is crashing here because we had a record amount of people tuned in live. I'm going to need 60 seconds to do a browser refresh, then come back in and fix things here. So here's what we're going to do while we wait. I'm going to play you guys something that I have right here that I think directly contributed to why this head coach is no longer the head coach of the team. So stand by for that. Let me get that rolling here. I'm going to pull that up on the screen. Hold on. I can't even enter my own studio because there's too many people on hold. I'm booting someone real quick so I can make this adjustment. This is insane. Please bear with me, everyone. 3,000 people watching right now, and I have no functioning StreamYard because this program is a disaster. I wish them nothing but the worst. Hold on. I feel like Peter Castro right now, not being able to get internet. Gator goes, let me know if I need you to do anything. Yeah, it would kick someone out of the studio so I could go in and play this cut. Stand by, folks. Hold on. I feel like the Jets in the first quarter right now. Helpless. Holy sh... Here's what I need. Could someone, if you're on hold right now, here's how you can help me. Please leave for 30 seconds so I can play one thing and then come back. If you're on hold, please leave so I can enter my own studio and get my StreamYard working again. Jesus. Hold on. We're only allowed 12 people on hold, and the phone lines are flooded. Let me get my computer functioning again. Stand by. Now there's 2 of me. This is a disaster. Much like the Robert Saleh tenure. All right. Here we go. Stand by. Jesus. All right. Here we go. Be right back.
All right, I got a lot of issues with what happened in the Jets-Vikings game, specifically today with the Jets' offensive performance. Get into that tomorrow morning on Get Up. But 4th and 2. You're trying to get something going on offense. You just went for it on third down. You know Minnesota's defensive line is great. Okay, here's my biggest gripe with this whole situation. It's 4th and 2. The ball is getting snapped on the 26-yard line, right? 26-yard line. The back, so it has to get to the 24 and a half, so a yard and a half too. The back is lined up on the 34-yard line, so he's 8 yards behind the actual line of scrimmage, 9.5 yards to the first down marker. Okay, remember, he's got to get to the 24 and a half. He's going to get the ball. He gets the ball. He is still 8.5, 7.5 yards till the first down marker, 7.5 yards. I mean, he's 7.5 yards from actually getting the football to where he has to get to. There's no justifiable, logical reason to do that. You think that guy makes that play if the back is here? No. And then at least it's one-on-one with the guy in the hole with Braylon Allen. I mean, look how deep he's lined up.
More of your calls right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Keith Best. Hello, Keith. Keith? Hey, Keith. Keith? Keith, you familiar with the work of V-Man? Hey, Keith. Everyone smash their Keith Best emoji if you're an Asmaniac. Keith? Wakey, wakey. All right. Here's today's poll question. Who was better at falling asleep on the air? V-Man's up next. Hello, V-Man. Come on. V-Man, you up?
Yep. Sorry. Line is right. Line it. Line's freaking out. Sorry.
That was the OG of sleeping on the show. Also, I'm worried about Keith Best's neck, man. He's going to be sore. That's a neck strain waiting to happen the way he's knocked out. All right, so Keith is still asleep. Let's go back to the second time V-Man fell asleep on the air. Let's go to this guy right now. V-Man's up next. What's up, V-Man?
Good, Jay. How you doing?
I'm good, man. You sound like you just got up from a nap.
I'm just mad, but no.
You look well rested.
No, honestly, I'm not.
You sure you weren't sleeping?
No, I wasn't. Yeah, but no, I'm just sorry. I honestly, I can tell you right now, I'm just like totally blanking right now.
All right, I'm back. I apologize for the tech issues. I had to do an entire reset there with my computer because we crashed StreamYard. We had over 3,000 people watching. We still do. Please hit the like button if you're tuning in. I'm staying on. If you're looking for Benigno, he came on for the first hour. Let's keep going here. All right. Comments, questions, super chats. We'll cut the line. The Hamburger gifted 5 memberships earlier. Appreciate you, Hamburger. Alan made his return to the show. He hates Robert Saleh more than probably anyone. He gifted 10 memberships just because Saleh's gone. So if you're happy about Saleh being fired, I get it, Jet fans. That's where we're at right now. They got to win Monday night. I mean, Robert Saleh proved over these last 2 games that he wasn't good enough. This team was not championship quality. Could they have maybe won Monday with him? For sure. They've beaten the Bills the last 2 years with him as the head coach, but it was now or never, and Woody Johnson obviously had enough. D checks in. I like Saleh, but this was needed. Saleh lost Rodgers. Love your energy, bro. Jeff will save JD's job. JETS, Jets. Look, Douglas is on the line now, too. This team doesn't make the playoffs. It's a house cleaning. He's in his 6th year. 5th full offseason. 5 drafts. 5 free agent periods. 2 quarterbacks. The 2 biggest things Joe Douglas did was screw up Zach Wilson and Robert Saleh. The rest of the team is very good. We cannot deny that. He's not. So here's the thing with Douglas. It's a very complicated legacy so far. There's a lot of good. There is. This team is very talented. They should not be 2-3. Even if you hate the Jets, you have to acknowledge the team on paper has too much talent to be under 500. But he messed up 2 of the biggest things a football team has, quarterback and coach. If Ulbrich can't get this team to the playoffs, Douglas has got to go too. You got to start over. John says, Jets field goal and catch away from 4-1. NFL's nuts. But you know what? That's like a lot of teams. I'm sure if we went through every team in the league right now that's 2-3, we could probably do the what if for them too. You got to win the games. We did this last year with Saleh. If he just had average quarterback play, they'd be 10-7. Well, he has Aaron Rodgers, and they're 2-3 right now. I give credit for Woody for being this aggressive. I didn't think he'd do it. But once again, that's why they call him Woody Johnson. I guess he's got balls. Who knew? Dante writes in, Brian Flores suing the NFL as well, but he's coaching. Different kind of lawsuit. Cumberland, channel member, thank you. Jam says, what evidence gives Joe B the confidence Rex will not flame out again? The offense got worse under him each year. Well, because the personnel got worse, Jam. Look, ultimately, when the Jets moved on from Rex, it was time. But let's not act like Rex wouldn't have this talented team better than where they are right now. But you're not going to hire Rex in season. That's a conversation for the offseason. Phil says, sounds like Hackett and Carter are staying. RB, who's going to run the defense now? I'd imagine it will be Aaron Whitecotton, Markel Manuel, the secondary coach. Maybe Gutberg, the linebacker coach, Coach Gut. DeMokes is a Raiders fan. I'm pissed. Take Tay for a 2. I don't know if there's going to be 2. Bang says, Jake, finally, the Jets saw the light with Saleh. Bang, look, you guys know my thoughts on Robert Saleh. I wasn't ready to say he's a horrible coach. I was willing to give him this year because I knew he was going to get this year. But the Denver game and then being in London 2 days ago, or yesterday, I guess I woke up at 6, or I didn't wake up, I never slept. You just got the sense that this was potentially coming here with a loss, I thought, to the Bills. To do this now is stunning. JJ writes it. Jake, I can't believe you had Joe B on for the real-time reaction. So good. Good guy. Bad coach. I respect Woody's balls. Hope AR are on board with it. Yeah, look, I'm with you. Jets Johnny, my hiatus is over. The Jets have hope again. I think there's a lot of people nationally that are surprised by this, being like, but the Jets defense is good. How could they fire Saleh? They haven't paid attention to this year. They don't watch the Jets every week like they do. They don't know about these slow starts. They don't know about the discipline. They don't know about what kind of feels like a player mutiny starting to develop. It happens quick. Click that like button if you're tuning in, folks. Jets have fired Robert Saleh. We have nearly 3,000 people tuned in right now. If you're not a subscriber to this show, hit that subscribe button. We talk Jets each and every day. My longtime audience can tell you this is the place for daily Jet conversations. Joe B joins us the following morning after every Jet game. Fireman Ed will react to the Saleh news with us on Friday in his weekly spot. This is going to be someday, man. We might set a streaming record for the amount of hours we're going to be live. Matthias says, we ride in a battle with Ulbrich. We're fired up now, Jake. New voice, new hope. I get it. Jay, they're not firing Hackett. Jets are a joke. Talk about accountability. Who gives you the best chance? It's Aaron Rodgers. If he wants Hackett, this is now on him. But I'm telling you, the heat is now leveled on Aaron Rodgers as far as expectations and pressure to deliver now. Now it's on Aaron. He's going to be blamed for this. And I don't think he necessarily said, go fire the guy. But now the heat is on the quarterback to deliver. Cheese man woke up to this. Holy bleep and bleep. Not mad at all. But if we continue to struggle, the media is going to have a field day. Think they should have fired Carter too. Love all of y'all. Let's go Jets. Look, I think right now the New York Jets need to come together and hold each other accountable here. And that includes Carter. That includes Hackett. Like, let's go, man. You're getting a new lease on life for your season. You're in first place if you win Monday night. Now, if I was going to make a coaching change, I would have made a change to the O-line coach too. I would get rid of Hackett. It's not realistic, man. Rodgers will not allow that to happen. But now it's on Aaron Rodgers to play better. We've had Rodgers back. Now he's got to step up and be Aaron Rodgers. They got to obviously protect him better. They need Morgan Moses back in the lineup Monday night. They need their captain, C.J. Mosley, out there on defense, and let's go. Prestige says, remember, Ulbrich was the interim head coach for Atlanta and did a good job. I had forgotten about that. Good point. All right, let's rapid fire through some calls now. I appreciate everyone tuned in. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us right now on the Gusbuster hotline, that's actually working again, is Peter Castro. Peter, Saleh's out. You got your wish.
I'm very happy, Jake. You're going to see a different football team Monday night, a totally different team. All right, they had no discipline, no respect. They took on his personality, and his personality was so droll. That's how they played the game. They started playing like him, and as the game went on, they got a little bit better and better. But they were taking on his personality. He had to go. He was a terrible head coach. He's a nice person and everything else, but he was not a head coach. You're going to see a big difference in this team moving forward. I guarantee it. I don't care whether it's Ulbrich or Middleton. Either one of them is going to make a big difference with this team. They're going to destroy Buffalo Sunday night or whenever that game is. Monday night, isn't it? Or
Monday night.
Monday night. They're going to destroy Buffalo. You watch how they come out. It's a different team. They were coming out flat. They took on his personality. His personality is to stand there and do nothing, and that's what they did until the game went on and on and on. You're going to see a different team. That's all I got to say, Jake. You're going to see it. I love it. I love you. I love your show, and keep up the good work. The Jets are on their way. They finally made the right move.
Peter, great call. Look, I think the thing that Peter said there that is accurate. This team took on the personality of their coach. Saleh's body language. I get it. That won't be the case with Ulbrich. I do think this team will be fired up. And I think when a guy like Quincy talks about what he said after the game, accountability, and that guy has, see, there have been guys on this team that we have high expectations for, and they haven't played to, to use a baseball phrase, the back of their baseball card. Sauce Gardner being the guy I'm thinking about in this analogy. Breece Hall. You know who has, though? Quincy Williams. That guy was first-team All-Pro last year after he got paid. Not before he got paid. After he got paid, he got better. And he has raised his game, I think, to another level this year. He's been so good. You know who's stepping up this year? DJ Reed. These guys are dogs, man, and they're tired of it. And I think Rodgers recognized that, too, with some of his comments. It's time to go, man. I'm being told Aaron Rodgers' appearance on McAfee has been pushed to tomorrow, which makes sense. You don't want him commenting on things when things aren't official yet. Also, I say this with all due respect to my friends. Do not text me when I'm live on the air. How do I feel about the Jets firing Robert Saleh? Tune into this mother effing show if you want my thoughts. Respectfully, of course. This is almost as bad as having a Sunday wedding in the middle of NFL season. God. How do I feel about Saleh firing the coach? I don't know. There's 3,000 people watching the show right now. They maybe have an answer how I feel about it. Says, Tua out, half the Bills team injured, Patriots terrible. If you want to win the division, it's now or never. Go all in. We won't have an easier opportunity. Look, this is only the first big bomb that needs to drop today. The second bomb is Devontae Adams needs to be a Jet. Devontae Adams needs to be a Jet. We're all in. Get it done. Woody, you did the first right thing here. I didn't think you'd do it. Now you got to win on Monday, but do that with Devontae Adams in the lineup here. This is truly unreal, man. Wow. Ron, super chat, cuts the line. Jake, Saleh's lack of fire on the sideline during games cost him. He never gave the refs shit for bad calls. That's not actually true. We've seen him do that, but I think his sideline demeanor did hurt him. I do agree with that. More of your calls right now. Let's go to, on the Gusbuster hotline, Kyle Clifton. Kyle, what do you got for us?
How you doing, Jake? So the Jets could have their own Hall of Fame with nice guys, terrible head coaches. You'd have Rich Kotite's bust right there, and you could have Bowles bust over there, and now Robert Saleh joins them. I was never really a fan since the Detroit game 2 years ago. I wish him the best of luck. Nice fella. Let's move on with Ulbrich. When you saw that two team leaders on either side of the ball with Rodgers and Quincy Williams were talking about accountability 2 weeks in a row, that's never a good sign. So hopefully, some of that will come from Ulbrich. But now the pressure totally goes on Rodgers and on Douglas. I am a huge, huge Douglas booster. I think that the level of team talent is huge compared to what it was when he first got here. It's greatly increased. I think some of the stuff that he gets demonized for with Son Reddick, I think that was a calculated risk. I think bringing in Saleh was one of the top candidates in the class. I think that as we were pivoting from the old model in which everyone reported up to the Johnsons, we weren't completely transitioned from that. They were sitting in on those meetings. He was giving his opinion. I would love to see if he was able to have the ability to hire a head coach of his own, but he's not going to get that chance unless we're able to win this year. He's going to be out unless he can deliver a playoff appearance to us.
Yeah. Get Devontae, Kyle. Get Devontae.
I think Devontae's in the cards. I think Devontae's definitely in the cards.
I think it's a done deal. I think he will be a Jet. It's just a matter of when this is going to be official.
And the other thing is, there's rumors out there about Atlanta possibly being interested in Reddick. Can you pivot and get something for him that you can maybe turn and spin for Devontae, or recoup some of the picks that you would give up to get Devontae? That's something he did with Elijah Moore. Elijah Moore was a very talented player. They realized it wasn't working out because he was a head case. They were able to spin and get something out of him. He knows when to move off the players. That's part of what I love about him. Let's go Jets. I'll talk to you soon.
Hey, let's go Jets. I mean, look, this is now or never, this move. This is the all-in move, right? All-in move. Monty writes in, Saleh wasn't a top candidate. None of the experienced top candidates wanted this job because we fire everyone. That is total BS. That is total BS. Let's not do revisionist history here. Robert Saleh was the top candidate during the hiring cycle. He obviously was not a good head coach. But let's not act like it was some sort of mistake to not hire him. He was the guy most of this fan base wanted. How do I know? I was doing the show then. That's when the show started in January of 21. Let me raise my volume up a little. I'm seeing some people say I'm a little too low. Hopefully, it's a little better now. I just adjusted. We're having some tech issues because StreamYard crashed with 3,000 people watching live. But this is stupid. All right? Saleh was the top guy. Remember he left the building and people were freaking out that the Eagles were going to hire him or he's going to go to Detroit and be the Lions coach where he's from? Don't give me this revisionist history. He ultimately was not the right head coach, but he was the top candidate. They paid him top dollar. It unfortunately did not work. You're going to stupid town.
What did I do? Huh? What did I do?
Also, volume's still low. God, man. On the biggest day for this show, I'm having tech issues. Please, everybody stand by. I'm going to handle this, Gator. Don't touch a thing. I'm going to restart real quick while I play the restart, though. All right? I'm going to give you guys more on why I believe Robert Saleh was fired. Plays like this.
This is a problem for the Jets right now. The run game is almost non-existent. This is a basic inside zone play. All right? You got a six-man front right here. You should be pushing right here. Tippmann and Simpson right here to Ivan Pace. Tyron Smith is going out here on Jonathan Greenard. All right? There it is. Like, they're blocking it wrong. And so Ivan Pace comes free. All right? So whatever's happening up front, all right, it's not being communicated properly. This is not a difficult play at all. Like, these two are pushing up to Cashman. All right? Olivier Tucker, Scott Phillips. You'd be pushing right here to Ivan Pace, number 0. That's what you should be doing. But when you don't, Ivan Pace comes free. And this is the reaction to Aaron. Aaron's looking at this going, I mean, his reaction says it all. And it says everything about the run game right now. What are we doing? And I don't blame them. What are they doing? It's a problem.
It is a problem. So was my microphone. Hopefully it's a lot louder right now. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Let me know in the chat if everything is okay. Let's get to more of your calls right now. Let's say hello to Tristan Oliver. Hey, Tristan, what do you got for us?
Hey, what's up, Jake? I am sad about Saleh going just because I feel like he was a good guy, yada, yada, yada. I know nobody cares about that. But the reason why he's fired is because he doesn't have the balls to fire the right people. Keith Carter should be gone. That play that you just posted, that's actually... If it's the same play that I think it should be, that should be Tyron Smith going up to Pace. And then Tippmann should not have his head across the nose tackle. He should have his eyes up there on 51 because of the direction that the play was going. So that's on Tyron Smith, that play, that ball he broke down. Yeah, I don't know where we go from here. I think that, honestly, Keith Carter is the worst coach on this staff. If you look at where we spent our money off this offseason, that should have been the most improved group. And I don't care about the first 3 games. We didn't play that good of a defensive lines.
Well, they haven't
compared to San Francisco.
And they haven't run block all year, to your point. Like,
right.
Breece Hall taking a significant step back to this point is alarming now 5 games in.
It's not Breece. It's not Allen. You see Allen can run the ball. You see Breece can run the ball when the defense makes mistakes, not when the offensive line is intelligent enough to block the right people. So that's my biggest take. I've wanted Keith Carter off of this team. And guess what? What did we ask Robert Saleh to do? Fire Keith Carter, fire Keith Carter. And you know, he got on the stand. He goes, you know what, guys, like, Keith's a great coach. This is my guy. I picked him over from Tennessee, and I just don't feel like that's the right decision right now. Because he doesn't have the balls to fire the people who need to be fired is the reason why he's losing his job. And maybe Nathaniel Hackett could call an offense if we could gain 3 to 4 yards on first down. I'm not defending Nathaniel Hackett. I don't like him. I'm just saying it starts with Keith Carter. He has to go.
Well, ultimately, to your point, Tristan, great call. The players got to play better, right? You could do this to spark the team, but now, it's on the quarterback. It's on Breece Hall. It's on the offensive line. Like, these guys got to play better. Better. It's enough. Hit the like button if you're just tuning in. Comments, questions, super chats. We'll cut the line. Jets have fired Robert Saleh. Intern head coach Jeff Ulbrich will take over for the rest of the season. Woody Johnson put out a statement this morning. I informed Robert Saleh that he will no longer serve as the coach of the Jets. I thanked him for his hard work these past 3.5 years and wished him and his family well moving forward. This was not an easy decision, but we are not where we should be given our expectations, and I believe now is the best time for us to move in a different direction. Jeff Ulbrich will serve as our intern head coach for the remainder of the season. He is tough. He is a coach who has respect of the coaches and players on the team. I believe he, along with the coaches on the staff, can get the most out of our talented team and obtain the goals we established this offseason. Jay Glazer tweeted, just talked to Robert Saleh, who said he was blindsided by Woody Johnson walking to his office and letting him go. Certainly disappointed he wasn't going to be given the opportunity to get things going with what he said is a very good roster. Unreal. Unreal. Still blown away by this. More of your calls here. Let's hear from Jet fans. The show is for the fans, by the fans, as my guy CP the Franchise would say about his Knicks channel. Let's say hello to Indomitable. He's next. Indomitable, what do you got?
Jake, what's going on, man?
Oh, nothing. The Jets just did something that is one of the more shocking things we've seen in the history of being a fan of this team.
It's never a quiet day. Thank you for the work you do. We love you, bro. We love you. Let me tell you 2 quick points, man. For those, like you always say, let's stop with the revisionist history. I mean, Rex Ryan was 46-50 for us, and he inherited Mangini rosters, and when all the players left in the exodus, he was just a pedestrian coach. I mean, asking for Rex Ryan is like the Giants fan base asking for Bill Parcells. So it's about to be 2025 next year. When we hired Rex Ryan, to put it in context, my oldest daughter, she was about to start daycare. She's heading off to college next year. So the NFL is a year-to-year league. It has evolved. So I don't see a way that we need to bring Rex Ryan. Second of all, for the past 2 weeks on the show, I've been calling, sending the super chats, and I've been one of the most insistent callers in the sense that the problem has been coaching. FDR used to say that the job of a president is to set the tone of the nation, and I think the job of a coach is to set the tone of the team. Robert Saleh, his demeanor, I mean, I know you were in London, but at the halftime interview, he said, oh, we're going to be good, we're going to be good, bro. We're down 17-0. I had a brunch on Sunday, almost have indigestion watching this guy on the sideline with his face worried like he left the stove on at his house. Like, I think that the main thing that I can take away from having Ulbrich is that he's going to set a different tone on the squad, like on the demeanor, on the action of the squad. We just hope that the execution performs proper as well. But I think it's the good move. I thought it was going to be done if we went 2-5 with 3 losses in a row, 3 losses in a row. But I didn't think it's going to happen this quick. But I'm happy with it because Saleh wasn't setting a good tone. He wasn't holding anybody accountable. And I think the team needs to go in another direction. Thank you, Jake. Love you, bro.
Hey, Don, well, I appreciate the call, man. Look, they're certainly making that move to try and spark this team. I mean, I do think Saleh's demeanor on the sideline, the energy he gives off, I think it did rub off on this team these last 2 weeks. I do. And I think the comments that Rodgers made about holding guys accountable after the Denver game, I think the comments that Quincy said were really eye-opening. I think these guys were just there enough, man. Let's keep rolling. Calls. Keep them coming. Rob the Jet fan, you're next. Saleh out, Ulbrich in. Your thoughts?
Done one game early for me.
I mean, I think it would have been better, like you said also, Jake, if they waited at least until Buffalo game. I would have been a little bit better there. But you know what? I'm okay with it. You know what? In the grand scheme of things, it came one game early, who knows if he would have beat Buffalo. I know they usually beat Buffalo. They usually play well against Buffalo. But let me ask you a question. What happens if the same status quo and they lose to Buffalo? Now you're looking at 2-4. Let's not get behind 2 games like that when the division is very vulnerable this year. And you know what, Jake? When Quincy is saying stuff like that about holding people accountable, it's got to mean something's going on in the organization, and I mean with the coaches. I think even he's teed off like, hey, Saleh, why aren't you reacting a little bit more harshly to the way people are playing and what's going on? And for Quincy to speak out like that, something is wrong internally. It had to be. I think that really set it off. And then the thing with the cadence thing. Come on, Robert, please. You know any better? You're sitting there and you're basically taking a pot shot at your quarterback who gave up $35 million to bring in talent, which, you know what? J.D. Butterby also on the hot seat. I'm sick of everyone saying, okay, we'll roll it with Ulbrich next year, and JD saved his job.
No,
Bullshit.
Rob, he is on the hot seat. That's why this happened.
I hope so, Jake.
You heard Joe Douglas say this team is too talented to be where they're at. They got to win now. Who hired the coach? Who picked Zach Wilson? Like, Joe Douglas is in the 6th year of his contract. He's had 5 full off seasons, 5 drafts, 5 free. He is on the hot seat. This team needs to make the playoffs for Joe Douglas to be back next year. And I think they probably got to win a playoff game. And for Joe Douglas to definitely be back. He is on the hot seat. That's why you do this now, because you recognize, to your point, the division's not any good. You're playing for first place on Monday. You got an extra day to get ready. So today's the holy shit, this happened moment. Get everyone on the same page when they come in tomorrow to start game planning for Buffalo. This team is all in. Devontae Adams better be in the building tomorrow.
Yeah. None of this crap. Stop this shit that you want to save this or save that. Your ass is on the line right now, JD. Go out and get Devontae. You effed up the situation with Reddick, okay? You effed that up. So you know what? Know that, you know what? Your job is on the line right now. Go out and get Devontae. We need that extra piece. We need it in the worst way, Jake. Because let's be honest, if we had Devontae, not that they were shopping him around before, but if we had Devontae prior to those 2 last games, we win both of those games. I don't give a crap what anyone says. Because you know what? That dunderhead Lazard, he does nothing but catch a pass and then drop 2. You know what? Devontae wouldn't have dropped all those passes, and we would have won that game. And Aaron wouldn't have thrown 3 interceptions where he felt like he had to force shit, So you know what? I think JD too, yes, his ass has got to be on the line right here. Go out and get Devontae Adams. Let's start fresh. I would have gave Saleh one more game. I will say that, but you know what? What's done is done. I'm okay with it. I feel a little bit inspired, but you know what? Keith Carter, come on. This guy's got to be on the chopping block with Saleh.
Well, let me say this,
Rob. You saw
Rob.
what ball he showed.
Yes. Let me say this. Good call, Rob. I did see a report here that it is unclear if there's other changes coming. I don't think they know just yet. The sources who will give stuff to the beat or the national reporters, they don't know yet. I think the only people that know are the Johnson brothers and Jeff Ulbrich right now, what the staff is going to look like. I seriously believe there's something to that. Unreal, man. Unreal. More of your calls. Alec is next. Hey, Alec, you're on the Gusbuster hotline. Robert Saleh out. Jeff Ulbrich in. 3,000 plus watching live as we react in real time. What's up, Alec?
Hey, Jake. Appreciate you having me on, man. And appreciate you taking the time today to set up the call. Obviously, seeing Saleh go is an interesting one. I think there's a couple other coaches that got a role and some options out there that I really do think the Jets fans should be looking at and the organization should be looking at, like an Aubrey Pleasant or a Liam Cohn or Jared Johnson or Ben Johnson, especially out in the Lions. I'd take that offense in a heartbeat. But everybody's hit it hard. Keith Carter's got to go. I'd love to see a guy like Sharon Moore or Stacey Sherrills out of Georgia, like bring up some guys from these collegiate ranks, bring in new offensive minds, bring in new play calling, get some more motion in this offense, get some activity there, make it so it's a little bit more disguised, and build out the plan from the trenches out. If we're able to do that, I think we can resurrect a little bit of Rodgers. I'm not like every other Jet fan. I'm not giving him a pass. It's just not going to happen. He's thrown 39 bad balls, which is the second worst in the league. He's had 11 drops, and we can put those on the 3 on Wilson and the 3 on Lazard all we want, but there's been 39 bad balls out of Rodgers, and that's leading the league by far.
Where did you see that stat? I did not see that.
He's that you can find that one on Fantasy Pros. He's the leading guy for poor passes. He's the second leading guy. He's right below Caleb Williams by 1 pass. Caleb's thrown 1 worse ball than him.
I don't know, man. He had a bad game on Sunday. I don't think I mean some of these quote unquote bad passes are probably him and Garrett not on the same page, and it's a bad throw because it's not where Garrett's supposed to be or vice versa. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
My eye test tells me that while Aaron Rodgers is not an MVP level quarterback right now, he still is more than capable with this team to lead this team to the playoffs. I know what bad quarterback play looks like. I'm not buying it with Rodgers. He might have been bad on Sunday, but as you said, Alan Lazard having all those drops. If you tell me it's Devontae Adams being thrown to there, they win that game. They're at least 3-2 right now. And with the AFC being what it is, if they protect Aaron, I still think he could go out there and play well. I mean, we're 2 games removed from him giving you one of the best performances by a Jet quarterback in the history of the franchise on Thursday night. So I think we got to calm down a little bit.
Absolutely. Last thing before I get on out of here, we've given him 2.3 seconds in the pocket. It's 21st in the league. If we give him some time, we got a chance here, guys. We can hit some home runs. We got talent. We've got enough skill players. Go Jets. We're winning some fucking games, boys.
Let's go. I mean, you got to win. It's time to win. We deserve to win. I'm sick and tired of the bullshit. I speak for every Jet fan. We are sick and tired of losing. When do we get the win? It should be now. This team is too good to be 2-3. I commend Woody Johnson for showing some balls. It's now or never. Rodgers has to play better. We all understand that. But you know what? He takes ownership for his mistakes, unlike the head coach. He wanted to be a Jet. He took a $35 million pay cut to help this team. They got the players. They should add Devontae to it, but they got a team that should be better than 2-3. It is time to win. No excuses. I want to give a big shout out to the Patreon audience. I'd imagine the Jake Asman Discord chat is off the charts right now. I'll be posting in that throughout the day as well. We're going to be live basically 24 hours, which it's going to feel like today, waiting on Devontae news, waiting for news on Ulbrich. This is crazy. Patreon.com/Jake Asman Show. If you want to get in the Discord, you also get 15% off every merch item. Shows not released on YouTube. Thank you to Lucas and Jay and Todd for being our 3 most recent Patreon subscribers. Go to patreon.com/Jake Asman Show. More of your calls right now. Frankie in Connecticut, you're next. What's up, Frankie?
How you doing, Jake? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Pretty much all I got to say here is I feel like this Jets organization has been very the opposite of proactive, very reactive. If they're going to do this, they should. We knew since we started this season that he was the problem, that we were going to win despite Saleh. It should have been done way sooner. Now that it is, that just shows this is a defining moment for the season. Either we're going to be a joke to everybody and they're going to laugh at us, or we use it to catalyze us and go forward and win some freaking football games for once. And
we saw it last year, right? Antonio Pierce got that team from, I forget where they started, but they finished with 8 wins, more than the Jets. And we saw a couple of years ago, Gruden got fired in Vegas, and they went to Rich Bisaccia, their special teams coordinator, and they went to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that could happen with us. Hopefully we don't fizzle like the Raiders did, and which is leading now to Devontae probably coming to us. But yeah, the team needs to just lock in, talk to each other, communicate better, and hopefully Ulbrich has got some fire in him, got some gusto, and pushes us to finally get on the same page, beat the Bills like we're used to doing, and keep winning games. I mean, we got the Steelers after that. Yeah, it's going to be at Steelers, right? But that's a win we could have, and the teams we play after that just lighten up. It's a lot easier towards the end of this schedule where we could finish 7-1. We could, if we are together, we could finish 6-1 at the end of the season with those last 7 games. They are not hard games to win.
No, Frankie, they got to win them, man. Great call. I mean, that you make this move now because you obviously believe you got the team. I think they do have the team. They didn't have the coach. And as much as I like Robert Saleh personally and wanted him to do well and rooted for his success as a Jet fan, the last 2 weeks have been alarming. They have been. I gave him a pass for week 1, but that was bad too. You win week 2, you gut it out. Obviously, Will Levis helped you there, but that's the NFL. You took advantage of it, you won. Your showcase game was Thursday night. That should have been the moment it all starts to click. But you lose to Denver at home. And even if they won that game, they were awful. The undisciplined nature of that game, that's a game that could get a coach fired. Then you go to London, you come down 17, come out 17-0 in the first quarter. I mean, I was at this game. I wanted everyone gone there. I mean, I'm someone who tries to not play the fire this game, fire that. I try to be patient. I wanted everyone out then. They made it a game in the second half, but it was too far gone for Woody Johnson, clearly. You can't come out after that Denver game 17-0 in the first quarter. You can't. They didn't have a first down on offense till the second quarter. And I know Saleh's a defensive guy, but the energy of the team, they feed off the head coach. I think one of our callers said that. I forget which one. This team was starting to take on the personality of the coach, the deflated nature on the sidelines, the body language. I don't know if Ulbrich's going to be a good head coach. I do know he's going to bring more fire to that team. That might be what they need because the talent level is good. If we were talking about the talent level being able to overcome Saleh, if Ulbrich can just get the energy level up, they're good enough to win games. They're good enough to beat the Bills on Monday night at home. The Steelers, the Patriots. Those are the next 3 weeks. We'll be doing a watch party at T-Squared Social for the Steeler game and the Patriot game, Jet fans. Stay tuned for the link to RSVP for that one. Dark Knight Steve, all in. No Saleh. Let's go Jets. Let's go Mets. Hey, shout out to Dark Knight Steve in this video right here on NFL Network. Right there in the Rodgers jersey. Love it. Monty writes in, Dan Campbell, Arthur Smith were my favorite head coach picks in 21. They didn't interview with us. Guys, Robert Saleh was considered the top candidate a couple of years ago. We don't need to do the revisionist history. It didn't work out. But there were Jet fans furious when they interviewed him, and then he left and did another interview. I think it was with the Eagles, if I remember. I wanted Doug Peterson during that cycle, by the way. I'm like, this guy won a Super Bowl. Give me an offensive guy with experience. But they hired Saleh. Pooch writes in, intern coach accomplished anything or is it done? I mean, there's examples of this working. Scott, heard the news and flew to this channel as a Texans fan. Can't wait to see Saleh as our new DC. Look, I'll tell you what, Scott. First off, thanks for the super chat. Robert Saleh will have a DC job if he wants one immediately. Maybe a team will add him to his staff in season. I suspect he's going to take some time, be with his family. He's being paid the remainder of his contract, which has another year on it. I suspect what happens here is Robert Saleh will be a DC for maybe the Texans, maybe the Packers, maybe the Niners, maybe the Rams, which would be kind of funny because they have LaFleur right now as their OC. He's going to get a job. He is very well connected around the league, and he is a good defensive coach. Look, some guys are not good head coaches. There's plenty of examples of this. Saleh's a good guy, though. I wish him well. I just hope he doesn't go to Miami. That's the one team I didn't mention until now. Yeah, we don't need him being the Dolphins, DC. Dark Knight Steve, man, just quoted FDR, best listeners ever. We have the best listeners in sports. M. Gelati, I want Belichick. He holds everyone accountable. His record's worse without Brady than Rex Ryan's career record. I don't want to hear it. Belichick is 84-103 without Brady. He's old. Games passed him by. I'm good on Belichick. If you want to go the experience route, give me Mike Vrabel. Or hire an offensive coach for once. Hire Ben Johnson. If we're going to play this game. Hire Clint Kubiak. I want someone with experience, though. But you know what I want more than that? Jeff Ulbrich to be the guy. Because this team is talented, and if he could be the head coach that a lot of Jet fans were concerned he'd be for a different team going into this year, then you know what? That should be the goal for this team. Make the playoffs, man. We deserve it as fans. I'll tell you what. I don't know what we're going to get from the Jets on Monday night, but I promise you MetLife Stadium is going to be ready to go for this Bills game. And if this Jets team could come out fast, they're going to have the crowd around them, man. We're going to do our part as fans, as always. I just got back from London where I met hundreds of listeners to this show who are Jet fans in all parts of Europe. This fan base is ready to win. So was the owner, and I give him credit for doing this. This takes balls. Woody Johnson earned the name Woody Johnson today. Steven says, most Jet thing ever, fire Saleh instead of Hackett, or Saleh and Hackett. Who's the bigger problem? Thanks for the show. Look, I understand the criticisms of Hackett. He's not good. The quarterback wants him. Now it's on the quarterback to deliver. If Aaron Rodgers thinks he can win with Hackett, you have to trust him. Now we got to see the results. Because the next guy who gets the criticism, because I think the fan base overall is very happy. I would say reading through the super chats here, since I've been live now for over 2 hours, first hour was with Benigno in real time reacting to this, so go check it out. I would say that this fan base is happy by this decision. Now it's on Aaron Rodgers to deliver. He was brought here to deliver. This team was a quarterback away. I still maintain that Rodgers, if he can be protected, is more than capable of winning games with this roster. I mean, as bad as they played, they very nearly are 4-1 right now. And I think Woody saw that and said it was time. Steve Asman in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, go to gusbuster.com and support the family business. My dad says when the word accountability was from two captains, that was the red flag. I think Rodgers and Quincy's comments shed a lot of light on the issues this team was having. I agree. Jetaholic, thanks for the super chat. Robert says, why isn't Curley getting playing time? I don't know. That's a disconnect between the coach and the front office because the front office couldn't wait to tell you they had him as their fourth-rated receiver on the board. Joe the Jet. Jake, some other fan bases think we're tanking. Well, those other fan bases are morons. Story Lynn writes in, last thing we need to do is get rid of Hackett, another new offense, blocking, chemistry, timing. Saleh's top mistake was changing the OC. Story Lynn, if he didn't get rid of LaFleur, you wouldn't have Aaron Rodgers right now. LaFleur is way better than Hackett. I want to make this clear. But you couldn't get Rodgers, I don't believe, without Hackett. I know. It is what it is, man. Rodgers has won 2 MVPs with Hackett calling the plays. Adam Gase was with Peyton Manning when he had the greatest single season a quarterback has ever had. All right? You have to defer to your quarterback here. Peyton Manning and the Broncos were 2-3, just like the Jets were in his first year in Denver. It is now or never. The 98 Jets were 2-3 also. They won 12 games. It is now or never. The 2002 Jets, I think with Herm, were 2-5, if I remember correctly. 06, the Jets were 2-3. They were 10-6, made the playoffs. It is now or never. No one should be giving up on this season. This team is too talented for this season to be given up on. It is not over. This team has the players. Now they got to get it done. Joe says, if we win Monday, we'll chant Ulbrich's name. Dude, some of you are going to build him a statue if they win on Monday. Iconicalware says, Monday night, they better come out fired up. Look, if the Jets start flat on Monday, that's probably it for me. I don't think I could do it anymore. I can't live that again. Come out and stick it to the overrated Buffalo Bills because they are an overrated football team. Their quarterback is banged up. I don't know how he's not in concussion protocol. That makes no sense to me. They don't have healthy receivers right now. This defense should be ready to go. And Aaron Rodgers on Monday Night Football in his career has been excellent. Outside of this year, of course. Let's go, man. Dark Knight Steve, unfortunately, the Saleh firing is going to put a premium on Devontae as we are desperate, but who cares? Pay it. Look, I'm with you, man. And I don't think it's going to be like a first-round pick for Devontae. Jet fans, if I say it's a second-round pick, are you going to be that upset? Do you really care? You didn't have a second-round pick this year. You still traded up to the first pick of the third round and took the guy that the Jets wanted in Corley. How's that working out, by the way? But that's my point. You have 2 third-round picks, 2 of them. I don't care about a second-round pick. Get me Davante Adams so I don't have to watch Allen Lazard drop more passes that Davante would be catching. As bad as Aaron was in that first half on Sunday, the pick 6 by Van Ginkel doesn't happen if Lazard catches a pass that hits him in the hands. All right? It takes everyone. It's not just the quarterback right now. But the idea that Davante Adams wouldn't make this team better is bullshit. I'm not saying he fixes everything. They still got an issue with Hackett. We have no idea what Ulbrich is. Rodgers is 40. I get all that. But the idea that Davante Adams would not make you a better football team today than you were yesterday is horseshit if you actually think that. It is time to win. I am sick of it. I just got back from London. I'm tired of going on these trips, meeting the amazing people that support this show, this great fan base, and the best thing I have to say every time when they ask, oh, how was this trip? How was that trip? Everything was great until the game. I'm sick of it. Get Davante Adams. Get him. I don't want to hear it. Woody showed balls today making this move. Pay Adams. Let's go. It should not be about money here. And I don't think it will. I think they are going to get Davante. And they should. James writes in, shocked you're still on, Jake. I was in between training clients when you made the announcement. Appreciate you, man. Look, we had Joe B on live when it happened. Gator, if you could do me a favor, if you're still watching, I'm assuming you are. I tweeted out the clip of Joe B hearing the news. I'd like to replay that for folks tuning in late here. So if you could pull that and upload it, I'll play it. Jetaholic says, Connor Rodgers tweeted that the feeling is Hackett could be on the hot seat too. Thoughts? I mean, yeah, he should be. He should be. Hackett's not good. But Rodgers is sticking his neck out for him. They better win Monday night. Hackett, I think, is the OC Monday. Beyond that, I mean, who knows right now? Ulbrich will have this team hyped up. Steven says, how do you call in? You click the Gusbuster hotline link, but it's probably full because this fan base is the best in sports. I'm going to rapid fire through some more calls, but Super Chats always take a priority. They are the lifeline of the show. You guys support me, so I want to support you. Thank you for tuning in live as we cover one of the craziest days in the history of this franchise. DJ, Super Chat, what type of accountability does Ulbrich bring to the offense? I don't see how he fixes the tight end not being able to block, drops, and bad play calling. I'll tell you what he brings, DJ. He brings energy, man. Maybe if there is a mistake, he would bench Allen Lazard. Maybe if there is poor technique on a play, Will McDonald lines up offsides twice in a game, he would bench him. You know, Bob Knight had a great line back in the day. You know what the best thing to do for accountability? Put a player on the bench. We got to get back to that, man. I think Ulbrich is a former player. He has that old school vibe to him. That's what we're talking about here. Rat Diddy says, love piss Jake. Stash looking tremendous. It was supposed to be a playoff stash for Carlos Rodon last night. Austin Wells and John Birdie. That didn't work. City Burt writes in, what if Davante becomes Kenny Holiday? Kenny Golladay, you mean? No, he's not, because he's still good. And he's playing with Rodgers. If that happens, City Burt, then we might have to fold the franchise. I don't see it happening. And also, it would only be, I believe, a one-year commitment for right now. Maybe Ulbrich's first move is to tell Hackett Brees could catch the ball. Yeah, maybe. You know what? Here's the thing, right? Ulbrich wants to be a head coach. How do we know he doesn't know more about offense than Robert Saleh? Ulbrich played in the league. Let's see what it looks like. I think the biggest thing is body language and energy on the sideline. I think that's the thing where Ulbrich helps the most right away. We don't know what type of coach he is yet, but I think this team will be better ready to come out and start games with him as the coach. Daniel, Super Chat, cuts the line. Rodgers helped Lazard outperform his stats from last year in 5 games. Imagine what he could do with Davante. You make this move now, not after Buffalo. I get it. Look, Rodgers was not good Sunday, but the pick six doesn't happen if Lazard catches the ball or if he catches a touchdown late in this game. Instead of settling for a field goal, they put up 7. The whole game's different. City Bird, if we miss the playoffs, does Douglas go? I believe he does. Alex is next on our Gusbuster hotline. Alex, what do you got for us?
Hey, Jake, man, loving the show today. Listen, I've been a Jets fan over 30 years. I'm flying in from Dallas for Monday's game. I'm pumped. I think Saleh's stubbornness cost him his job. His inability to make the damn changes when they're needed. He drags this shit out too long. Your OC sucks. Put him back as the gold zone OC. Change the play caller. Offensive line coach should have been fired. I think if he made those 2 changes, he still has a job today. But his inability and stubbornness, no, we're going to keep doing shit the same way. That's also why it didn't matter that we had Aaron Rodgers, because our leadership, he does the same shit. He does not change his approach. And it's so damn frustrating to watch that. I'm frustrated with JD. He's been kind of mid as a general manager. We can't forget how many top draft choices this guy has blown. If you hit on half of those, this team is substantially better. The Reddick, that's a fiasco. The fact that Davante is not on this team right now, like, he needs to be looking that Saleh got fired and say, shit, if I don't make this move, I'm next. So kudos to the ownership of making that. But I also believe this had to be done today. All the fans who are saying we should have given him one more game, you can't, because Saleh doesn't make the necessary changes. We come out flat. This had to set the tone now early in the season. We can't lose one or two more games. So, but I appreciate the show, man. Hopefully we got another breaking news with Davante today because we need it.
No question, Alex. I appreciate you. I think the excuse making was too much. I think Saleh's post-game press conferences played a lot in this too, right? I think when he goes up there and says, well, the defense played well. They did their job. I think you got to hold everyone accountable. I think that's what Quincy's talking about. He's like, we could have played better. I think that's part of it too. And I also think the Rodgers stuff from last week, as Joe B talked about when we had him on, that played a role. I think all this is part of it, man. I really do. I think when you look at where the Jets are right now, you make this move now because obviously you think it could spark your team. And you worry about a player mutiny in that locker room if you didn't do this. According to Mike Florio, the Jets are having a team meeting at noon today. So that meeting's happening right now. I mean, the bottom line is this with Saleh, right? Any of us arguing for him, it was simply he's never had a real quarterback. These last 2 weeks, he's had the quarterback, and it's been the same. That's it. Slow starts, no accountability, excuses, questionable in-game decisions, unprepared, with a lot of extra time to prepare. You're unprepared. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. The Jets offense not knowing how to block guys. Maybe accountability is, hey, if Brendan Bates is going to play like this, who exactly, Jet fans? Maybe you take him out of the damn game. Maybe the head coach says, hey, 84 can't be out there. He's a liability. He's more of a liability in run blocking than Ryan Gosling was in pass coverage and Remember the Titans. All right, that's what we were watching here. It's time, man. Hey, I'll tell you what. Jet fans, get ready. I'll tell you what, Monday night is going to be one of the loudest crowds this franchise has ever experienced. And if you're coming to the game, I'd imagine L5 is going to be lit, literally, beforehand.
Let's fucking go! Let's go! J-E-T-S, Jets, Jets, Jets!
This fan base deserves it. Let's go. Beat the Bills. Beat the overrated Josh Allen. Let's go. You make this move because you believe you're going to. Now get it done. Stan in Westport is up next. Stan, great to meet you at the Joe B event a couple weeks ago.
Absolutely, Jake. It was great to meet you. And, I just like to shout out to everybody that you are like really such a great resource for Jets and Jets fans, and your knowledge. You're the best, man. I watched some of these things, and I can tell you, you're like a cut above everybody else out there. So
thank you, Stan. I appreciate that.
And you did a great job from London. Unfortunately, it didn't work. But it's funny. You mentioned your dad. He actually agreed with me in the other chat about Woody's reason, because Woody was ambassador to the UK, right? He got embarrassed. Can you imagine the contingent of guests he had at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium? And these are prominent people. And the way that worked, there was no way this was going to continue. Not with that performance. But, getting back to the team, what's fascinating to me is they really readily, even with some bad play, could be 4-1 right now, which is why I say I had them for 12-5. That was my kind of guesstimate. And I still think that's possible. Some of your other callers, and you mentioned like the kinds of runs they're capable of doing and have been on before. 10-2 is in the cards. When you look at the schedule, top to bottom, this team personnel wise is as good or better than almost everybody on their remaining schedule. So there's no reason that they can't do this and execute, and that's really what I'm saying.
Look, the talent is there, Stan. Like, you're a longtime suffering Jet fan. We know what like bad football teams look like. This team was badly coached. I don't think they're a bad team. I think they have a lot of talent, and I think Woody recognizes that. And I think the players started to have enough. I think there was starting to be some friction in that locker room. Oh boy, here we go again. We have Rodgers back, and it's the same thing. Nothing's changing. So this is gonna jumpstart some things, man. And if they do go 10-2, like you said, I promise you, Jeff Ulbrich's the head coach next year, and he would deserve to be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And why not? He could be. He deserves it. And just to set the record completely straight, I've always had a soft spot for the Jets from the Namath days all the way through. Even though I'm a Giants fan, to be honest, as I said. But here's the thing: I always loved the Jets. I don't dislike the Jets at all. I respected the Jets for years, but also, Dick Kotite and Staten Island and all that. Here's a great example of Saleh and Kotite. They're actually the same. They were both great coordinators and not good coaches. And so now that you've changed, things will get better from here. And I really appreciate everything you do. Nick, Clay, and I are coming to the watch party, by the way, for sure.
Love it. So Joe will be at the one against the Patriots on the 27th. We'll have one the week before for Sunday night against the Steelers. I was going to make those links today to start sharing with people, but wasn't expecting the head coach to be fired here. Crazy. Stan, great call. Appreciate it. Hit the like button if you're tuning in. We're seeking more channel members as well. If you want to be an official Asmaniac, get priority response in the comments, access to all the emojis, bonus shows, and more. Hit that join button and become an official Asmaniac here. Kyle says reinforcements coming. Your Boa, CJ, Fotu, and DA. Look, I think Morgan Moses is a big part of this reinforcement list too. Mention him. I think they miss him at right tackle. Mosley being back, I think, is big too for this defense, especially against Buffalo, right? You want all your best players out there. They've had success against Allen. I wonder how much of that is Mosley getting guys in the right position at times. You want your captain out there. It's one of the biggest games the Jets have played in the regular season in 15 years on Monday. It's first place on the line. You made the shocking coaching decision now. It's time. Fotu, I think, should be back this week. I don't know anything about Yabo. I haven't heard anything. And they better get out Devontae. Vladdy P. Bleep that bald biatch. Let's freaking go. Come on, Ulbrich. Show the haters who you are. Look, with all due respect, man, I like Robert Saleh as a person. I wish him well. But I don't disagree with this move. I didn't think they'd do it. Honestly, if you told me, Jake, could you do it now or wait till after the Bills? I probably would have said now, but I didn't want to say it because I don't like calling for guys to be fired. But this was obviously something they felt like they had to do. I was about as patient as anyone with Zach Wilson. He lost me after the Jaguars game in 2022. Everyone remembers that postgame show from my car where I'm soaking wet after that disaster. This is shocking. I started to lose my faith in Saleh after the Denver game. You go back and watch that postgame show. And then being in that building Monday, I guess Woody had the same feeling I had in that first quarter. I wanted everyone gone. I said to Alexis, my friend next to me. I said to Anthony, who I met at the game and was sitting right next to me. I said to Larry, who's a big Asmaniac, loves the show. I mean, we wanted everyone gone. It was unacceptable. And Woody agreed. Saleh's out. And Douglas is next if they don't turn it around. It's now or never. R2 says Saleh was escorted out by security. I don't know if that's true. Was it? Where'd you see that? I mean, this is stunning, man. Hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We're the channel for all Jet fans each and every day. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier on the show, we were joined by Joe Benigno. Joe joins us every Monday after a Jet game at 10 a.m. I was traveling back from London yesterday, so Joe was nice enough to come on Tuesday this week. We'll come on Tuesday next week because the Jets are playing Monday Night Football. I did not expect live on the air for this to happen when Joe B joined the show for the first hour of the stream. Joe, I am not messing with you with what I'm about to say. Adam Schefter is reporting the Jets have just fired Robert Saleh.
Wow!
Wow. Are you serious?
I swear to you, I am seeing it all over now. I don't know who the interim head coach is yet, but holy crap, Robert Saleh has been fired.
Well,
Costello just confirmed it. It is a done deal. Robert Saleh is out with a 2-3 record. You were right about Woody not standing for this team not winning with the talent they have, and it didn't need to go to 2-4. 2-3. Robert Saleh is out. I'm going to keep checking, Joe, in real time to see who interim head coach is. But your initial reaction to this, Joe, I mean, this is stunning.
Again, I'm not that shocked. I mean, I thought he'd get this game. I got honestly, I knew he was in trouble because, like I said, Woody isn't going to. He's not look. Who knows how long we have Aaron Rodgers for? This is a win now team. This is a team that's got to win now. There is no tomorrow. There's no, we have another bad year this year. Where are we? We don't have a quarterback if Rodgers is done. Who's our quarterback going forward? I mean, we could go on and on. I'm stunned by the fact that it happens today and not after a loss to Buffalo, but I'm not shy. You knew this was coming. I a lot of people, even, Evan and Tiki yesterday, well, this doesn't really happen during the year. No, this is a different set of circumstances now. The guy's 20 and 36, and I'm not surprised he's gone.
Here's the thing, right? Woody's never done this in season before. He's also never had a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers, and he's never had a window like the Jets have right now with this team. And remember, this could have happened in 08 with Favre. The difference was the Jets started 8-3 that year. Then it went to shit because Favre played through that injury that he didn't tell anyone about, the bicep strain. But this is a forever moment in the history of the Jake Asman Show. There's no doubt. Peter Schrager, longtime NFL Network analyst and reporter. Here's Peter weighing in on Saleh.
What's up, everybody? Peter Schrager here in New York. Just got done with Good Morning Football. I want to give some additional color on the Jets' firing of Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh came to work today thinking he was preparing for the Buffalo Bills. He was given no indication that he was losing his job. Showed up, was told to sit in a meeting with Christopher Johnson and Woody Johnson, and I believe some others. Gets in the room, not Joe Douglas, I don't think, in that room. And he was told that he is out of work. And Jeff Ulbrich is being elevated to head coach. Ulbrich, a respected defensive coach, so respected that the Niners even inquired about having him come over to San Francisco after they made their change of defensive coordinator, but he didn't entertain it. He said he's sticking with the Jets. He'll now be the head coach. Really respect the guy, and obviously we can do the whole Ulbrich thing, but I think before we go there, just some facts here. Told Rodgers did not have a significant role in the firing of Robert Saleh, which a lot of people have already indicated online. Hackett does keep his job as offensive coordinator. Todd Downing keeps his job in that offensive room. Joe Douglas keeps his job. It is Saleh who is going to take the pain here after a 2-3 start and two really rough losses. Against the Broncos at home in the rain, and then in London where they got off to such a slow start. We'll have more news as it comes. Trying to think if there's anything else that I would like to add to the situation. They got Monday night against the Bills, and it's a huge game. And instead of waiting to see what happens if they lose that game, they rip the Band-Aid off now. Saleh gone after just 5 games. All right, never a dull moment here in New York.
Unbelievable. The slow start after the debacle against Denver killed Robert Saleh. That's what happened. That was too much to take. In that cut there, you hear Hackett has his job. You hear Rodgers wasn't heavily involved in this, but here's the thing. Rodgers could have stopped it, I'd imagine. And he didn't. So Rodgers is doing what's best for the football team right now. But at the same time, what's best is also probably not having Nathaniel Hackett be the play caller. So now this is on Aaron Rodgers. He has to play well. He wanted New York, you're getting New York. You wanted the Jets, you want to fix our woebegone franchise that has arguably the best fans in sports, we're going to have your back Monday night. This team's got to play well now. They got to win. It's crazy. If Greg Zuerlein hits a kick in the rain and Rodgers hits Garrett Wilson at the end of this game on Sunday, they're 4-1 right now. That's the NFL. Look how quickly the narrative could change. They got to win Monday. Nothing else matters till they do. Spacecaster says, 1 by 1 until people realize Rodgers is the blame. I mean, why are we blaming Rodgers here? We saw Robert Saleh have 3 years of a head coach. He got this year, and nothing really changed. The defense remained good. He deserves credit for that. He hired Ulbrich and the staff. But the clock management issues persisted. The penalty issue persisted. The Jets lead the NFL in penalties, or at least they did going into that game on Sunday. The slow starts continued. Lack of accountability continued. I'm sorry. Aaron Rodgers deserves blame if he doesn't play well. He didn't play well on Sunday. Criticize him for that. Why are we criticizing Rodgers for this? He didn't get Robert Saleh fired. Now they got to win. City Burt writes in, Saleh won 7 with Zach Wilson. If we can't win 7, sell the team. I agree. Indomitable writes in, we're tired of losing and being ridiculed as a fan base. This ferocious move will light a spark and bring forth a bright era in Jets history. Hey, this era of Jets football is right now. Let's go. This bright era you speak of, it starts Monday night. Artuous, Jake rocking the stash. Damn right. AD says, Allen's back. Ha! I'll give Allen credit. He did give 10 memberships to celebrate the Saladers, which I found very funny. But I had Joe B on, and it was madness, so I didn't get to truly appreciate it at the time. All right, more of your calls here. Let's try and rapid fire through as many as possible. I appreciate everyone tuning in. If you're new to the show, this is the place for Jets talk year-round, twice a day, Monday through Friday. Weekend shows, post-game shows after every game. Joe B on Mondays, Fireman Ed on Fridays, and many other great guests. The Hamburger's next. He joins us. Hamburger, what do you got?
Hey, oh my, man. I don't even know what to say to that. I really don't. This is so uncharacteristic like of the Jets. I would have never thought that they would do this early in the season. It's just not something that they do. I mean, I like Saleh. I think he's a great person. I really wanted him to succeed because I'm afraid of the end result if we don't. Blowing up this franchise again. It's just, it's always a circus here, man. Always a circus. But listen, your show is great today, man. I appreciate what you guys do. Joe Benigno was great. I'm glad the news got broken to you guys today. I mean, that was amazing. I don't fall into any other show. I don't even follow any other shows. You're really, you guys caught my eye, and I appreciate what you guys do here today. So,
Hamburger, thank you, man.
Yeah. Listen, man, I am now pumped up for Monday night. I am pumped up. Woo, man. I mean, I can't even explain. Hopefully this charges the team. Hopefully on my birthday we go in there first place. I just got to look at it positive. We are a circus. Everybody's going to talk about it, but it is what it is. We're Jets fans. We bleed green. We're used to it. We're rugged. We deal with it. So, in honor of the Jets going Monday night, I think today we just go a little extra special for what we got coming this Monday night. To all the non-believers in the house, this franchise, us fans, we bleed green. Monday night, Buffalo Bills, baby. Buffalo Bills, we're coming for you. On the count of 3, let me get you. 1, 2, 3. J-E-T-S. Jets. Let's go, baby. Thank you, Jake. Fans, see you guys later, man.
The Hamburger. Wow. Unreal. Look, let's go, man. Saleh was not the guy. We learned it. You got to get a win. Win Monday, man. People could clown the Jets all they want for this. They don't know the story. Saleh had his chance. You could say they pulled it too soon, but I thought he would get the Buffalo game. I did. I think Woody was really pissed off that this game happened in London. I do think that played a part. He's the former UK ambassador, and he watched the Jets have that type of performance. I mean, they're a game out of first place. Win on Monday, you're in first place. Season starts Monday. Let's go. Mike Jerome says, Leisure talked about the situation. He's spot on. We can't even get this right. We replaced Saleh with a DC when the issue is the OC and the O-line. Offensive numbers are exactly the same through 5 games as last year. Couple things on this. One, the offensive numbers being the same is a bit misleading. The Jets have scored way more touchdowns this year than they did last year. Last year, they scored more defensively and on special teams. That's why they have the same amount of total points scored through 5 games. That number is total points. So Xavier Gibson's touchdown against the Bills last year is factored in that 93 points that they had as a team last year. It's total points. The safeties the Jets had last year, the pick 6 that trying to remember. The what was the play? I guess in Denver, right? The Quincy Williams fumble that was recovered by Eccles, who scored the touchdown. That's factored in. That's 6 more points there. That's what we're talking about. Look, I understand Ledger's perspective here. He played for Robert Saleh with the Niners. He's a Saleh guy. I love Leger. I talk to him all the time. Him and I disagree, though, on Saleh. When we were texting after the Broncos game, he chalked it up and said, it's a bad game. Guys got to get on the same page. They'll come out and beat the Vikings. And they didn't. So you could say maybe they should have waited one more game, but I think this team needs a spark. Yeah, obviously the defense is still playing well, but at the end of the day, this team just comes out flat. It doesn't look right. You know what I mean? Like it hasn't looked right these last 2 games. We were out of excuses for the coach. He has the quarterback. You can't be losing 10-9 to Bo Nix. I know it's raining. It's not good enough. Then we make excuses after the game. We blame the weather. And I'm sorry, if I'm the owner of the team and I look at these post-game press conferences, I want some more anger from my head coach. The players are giving you anger. I want that from the head coach. Say, today is not acceptable. We need to be better. I don't want to hear the defense played well. The defense did play well. But you could say, you know what? It wasn't good enough. We needed to hold them on the last drive to 0 points, not let them get a field goal. So we need 6 instead of 3 to tie. It's time, man. People who don't watch the Jets every game, they're going to look and say, well, Hackett sucks. The offense isn't playing well. Defense has been good. Why are you firing the defensive head coach? I get that perspective. But you can't tell me, if you're a real Jet fan, which the 3,000 of you watching live right now, I know you are, you can't tell me that you felt good about this head coach being the guy to lead this team. You can't. Yeah, I wanted to be as patient as you could with Saleh. But the best thing I could say about him going into this year was it was incomplete. At least he's an expert on his side of the ball. Ultimately, that's proven this year to not be enough. Because you can't lose 10-9 to Bo Nix at home. You can't come out and be down 17-0 to Sam Darnold in London. You can't. I don't care if the Vikings are undefeated. It hasn't looked right. You have to watch the games to see it. I give credit to this owner for actually making the move here. I thought this would happen if they lost to the Bills. I said it yesterday. I said it 2 days ago. It happened now. Henny, how does the offense get better? Because they come out faster. Guys out physical people now. They hit their blocks. They understand. They play with more energy, man. Knowing that, hey, Ulbrich's going to bench you if you're not. I believe that. Doesn't fix everything, but I think this team was starting to take on the energy level of their coach. I believe that. I think Saleh's demeanor on the side, it was becoming a problem. I didn't want to necessarily subscribe to that, but when you have Aaron Rodgers, and I'm still watching games I saw with Zach Wilson or Tim Boyle at quarterback, you have to do something. And it's not all Saleh's fault, but you make this move now before you're 2-5, and it doesn't matter at that point anyway. Corey's an officialized maniac. Thank you, Corey, for signing up. Derek writes in, us fans were all tired of hearing Saleh at the press conferences, so I can only imagine how the locker room felt. This was the right decision. I truly believe Quincy Williams' comments were eye-opening after the game. All right, more of your calls right now. Keep the super chats coming. You guys have been great today. I'm truly grateful for the support this fan base gives this channel. Richard's up next. Hey, Richard.
Jake, first of all, I want to cheer Woody Johnson. And there you go. And then I want to, excuse me, talk about the fact that JD drafts 2 running backs, and then we see nothing, and we have a stud running back as it is. He gives Aaron Rodgers a backfield. You're not supposed to throw 54 times in a game. We're supposed to be running for first downs. And that didn't happen. None of that's happening. That falls on Saleh. I mean, he's got to have a piece of the offense, as a head coach. I think Ulbrich is going to do that. Ulbrich is going to be in there, and he's going to talk about, let's get a run game going. We have a 40-year-old quarterback. Let's not have his arm throw his arm off before the season's out. He needs protection. He needs to breathe out there and let him do. We all talk about, we just need an average. We just need an average Aaron Rodgers. And an average with a run game is what'll do that. And there's no run game. We can't run off tackle. We ran off tackle on Sunday. We ran off of a Tyron, and we got 7 yards. They never did it again.
Yeah, Richard, look, I appreciate the call, man. This team had a coaching issue, and people could say, how does Saleh, Saleh's not involved in the offense. I think when you're the head coach, an example I'll give is the Denver game. You're on the goal line with Braylon Allen. You go to Nathaniel Hackett, and you say, I don't care what play you have called. Give the ball to Braylon Allen. How are we at the goal line for 3 plays and we don't run the ball with our 245-pound Herculean running back? That to me is where the head coach can have involvement. If Rex Ryan was the coach, you know what would have happened? The Jets would have ran the ball with Braylon Allen there. They would have gotten cute with a BS play action to Solomon Thomas. So you could say Hackett's bad. Yes, he is bad. That's where you need your head coach to step in and get the right personnel on the field. Look, this might not work, but I don't see how this makes it worse for the Jets. They didn't get worse today by getting rid of Robert Saleh. I don't think there's going to be that much of a regression for the defense here. I don't. If anything, this could provide the spark that happened for the Raiders last year with Pierce, the spark that happened a couple of years back when Gruden got fired and Bisaccia was promoted. They have to win, man. This is an all-in type move. So would be getting Devontae Adams, which this stream might end when they trade for Devontae, so we can start a new stream and react to that. This is truly remarkable. Nate says, I don't have a membership. Bummer. Nate, let's get you a membership. Someone give Nate a membership. Aaron says, he reminds me of Mike Martz. Do you remember him? Saleh does? I don't know about that. Bijan checks in. Dinah Rossini saying Hackett is staying. This is Rodgers. If he wants to run a vanilla offense, giving away tendencies, he's better making his throws. Look, Aaron Rodgers has to play well now. It is on him. Saleh's gone. He's on board with Ulbrich. Trust me, I know that for a fact. They now need to win. They got no excuse. They got to win on Monday night. End this losing streak, and you're in first place. Monday's the biggest game this franchise has played since when? I'd argue it's the biggest game this franchise has played since 2015 against the Patriots at MetLife, as far as big as home games go. Okay, we probably would say something similar about the Pats game Thursday night a few weeks ago, but looking back on it now, with a new coach coming in, making his debut in primetime, time to win. Jack says, I applied for the head coaching job, worth a shot. Would you run the ball with Braylon Allen at the goal line? Ladies and gentlemen, more of your calls right now. A lot of people want in on the conversation. Earlier in the show, we saw something that has not happened on this channel in a very, very long time. There's a guy out there. Some might call him a scoundrel. Some might call him a fraud. I would probably call him both. But he did give 10 channel memberships. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Alan.
Warning, warning, Alan alert. Shit's about to get ugly, folks. Warning, Alan alert. Hide the children.
Hello, Alan.
Jacoby Asman. Every game you go to, they keep on losing, whether it's the Jets or the Yankees. So please stay home.
Hey, the Jets' best win they had all year was on Thursday Night Football, and I was there. I'm not all bad.
Today is a day I wish I had one of Neil's cigars. It's a glorious day to JJ, to Peter Castro, to Jake Klein, and all those Saleh haters. It is a day I am proud to be a Jet fan. And I credit 3 people. Our pseudo GM, Aaron Rodgers, because you know his fingerprints were all over this one. Our owner, Woody Johnson. And his future boss, Donald John Trump. Because once Robert Saleh wore that shirt, Donald John Trump called his future employee and said, "You're fired!" And that's exactly what he did. Today is a brilliant day for the Jet organization. I am so proud of them. This guy was a clown for years. I got all the hate. You're just a fraud. You said it plenty of times, Jake. I know that.
Well, I still think you're a fraud, yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You ultimately were right about Robert Saleh. There's no doubt, but I still think you're a fraud.
I'm right on many things, but this is number one, okay? He is not a head coach. He never will be a head coach. He will never be a head coach again. If I was him, and I will give him a piece of advice today, okay?
I'm sure he's listening.
Follow the Steve Spagnuolo route the next 20 years. Be a DC, be a star DC for the next 20 years, and everything will be great. That's all he was ever meant to be. He was never meant to be a coach. He's not a head coach. He can't head coach. This is a great day for the Jets. And it was funny when Rob said you should have waited to the Buffalo game. Again, Rob proves that he's a clown because that's a clown comment. Should have been fired. Should have never been brought back. That's where I blame JD.
I have no problem with the move, but I'll defend Rob. I can understand letting Saleh coach the Bills game. It's a Monday night. You beat them last year. You beat them the year before with Zach Wilson. You're 2-3. You're a game out of first place. I thought if they lost and fell to 2-4, this was going to happen. I said it yesterday on the show and the day before. So I don't think it's a crazy opinion to say, hey, Saleh, you're going to get this game, but what he had enough. I don't know if the Lebanese flag he was wearing, though. I disagree with you, and Joe B said that too. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, though. I also don't want to speculate on that and go there. I don't want to get politics involved with this.
Okay.
It's not that type of show. But from a coaching standpoint, he did not do enough this year for me to sit here and say, how dare they do this move? I was willing to give him the Bills game, but I'm also not going to sit here and be outraged that this happened. We've watched what has occurred this season.
But what I found funny is Josh Allen coming off a 9-for-30 game where he has no receivers, and yet coming in today, the Bills were 2.5-point favorites at MetLife. If that's not an indication that the betting odds knew that we had no coach, because there's no reason why the Bills should have been favored in this game. The Jets should beat them by 2 touchdowns based on the talent that both teams have. It's talking about a coach that no one has respect for. And again, when Quincy made those comments on Sunday, that was a direct shot at this coach. I know Connor Rodgers made the comment it was against the defense. I don't buy that one bit. There's no accountability on this team, and I credit Woody Johnson because he saw it. He saw it last week against the Broncos, and he saw it this week against the Vikings. To lose to Bo Nix and Sam Darnold back-to-back weeks, he had to go.
Yeah, look,
and
I don't disagree, but now this is on Aaron Rodgers to play at a high level, and this team's got to show up and not only win Monday night, but they gotta go on a run now. Like, this team needs to be a playoff team. It is all right there in front of them. The season starts Monday night at MetLife.
This went from a 9-8 team to what could be an 11-6 team based on this move.
Wow. So okay, let me ask you this, because you hate Saleh. You're good with Ulbrich being the interim? That would have been your choice?
Absolutely. And for people who say Ben Johnson has never taken this job.
I don't want an offensive guy who's never done it before either. I'd rather go the experience route with a guy like Vrabel, assuming we're going to have Rodgers for another year next season.
And that's where I blame Douglas because he should have read the room this offseason. Vrabel should have been brought in over Saleh. Okay. That's just my thought. I thought Saleh should have been gone.
I get
but
it,
again,
but you knew they were never going to do that, though. That's the bottom line.
But getting Saleh out at this point is a move in the absolute right direction. And for people who say, oh, Saleh was a nice guy, again, nice guys always finish last. And he's not the right head coach. He'll never be the right head coach. He's a defensive coordinator, and that's where it ends. But Jacob, I appreciate it. I appreciate all the fraud comments on every other stream. I do.
By the way, my favorite thing you did was when I do the show on Fridays with Boy Green, and he simulcast it on his channel. And you're such a weasel commenting on his, as if that's not the same thing as watching this show, you clown.
But did you see what I told him afterwards?
No, I did not.
I destroyed the guy. I said, how can you let Jake Asman control your narrative?
Because it's my show. What do you mean?
Hold on. Was I on your stream?
It's a simulcast. You were on both streams.
I
Your
was on
comments
his
came up
stream.
on my end.
Hold on. I was not on your show. I was on his stream.
No. You were on
I
my
was on
show.
his stream.
No, because the StreamYard is connected, so your comments would come up on my end. I just had no control to send you to the realm. Yes.
But again, finally, when you made that comment to Boy Green, and he laid there and he said, you know what? Let me block him. I realized that you must have power on these morons. Okay. Again, Boy Green, I gave him the beat.
Moron. You're such a bad guy. You're a terrible
I gave him the beating afterwards, and you should have heard me today. Okay. I told him today that Saleh should go, and I told him that he was a fraud for blocking me. Okay. But Jake, today is a glorious day for all the Saleh haters. It is a phenomenal day to Dre, to Rob, to Neil, to my bitter enemy, Hennessy Heisman, that absolute joke. Today is the day for me. F all you guys.
Well, Alan, before you go, all right, if you're so happy, I need a real Jet chant because your last one like this was embarrassing.
Jets, Jets. My real Jet chant will come Monday night after a 2-touchdown victory.
You call into the postgame show, and I expect that chant.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alan.
Alan is back? Whoa!
I didn't want to call, but I thought it was necessary today.
I'm more of a comment guy than a call guy. There's a lot of Jet content creators and a lot of regular Jet callers. Chef Kevin, he's a nice guy. He hates 98% of my takes, but that's his prerogative. So yesterday he talked the kumbaya claim that everybody should trust Robert Saleh. Oh, Robert Saleh this and Robert Saleh that. To me, when I watch Robert Saleh, I see a guy who lacks head coaching instincts. Please do not talk to me and other Saleh haters. They are winning games in spite of this coach, okay? The pom-pom Jet fans. I know B-Mac, he's in his own universe. I think he's arguing with himself 90% of the time. I get a lot of the hate throughout a lot of these Jet contents because I speak the truth. This is a loser franchise. I'm sorry to say this to a lot of you pom-pom Jet fans. This team hasn't won shit in my lifetime or in, I'll say 90% of Jet fans who watch these shows lifetime.
I will speak to you in about 2 months.
There's Alan. Wow. He came and he went. I know Jake Asman is definitely going to see that today before his show.
Oh, I saw it. You know what? Alan, you got your wish. This team better win now. This team better win. This quarterback better play better than he did Sunday. This team better come out and be better. Let's go. We have suffered long enough as fans. This team is too good to be 2-3 right now. They're too good. Today's Jake Asman show is presented by Underdog Fantasy. Folks, new customers right now can deposit and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash. If you're a football fan, if you're a baseball fan, start making your picks with Underdog Fantasy. If you've never played before, it is a blast. Underdog is the place for you. Use code Asman when you sign up so you can take advantage of that deposit match. I'm telling you, Underdog is going to be a lot of fun Monday night now with coming up with some picks for Jets and the Bills. So if you're new to the show, why don't you try Underdog? You're going to love it. It's a great, great game. Download the app from your phone and use promo code Asman when you sign up. All right, more of your calls right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Gary mentioned this guy by name. He was on the line. Or excuse me, Alan mentioned this guy by name. He was on the line. He is on the line. JJ is next. Hello, JJ.
Alan mentioned me? What did he say about me?
He shouted you out for being part of the Saleh's the worst campaign.
Yeah, I'm not a Saleh hater though. I'm a Jets fan at the end of the day, and I think that's where you guys always got me wrong. I want to see my team win, and I'm loyal to my team. I'm not loyal to any head coach. So after year of watching Saleh and seeing, and I kept trying to tell you guys, the thing I'm complaining about is not the record. I'm complaining about the team being undisciplined and unprepared, and especially when it comes to must-win games. When, hey, if we win this game, we're still in the playoff hunt. We always come out flat, and I think that Rob, I've met Rob from Glen Head. He's a nice guy. He's a huge guy. So I'm going to watch my words because that guy can, strangle me if he wanted to. But him saying that they should have gave Rob Saleh one more game is crazy to me, because when it comes to a must-win game and the season's on the line and we always come out flat and unprepared, and we end up blowing it. Bring Buffalo Jets fan on. He can give you the exact percentage and the numbers and all that stuff. But when it comes to games that we have to win under this head coach, we don't win them. And time after time. And another thing is, it's very alarming to me that under this regime, QBs suck. But when they go somewhere else, they play, very decent. Like you can look at Joe Flacco. I can go on and on and on. But at the end of the day, the quarterback quality that we have, even with Aaron Rodgers, he's starting to suffer from it. Like Aaron Rodgers, the last time we seen him, yeah, he was banged up, but he still put up some good numbers in Green Bay. All of a sudden, he comes here and he's a shell of himself. So was Mike LaFleur the problem? Was Nathaniel Hackett the problem? No, Robert Saleh was the problem. And the way that he had this team practicing, the way that he had this team getting ready for game day, clearly wasn't it. Because whenever you give him extended periods of time, we look worse than if we were on a short week. So I think this was the right move. It was the right time to make this move. I'm not happy about it because I don't ever want to see a grown man get fired from their job. But at the same time, I'm a Jets fan who pays his hard-earned money to watch this team, and all I want is wins. So, I'm not going to celebrate the guy getting fired because it sucks that it has to come to this. And for all of you guys saying that he must be a great guy, I don't know. If he's really that great of a guy, he wouldn't be so stubborn. Because, my God, Keith Carter, terrible last year. Everybody's telling him, hey, you got to get rid of Keith Carter. Nope, we're going to stick with him. We're going to stick with him.
You disagree with his coaching philosophy as a human being. It means he's still a good guy. I don't think that's fair.
No, what I'm saying is he's stubborn. So I would imagine he's probably stubborn in real life too, because if everyone's telling you Nathaniel,
I'm stubborn too. A lot of people are stubborn.
Well, maybe Jake, you're not. No, I'm just kidding. All I'm saying though is, and maybe being a little bit emotional with it, but I'm just saying it's hard for me to understand why everybody had this infatuation with him. And he's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's a great guy. Who cares? At the end of the day, this is a professional team, and the only job that he has is to produce quality with the football team, and the team wasn't a quality football team. We just weren't a quality football team, and we got Aaron Rodgers. How many more games do we have to see before we make this move? I'm pissed off because last year I kept calling in, like, yo guys, hey, Dan Quinn, and you said nope, I don't want Dan Quinn. After Shanahan left, he was nothing. And my rebuttal to that was, well, at least he knew to pick a good offensive coordinator. We could have had Dan Quinn. We could have had Mike Vrabel this year. I really want Ben Johnson. I know you don't want another rookie head coach, but there's so many guys that we could have had, and we decided to run it back with this guy, and he showed us the exact same thing. It's the most beautiful stat.
I understand that he ultimately showed you the same thing, but this was not something they were going to do last year. It wasn't.
Okay, I get it. I'm just venting
because then the GM is the GM should be on the hot seat too. Their issues were more about, to me, the GM last year.
He should be.
Right. So
he should be. I used to call it. I call him about the GM too.
Okay. So if you wanted to clean house last year, you then were going to lose Aaron Rodgers, and you were going to run it back this year and see what it looked like with him after you won 7 games. We can't go down the path of woulda, coulda, shoulda. Everything would have been completely different because you had a GM.
Can I say this?
What?
Can I say this? Okay, if we didn't have Aaron Rodgers this year, fine, whoop-de-doo. But if we had a quality offensive coordinator with one of these other guys, one of these other quarterbacks that we could have gotten, I think that we would probably have a better record than we do now. Because I mean, Aaron Rodgers hasn't looked that good under this regime. He hasn't looked good, and the reason he hasn't looked good is because he has no time in the pocket. That's why he's throwing these random routes and stuff like that, is because he has no time. He doesn't let the play develop because he knows he's about to get hit. Keith Carter is terrible. Nathaniel Hackett is terrible. And I'll tell you what, if we didn't have Aaron Rodgers, we wouldn't have Nathaniel Hackett. So is that really that bad of a thing? Look at all the weapons that we have on this team. I mean, my God, a Mike Williams, a Garrett Wilson, Breland Allen, Brees Hall. You think you mean to tell me some other offensive coordinator out there can't come out and take over this team with a good quarterback and produce wins? I mean, we look terrible anyway, so
JJ, the past is the past, man. You couldn't make the change in the offseason. You couldn't. Because if you were going to fire the head coach is coming in, and then he has to keep Hackett, and he only has Rodgers for maybe 1 year. And then Joe Douglas gets to hire another coach when the reason why they missed the playoffs last year is because he had no backup quarterback after Rodgers went down. It wasn't going to work. They were always going to get this year. So if you were going to make a change, you had to do it now. But you can only make a change to Ulbrich or Middleton. This idea you can make a change to someone else, no. Because I don't want Douglas here picking another coach unless they win. He's in his 6th year. He's more of a reason why last year they missed the playoffs. And I'm not a solid guy necessarily, but the fact of the matter is quarterback play last year to me was way bigger than the coaching issue, which still is a problem. If we knew it was going to be like this, obviously they would have, I'm sure made the change, but it wasn't set up that way. Rodgers publicly gave a vote of confidence to Saleh. He wanted Hackett to be his OC. They weren't going to get rid of him. I think what changed this year was obviously similar results, but you just got the sense, the body language of Saleh, the energy level was kind of rubbing off on the team. You did. Quincy's comments, I think, were alarming, and that's why you had to do it. See, this stat keeps getting put out there. Quarterback play, yet we scored the same amount of points through 5 weeks that we did last year with Suck Wilson. Total points, not offensive points. Aaron Rodgers, I think, has 7 touchdown passes this year? How many did Zach Wilson have all year last year? 8? I think it's time to win, man. Ulbrich's here. We can't redo the past, man. You knew Saleh was going to be the head coach this year. I think you gave credit to Woody for making the move now, and now let's see what Ulbrich's got. Let's see what type of fight this team shows. This team needs the biggest thing this team has to do is run the football better. Because if you're throwing 54 times in a game, your quarterback's going to get hit. I don't care how good your offensive line is. When the Jets have won their 2 games this year, they ran for 100 yards in each of them. When they have not won this year in the 3 other games, they've averaged less than 3 yards a carry. You got to run the fucking football. Excuse my language. I'm sick of it. The whole premise of this season was built on the fact you wouldn't need MVP Aaron Rodgers. He would throw under 30 times a game. He'd be a Hall of Fame game manager. He's 81-10 in his career when the defense allows 20 or less points. Yet they're still losing these games. The defense allowed 16 points on Sunday. The defense allowed 10 points against Denver the previous Sunday. Get the running game going. And you could say, obviously, that's on Hackett and the offensive coaches and all that, but that's also on the mentality this team comes out with. And that's from the head coach. He sets the tone. The team takes on the energy of the coach. The energy on defense is great because of Ulbrich. Now you have to go out there and run the football better. I need Brees Hall to wake up on Monday night. I mean, if it was up to me, Keith Carter would be gone today too. Obviously, I'd be on board with getting rid of Hackett. It's not going to happen. So if Hackett's here, let's go, Aaron Rodgers. Hackett has your back. Now you got to have his. Because I'm sorry, I can't sit here as a Jet fan and defend what we have seen from a personnel usage and play calling standpoint any longer. I will not stand for it. Neither should you. This is embarrassing level shit we saw on Sunday.
All right, I got a lot of issues with what happened in the Jets-Vikings game, specifically today with the Jets' offensive performance. Get into that tomorrow morning on Get Up. But 4th and 2, you're trying to get something going on offense. You just went for it on third down. You know Minnesota's defensive line is great. Okay, here's my biggest gripe with this whole situation. It's 4th and 2. The ball is getting snapped on the 26-yard line, right? 26-yard line. The back, so it has to get to the 24 and a half, so a yard and a half too. The back is lined up on the 34-yard line, so he's 8 yards behind the actual line of scrimmage, 9.5 yards to the first down marker. Okay, remember, he's got to get to the 24 and a half. He's going to get the ball. He gets the ball. He is still 7.5 yards till the first down marker. 7.5 yards. I mean, he's 7.5 yards from actually getting the football to where he has to get to. There's no justifiable, logical reason to do that. You think that guy makes that play if the back is here? No. And then at least it's one-on-one with the guy in the hole with Braylon Allen. I mean, look how deep he's lined up. No sense.
I mean, folks, you watch that and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. It's time to win football games, period. And I truly hope this move works. Also, Gator tells me to raise my mic a little bit because people before were saying I was too loud and I was too low. Hopefully I sound a little better now. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Hit that like button. If you're new to the show, we talk Jets each and every day. Doug in his room. Doug, you're next. What do you got?
So you were mentioning earlier, the coaching staff with Ulbrich. We don't know what it's going to be like. I think today, I saw they had a player meeting at noon. I think today, Ulbrich is talking with Douglas and Johnson, saying, who does he want to keep? This is what I'm thinking going forward. But like what you were saying, I agree with. I thought it was going to come if we lost Monday night on the Bills, which I think most Jets fans thought. I'm not surprised about it. I'm just surprised it happened now. It had to happen, though. Something needed to change. And you're right. Douglas is on the hot seat. Everyone's on the hot seat now. But a lot of people got to remember, Woody was in the UK. He had no part in hiring Saleh. He was in the UK when that happened.
His brother hired Robert Saleh, correct?
Christopher Johnson was if after this year it goes terribly, he's going to clean house and then get his own people that he wants in charge. Like assuming he's not an ambassador again, depending on what happens in the election, he's going to do what he wants and gets the right people in charge into this building. Like I know Joe Douglas has done a lot of right, but he messed up the two most important decisions in his career. So that has to matter.
Yeah, 100%, Doug. He's in his 6th year. They haven't been to the playoffs yet. The best year they had winning percentage wise was the Gase 2019 season at 7-9. They've been 7-10 the last 2 years with Saleh. Time to win. Iconical gifted 5 channel memberships earlier. I apologize for not getting into this sooner. Chat was crazy. Thank you, Dirty, aka Iconical for the support. Guitarist writes in with a 13-month Asmaniac super chat. I don't see how you could be upset with the move. It's a win now team and a win now league. I love Saleh, the guy, but he wasn't the head coach we need. LFG Brick. I agree. I'm bricked up, baby. Let's go. Brick Nation. Look, I know this crowd's going to be special on Monday night. Go win the game and you're in first place. Everyone can clown the Jets today. They don't know what we've been seeing. You win on Monday, you're a first place team. Go make a statement. They got the talent to do it. Morgan Moses should be back. CJ Mosley should be back. Lecky Fotu should be back. I don't know what he's going to do, but he should be back. And go get me Devontae Mother effing Adams. Get him. Rat Diddy wrote in, Allen looking like a turd as always. Still a fraud, Jet fan. Still a fraud. But I do appreciate him buying 10 memberships because I am a capitalist, baby. And I spent a fortune going to London to watch that shit show. So I appreciate all the support I can get here. Jeez. Johnny Dank says, report that Saleh was escorted out. So Connor Hughes has shut this down. There was a report that Saleh was escorted out by security. Connor Hughes says that's not true. I trust Connor because he probably texted Saleh and got that directly from him. Just telling you how that probably worked. Franklin says, Jake, it was a pleasure meeting you at the Hippo. The flag is an NFL program, same as last year as well. Please be informed, guys. Let's hope we fix the O. I don't believe Robert Saleh got fired because of the Lebanese flag he wore, if I'm even saying that country properly. He wore it last year, too. I do think I remember that. I think Robert Saleh got fired because he's 20-36, and this team, after embarrassing themselves at home against Bo Nix, then went out to London, where Woody was the former UK ambassador for the United States of America, and got their asses handed to them down 17-0 in the first quarter. And I think the comments the last 2 weeks from Rodgers, Quincy, and some other players, I think that did him in. That's what I think happened here. I don't think the flag Saleh wore on his shirt during the game played a role here. Maybe I'm naive. I don't know. I don't think it did. That's my personal opinion. Sauce with a super chat. Asman, big fan. I said Keith Carter and Hackett had to go, and they fired Saleh. But you and Will looked at me like a madman. Now we'll see. No choice. I mean, look, I just told you they weren't going to do it. As far as Hackett goes, they were not going to fire Hackett. I don't think they're going to fire the guy. Aaron wants him. So guess what? Aaron now has to deliver. The focus is now on Aaron Rodgers. It's going to be on Saleh today. Aaron Rodgers and this team got to go win on Monday night now. It's time. Derek with a super chat. Now Becton's trolling Saleh with a viral meme. Mekhi Becton should go eat a cheeseburger if he's taking a shot at Robert Saleh, who gave him an opportunity in this league and had his back every step of the way. Let me see what Becton actually said before I get angry and criticize the guy. But the last thing I need to hear from is Mekhi Becton today, who very nearly ate his way out of the league. What did Mekhi Becton say? Someone pull the tweet. I can't even find it. What's his Twitter handle? Let's see what Mekhi Becton said. I'm not seeing anything. I don't know if he said anything. I apologize if someone's trolling there. He deleted the tweet. What was the tweet? Someone tell me what the tweet was. Someone tag me in a screenshot of it on my X account at Jake Asman. Follow me on Twitter, by the way, at Jake Asman. Ken making it rain with a 10 spot of channel memberships. Ken, you're the man. I'll play this just for you. Joe, I am not messing with you with what I'm about to say. Adam Schefter is reporting the Jets have just fired Robert Saleh.
Wow. Wow. Are you serious?
I swear to you, I am seeing it all over now. Live with Joe B, man. That happened live with Joe B. First hour of the show. We're 3 hours in. We're going to keep going here. I appreciate everyone tuned in right now. 1,500 of you are watching live. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Another 1,600 on Twitter. It's telling me you're tuned in. So we got over 3,000 watching. Thanks for being part of it. More of your calls right now. Let's keep it going. Let's say hi to a member of the 4% female demographic. Jay Graves is next. Hello, Jay Graves.
Hey, Jake. I am so happy today. This couldn't have been better news. Could not have been better. I liked him as a person. I really wanted him to work out. I liked him since San Fran, but he's not it, man. Not it. For the interim DC, I'm hoping Aaron White-Cotton gets a job. He's been a phenomenal D-line coach. I think he could be a DC for sure. What do you think about that?
I would have no issue with that. I honestly, whatever Ulbrich decides to do, you defer to him. He knows the defense. He knows the coaches. This defense has played well this year despite way less talent than they had last year. I think you defer to what Ulbrich wants.
I also like Mike Ruttenberg, the LB's coach. I think he's got fire. I like him. Not as a DC, but maybe elevate him a little bit. I like what I see from him. But yeah, I'm just excited. Like remember I told you in the beginning, like in the summer, I wasn't excited yet. And I kind of was almost falling back into that. I'm like, well, F it, like this season's done. And now I'm all pepped up again. Like I'm excited for Monday night. I'm going to, I can't make the game. I want to, but can't swing it. But proud NY Jet fan, shout out Nick Shine. He's having a little watch party in Jersey. So I'm looking forward to that. So we'll all be cheering on from there.
Jay Graves, I love the call, man. Now they got to win. All right. Let me say this, all right? I just saw what Mekhi Becton posted that he already deleted. Mekhi Becton, you fat slob. The audacity of you to take a shot at Robert Saleh. You fat bastard who nearly ate your way out of the league. The audacity of you to post this viral meme which references showing up to your enemy's funeral on the day Robert Saleh gets canned is horseshit. Horseshit. Robert Saleh had your back. Robert Saleh never bashed you publicly when he could have. Believe me, the rumors I heard about Becton, the things he would do away from the facility, what he'd be eating, showing up with bags of McDonald's. This fat bastard, who was a huge bust, taking a shot at the head coach who gave him a chance and had his back, is weak. You could think whatever you want about Robert Saleh. He's a good human being. This fat clown saying this on Twitter. Are you kidding me? You could hate Robert Saleh. You could think he's a bad coach. He's not a bad person. Meanwhile, you couldn't even stay on the field. At least Robert Saleh could be there coaching the team on the sidelines. He could have used you. Maybe he'd still have a job right now if you weren't one of the biggest busts in the last 25 years for this franchise. What a joke, man. What a joke. Look, I'm not sitting here telling you Robert Saleh is a good coach. He's not. But to dance on the guy's grave when you're a big part of the reason why this team has sucked and hasn't made the playoffs since 2010, go screw yourself, Mekhi Becton, please. I'm a left tackle. No, you're a scrub, actually. You're a bust. Anyone defending this bullshit, you're part of the problem, too. Is Mekhi Becton even playing for the Eagles right now, or he's hurt again? What a joke. The audacity of Mekhi Becton to take a shot at Robert Saleh when you're lucky to even be in the league right now after you nearly ate your way out of it, you fat bastard. What a joke. You're a backup guard. Go throw up on the field again, Mekhi. The fact that he already deleted it says a lot. Have the balls to leave it up there. This is so weak. You could hate Robert Saleh, but if you're defending Mekhi Becton taking a shot at the guy on the day he gets fired, probably the worst day of Robert Saleh's professional life, you're an asshole. Sorry, you're an asshole. Mekhi Becton. Give me a fucking break. He sucks. This is why I don't stream myself during games, by the way, because what comes out of my mouth I have no control over. That really fired me up, man. You're terrible. You are awful, Mekhi Becton. You were not bad. You were historically bad. You're not even a left tackle in the league right now. They couldn't even use you at tackle. What a joke. Big ticket 73. More like fat bastard 73. What a joke. That really bothers me, man. Mekhi Becton is the one dunking on Robert Saleh? Are you kidding me? Clown show. Absolute clown show. More of your calls right now. Gary's next. Hello, Gary.
First, I want to say Jay Graves is right. Like, Saleh's not the guy. He's a great dude. I like him. I've said a million times, if he's your next door neighbor, he's your best friend. He's not the guy for this job. And that brings me to my point. In the offseason, like right before the draft, you had on Frankie V. And Frankie V said they should fire him now and hire Vrabel. And I thought that was crazy. And then I listened to him and I gave the analogy, it's better to stop the fight early than too late. I feel like they're stopping the fight either too early or too late here. Like, they should have been done. You could have had Vrabel in, and you could have had a whole different system.
Look, knowing what we know now, that nothing was going to get better with even Aaron being here and the roster being infinitely better than it's been. Yes, they should have got rid of him last year, but like, did we know that for sure? This team won 7 games with Zach Wilson.
I liked him. I said I've defended him. I didn't want to fire him. But
I mean, Gary, they had a top 3 defense last year.
For the job, bro.
Look, they had a top 3 defense and a top 3 special teams, and they won 7 games with Zach Wilson, Tim Boyle, and Trevor Siemian. I'm not sitting here telling you I thought Robert Saleh was a good coach. I was nervous going into the year. I said so on the show. But
that's why you should have stopped the fight. If you didn't think you could fight, you could go out there for another round.
Well, it's not too late now, though. It's not. Jeff Ulbrich could do it. All right, Jeff Ulbrich could do the job.
2 thoughts on that. Okay, A, he's a player's coach. Like, Richard Sherman thinks he's the greatest guy in the history of the world, right? Like, the players are going to like him. So now you've pissed off half the locker room that wants him to be there, right? Because people like him. This is not Adam Gase. The players in there probably like him. Not all of them, but probably a good number of them. So now you're dividing the locker room. This is why it had to be done before the season. And the second thing is, it's Becton And it's all of y'all, not all of y'all, but many of y'all who are celebrating a man who seems to be a good man who got fired. Like, guys, chill. He didn't beat dogs. He didn't do anything horrible. He just wasn't very good at being a head coach. You guys celebrating him being fired is a little low class, especially Becton. And
well, I understand fans being excited finally, but like,
I mean, he got fired, bro. And a good
yes,
dude.
and he's a good guy, man. All right, like I'm
not
not
celebrating.
Yeah, but like fans are going to be fans. We understand how this works. Mekhi Becton has no leg to stand on criticizing this head coach. He was a bust. If he had played better, maybe Robert Saleh is still coaching the Jets right now. What a joke.
To me, okay, so Mekhi Becton, the fat bastard that he is, should go to carnivorebar.com and get the nutrition of a steak in the convenience of a bar and use promo code BOXING.
Get out of here. Get out of here. You plug in your whatever that is. Use promo code Kiss My Ass, Mekhi Becton. That's the promo code he should be using, Gary. Get a clue, Becton, please.
Gas station pizza is better than a Big Mac. Yeah, ladies, you can do my music.
M. Jalali signing Reddick and Adams solves this. By the way, you just pissed on Becton's funeral. Good. That really, look, I'm not trying to sit here telling you, Robert Saleh is such a good guy that he couldn't be fired. But I don't need Mekhi Becton, who sucks at his job, worse than Robert Saleh sucked at his, to be the one dancing on the guy's grave. Give me a break. Islip Jet fan. Could they also be talking about other players like number one not tackling, not just the head coach? Maybe. I think this is a team-wide issue, man. With the accountability stuff. Mr. Weed is next. Weed, what do you got?
What up, Jay? I'm happy. I didn't want him to go, but I'm happy. I think we needed this to happen. To give us a good jump start. I think. They'll give us a little kick in the ass, breath of fresh air. Shit like that. I think it'd be great. Mekhi Becton, I'm with you. Fat prick. Saleh gave him multiple chances, and he's still running his mouth.
He's telling everyone he's a left tackle. He's not even a starting level player in the NFL.
He was barely a right tackle, barely a guard. He's garbage. But I would when I went to sleep, I would expect to wake up to Devontae Adams, not Robert Saleh getting fired. But I'll take it. Take it where you can get it. Now, in more outside of football news, local Florida man was trying to fuck with an alligator, and it got his head.
Who?
Just want everybody to know that.
Who is that? I can't even tell.
It's Murdog. He was messing with a gator, got him by the head.
Got to be honest, we didn't even know what Murdog looked like. But I appreciate it. More of your calls right now.
It's time for V-Man to talk about Puerto Rico and his Puerto Rican roots.
Hey, Jake, what's up?
Oh, a lot, V-Man.
I want to get onto this because what Alan's comment in his shitty joke is it was tasteless and beyond deplorable. Like about Saleh getting fired because of the Lebanese flag.
I don't think that's a joke. I think he genuinely believes it. Benigno talked about it too at the beginning.
I mean, if he really thinks that there's something wrong with his head, he needs a psychiatric evaluation. You think that the man, like, there is nothing wrong with a man showing pride in his heritage and where he's from, as his homeland is in the middle of being bombed and people are being forced to flee, and and you're sitting here saying that's the reason it got him fired. I'm sorry. If you think that there's something wrong with you as a human being, I'm sorry. There's something wrong with you as a human being. I think it's just disgusting to even say that.
Look,
I had to get that right.
Look,
he has every right to show pride in his heritage, and that's not a reason for someone to get fired.
This show is not political, so I'm not going to make it political now. I personally do not believe that played any role in this decision. I think it's the record and what we've seen these last two games specifically, and the comments from the players.
I just wanted to get that off my chest because just even saying that just shows a clear lack of character, in my opinion.
He's allowed to his opinion. You could disagree with it, but I don't think that had anything to do personally. I don't think you do either with the decision to fire Robert Saleh.
No. Now that they're back on football, it's like I'm honestly surprised by this. I mean, this is the first time that Woody's done this, and this is the first time the Jets organization has fired a coach mid-season since 1976 with with Lou Holtz. So it's been a long time. This was rightly deserved. I mean, we've seen it every time with Saleh. Every time he gets extra time to prepare, this team comes out sloppy, messy, disorganized, and I do think a part of it played with the role. I do think it played with that he spent years as an ambassador to England. Obviously, he met a lot of good friends. He probably made a lot of good friends while he was over there. Invited them all over to watch the game, and to be humiliated like that would be infuriating if I were in his shoes. So I understand why he made the decision now to fire him. And to people saying, well, what can Jeff Ulbrich do as a interim head coach when he's defense and the problem is offense? It's not just the energy thing. It's coaches play a part in cleaning up the mistakes, the mental errors, the penalties. And the biggest problem with Saleh isn't just the offense; it's been penalties, because we've had times where they've made good plays on offense only for them to be negated by mind-numbingly dumb penalties. So bringing in Ulbrich, and maybe, possibly, I'm not going to say it's guaranteed, but there's a chance he could come in and put a greater emphasis on trying to clean up those penalties.
Look, let's hope, because the season starts Monday night.
That's the end of this P-Man call. Time for him to get back to pooping.
Hit the like button if you're just tuning in. Comments, questions, and your super chats will continue. We'll take more of your calls as well. Anthony says, check ML Football Report. They are never accurate. They make shit up. I will not be checking it out. Be careful where you're getting your info from today, folks. A lot of bullshit out there. Big fella, up next. What do you got for us, big fella?
Hey, yesterday, thank you for letting me rant. I appreciate that. First off, that tub of shit Becton should not be dunking anything except donuts in his coffee, bro.
Yeah, please. Go eat another, Big Mac, Mekhi Becton. The last thing I need is you talking about Robert Saleh.
Yeah. Now, this had to be done. No one likes it when someone gets fired, obviously, but it had to be done. And, what Gary said about it being low class, it can be if you go too far, but he wants JD fired. So what's the difference? Anyway, getting back to, let's get back on topic. Ulbrich's going to bring the energy for this team. Okay. That's what we've been sorely lacking. Okay. Over the past couple weeks, Denver game, this past game, we come out flat against teams that, we could beat. And, I think that's a major upgrade for what we had. Now, I think Rodgers, he's going to respect Ulbrich because he's been through the same shit that Rodgers been through. And I think that's very an underlying thing with this hire of Ulbrich. Being a former player, Rodgers will respect that as a player, and I think players will respect that also. Not saying that always works, but it's something that you got to look at. Now, people saying to bring in Belichick, you guys are clowns, bro. You guys are idiots. Why the hell would we want to bring in Belichick? The guy who's been our nemesis for freaking decades. Okay, the guy who quit on us. Anybody who says that, you're not a Jet fan. You're a joke. And lastly, for people saying we don't need Devontae Adams, one of the biggest things that Devontae Adams brings is making Lazard our fourth receiver. No more drops. So, Jake, I'm looking forward to this Monday. Looking forward to us kicking some Buffalo ass. Hopefully, I don't think we're going to come out flat. I think we're going to come out with our hair on fire. And
they should. This is the season Monday, man. If they start flat with Ulbrich, we're out of options. This is it. Let's go.
Yeah, and I think the stadium's going to be rocking. And I think, we're going to take this thing. Josh Allen, I don't think he's going to be 100%. What they did to him was criminal, giving him smelling salts and getting him back out there. That's ridiculous. And they don't scare me with the receiving core, their running game, and their defense. They don't scare me. I think if we have the energy, if we have the fight, we're going to take them. So that's all I got.
I want to give some credit, big fella. First off, great call. I'm with you. Eric Mangini last week predicted Woody Johnson would be pissed off by a loss in London. He was right. Mangini would know. He got fired by Woody Johnson. After the Jets apparently told Mangini, we're going to make the move for Favre, but we're not firing you if we don't make the playoffs. Because Mangini wasn't all in on Favre. Look. The season starts Monday night. All right, the Jets could be clowned by everyone now. People are going to say, I don't get it. The defense was the only good part of the team. Hackett's still here. The bottom line is this. Robert Saleh is 20-36. This team had 2 back-to-back unacceptable losses. And if you watch the Denver game, that was somehow worse than the Viking game on Sunday. This move had to be made. I'm surprised it was made now. I thought he'd get the Bills game. But I can't sit here and be a phony. I was watching this game in the first quarter in London, and I was mother effing everyone. I wanted everyone gone. If Woody was there, which I think he was, even though I only saw Chris Johnson in person during my trip, I never actually saw Woody. And he watched that. That's why this happens. As far as Belichick goes, it's not happening, nor should it. Guy is what, 70-something years old? He's 84 and 103 without Brady. Rex Ryan has a higher winning percentage without Tom Brady than Bill Belichick does. I'd rather hire Rex before I'd bring in Belichick. Screw Belichick. Fraud. Bigger fraud than Allen. Ken from San Diego up next. Hey, Ken.
How's it going, Jake? I mean, we talked a couple of days ago. I'm surprised that we made the change. Listen, this guy was he was a good guy. He just was a bad coach. I mean, that's the bottom line on that. Becton really, that's poor character. I mean, this guy had Becton's back time and time again. So I wish Saleh the best, but you know, as a former CEO and then working for lots of CEOs, this is a 200, 400 person organization is what we're talking about. That's all that it is. And, you know, Saleh owns the organization. He owns the tempo. This is a business. And if people aren't ready to go ahead and do their job, it falls on the CEO. Now, I don't like Keith Carter. We've talked about him. But at the end of the day, a CEO of an organization this size should be able to control what's going on. And when the players start saying, you and I talked about this, I mean, Quincy's saying he has to hold people accountable, and Aaron is saying he has to hold people accountable, it's really the loss of a CEO. He's just not setting the culture, and he's not making it happen. I don't want to hear anything else about, you know, somebody else coming in or all these other crazy conspiracies. He didn't do the job. He's a CEO. He failed. By the way, Alan, he's almost like the Lex Luthor of your show. I mean, the guy is
back.
It's just funny. I mean, he's just like Lex Luthor. So, I mean, I enjoy his calls because he's so smug. But hey, great job. I'm sure we'll hear more today. And maybe we can grab Devontae and maybe we can go ahead and get some change from a CEO down. I don't think it's that hard for us to simplify and maybe go ahead and make it to a playoffs of a very weak AFC right now.
Look, Ken, I'm with you. I know your son, you said he's going to the game Monday. This crowd's going to be ready to go. The Jets got to do their part now. Let's go. This fan base wanted Saleh out. You got your wish. You got your wish. This fan base will be ready on Monday. Will the Jets be ready? I think with Ulbrich, they're going to come out, and they're going to actually come out, and they're going to start fast. I do. Because I do think there's something to, you know, the dead coach bounce. There's a saying, the dead cat bounce. In the NFL, it's the dead coach bounce. I do think this team could feed off that energy. It's not like you're firing Ulbrich or firing Saleh and naming Ulbrich the head coach at the end of the season when all hope is lost. You're playing for first place on Monday night. Sack up and let's get a win. Josh Allen was just 9 of 30 against the Texans. Let's go, man. They got to win Monday night. I wish Robert Saleh all the best, but the bottom line is if they lost Monday night, I think he was out anyway. So if you're already basically deciding, hey, we need to win a divisional game at home to save our coach in prime time, might as well make the decision now when you have an extra day before doing it when you go into a short week when you're on the road against the Steelers. You know? Like if you're already like on the fence, if you're going to fire the guy, you better do it now when you have an extra day to get everything situated than doing it during a short week. So maybe that played a part in it too. And you know what I need to see on Monday night? Run the mother effing football, man. This team's got to take on the personality of its new head coach. Jeff Ulbrich was a badass. Guy's tough. This defense plays like Jeff Ulbrich. Now this offense has got to reflect its head coach too. And Aaron Rodgers got to play well, man. It's on him. The last time he was in primetime, he balled out. And I was in the building that night. He's got to play well again. Let's go. Jake Klein is next on our show on the Gus Buster Umbrella Hotline. Jake, what do you got for us?
What a day, man. I mean, it's
what
not
a day.
over yet.
We're just getting started, baby. Here comes Devontae Adams at some point today.
Yeah. I truly believe that's still happening.
It better happen. If he's traded and he's not a Jet and the compensation is not anything unexpected, I'm going to be furious. So it better happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be like a 3rd round pick and probably maybe like a conditional pick the following year. Maybe they have to do a player. Who knows what happens with that? But
let me ask you this: any truth to the rumor Saleh is going to be joining you in the jail cell? That's where Woody banished him to today.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he may ask me to find a hair transplant doctor just because I wear scrubs. So if he wants that, that's fine. But you know what? I'm glad Saleh's gone. It was time for him to be gone. The slow starts were bothering me. I think Quincy Williams said it clear this past weekend. There's no accountability. There's just no accountability to this team whatsoever with him. It was the same old song and dance. I couldn't listen to it anymore. And you're going into basically do or die on Monday. Well, I mean, it's not now because he's gone, but essentially for the Jets to really be even taken seriously to win the division, which I cannot believe we're even having this conversation based on how bad the division is this year. I mean, Josh Allen looks like he had a concussion maybe this past weekend, so he might be off. But look, Jeff Ulbrich, this is going to be a very big audition for him. I'm going to be very honest and tell you right now, I want an offensive-minded coach going forward. I don't want any more defensive-minded coaches. I'll let him have his shot here with the team, because at this point now I trust him more maybe being the head coach than Hackett. My friend's not even texting me right now because he knows Hackett well, and he said he's not going to bother talking to him, but we'll see what he says later. But I think White Cotton will get promoted defensive coordinator. He's done a pretty good job. I just think at this point you have to come out strong on Monday. When I mean come out strong, I am not talking about we'll go a few first 3 and outs. I'm like, no, I want to come out and I want a damn touchdown. I want a damn touchdown right out of the get-go. If they have to have the option to not defer and they get the ball first, I take the ball and just get the energy out and get it going, because this fan base is starving for that right now. And we need every bit of opportunity to right now show that this team has any chance to win, because there is vulnerability right now in the AFC. The Bengals are basically almost about done. The Ravens showed you they can be vulnerable too. The Bills are vulnerable. The Chiefs are a weird 5-0 right now. I don't even know what to call that, even though last night they had a pretty convincing win. So I just think that right now and listen, and back to the division, the Dolphins are basically a train wreck. The Patriots are a train wreck. This should be their opportunity. And I know Rodgers is limping around with a sprained ankle. It's not good. I mean, he needs to be mobile to help, but this should be every bit of motivation for him to get out there and try to win. But, the run game's got to get better. Everything across the board's got to get better. And I'm hoping this is the jolt of energy we need. But like I said, again, I want to hope for the best. I hope this is the best decision that Woody Johnson maybe has ever made. I can't believe I'm actually appreciating the dumb idiot. I don't like him at all. But I just think that finally he woke up and realized that he cannot afford to let this season slip away. And Joe Douglas, I bet you, I believe Joe Douglas probably sat in a room with him and said, listen, what can I do to make sure I'm not going to be part of this chopping off the block? And he said, agree with me that Saleh's got to go. And I think he was part of this decision also. I do, because he made the decision to hire Saleh with him. And I think he was part of the decision to let him go. So I hope if Joe Douglas is here next year, I don't know. I have no idea. All I can say is if he is here or he's not here, whatever the case may be, Woody Johnson, if you're hearing this, open your damn checkbook and get Ben Johnson here. Give him every single dollar you can possibly do to get him here, because what he has done with the Lions, and Jared Goff's revitalization of his career, and the fact they look like a real Super Bowl team, in which Dan Campbell came to the Lions the same time as Robert Saleh did. Now we can see the stark difference here. Get him here immediately and give him whatever he wants, because he's, in my opinion, probably the next Big McVay.
It's not happening in season. So we can talk about this when we get to that part of the calendar. I mean, this channel is never going to stop from now until probably. I mean, it's never going to stop, because once they hire the permanent coach, then there's going to be the discussion on Rodgers' future, coaching staff, right into the draft. I mean, it's crazy, man. But why don't we root for this? Root for Jeff Ulbrich to be the guy. This was the guy a lot of you speculated would be a head coach by the end of the season if the year went well. Former player in the league. Players love him. Has respect of the offense and defense. He was the head coach of the Senior Bowl. There's something to it. More calls right now. Jay Coleman's next. Hey, Jay.
Hey, Jake. How you doing this afternoon, brother? How you doing, baby?
Man, what a day. And this is about to be a 4-hour stream, man. This is a record.
I know. I'm looking at the time clock and whatnot. You've been up 3:45 right now, so you've been hanging in there.
Damn right. Look what you got.
Yeah, man. It's a crazy day. Saleh's a great guy. Just not a head coach material. He'll be a great DC back when Shanahan takes him back in San Francisco. You know, I got no issues with that. Mekhi Becton's an immature fool. How dare you piece of crap? Go lunch on your fries or something, fat piece of shit. But anyway, pardon my French, but he made me mad with that tweet. I'm like, dude, really, dude, really? He stood up for you. 10 toes. Robert Saleh stood 10 toes down for your fat ass. Hey, you do that? You're a classless human being, man. Sorry, he's classless. I'm done with him. I'm so done with him. And if people are so worried about Olu's development and whatnot, there's another suggestion out there, guys. Since he's a rookie, you got to be patient. But Bakhtiari's still out there. You know, yeah, look at that. You know, get him for a bag of fries right now. So, you know, get Bakhtiari for nothing and whatnot. Put him out there. Well, he's one of Aaron's buddies. Why not? See how that rolls, you know? But I'm excited about Ulbrich. Like I said on my caption one time, said brick now, get brick now. And Woody did not want to. I stand 10 toes down. Woody did not want to risk Buffalo. He didn't want to risk Buffalo. He saw the long game. He didn't want to risk Buffalo. He said, I can't have Denver and London in the Buffalo. I cannot have that. I can't have it. Woody said, I can't have that. So the move had to be made now.
Jay, he got fed up. He had enough. You got to win Monday night now. I thought he would get Monday. I did. But they got to win Monday night. Rich Samini just wrote, I don't think it's a fait accompli that Hackett will remain in his current role. It's Ulbrich's decision now. I think everything's on the table. I would remove Hackett from the play caller. Make him director of getting Aaron Rodgers his coffee. Give Downing the play calling responsibilities because at least he's done it, and try something different. That's what I would do. I don't think Hackett's a lock to be the OC, by the way. I don't think he's going to be fired, though. I think he'll be on the staff. But I think you got to demote the guy. It's unacceptable. I'm tired of the Jets being worried about people's feelings. It's almost like they spoon-fed Garrett Wilson the amount of times they did because he wasn't getting the ball enough. Right? Oh, we got to use Braylon Allen at the goal line. Then Hackett calls dumbassery with the plays, but it's like then they do that. Like, I'm tired of worrying about people's feelings, man. Play your best players. All right? Don't tell me that Brandon Echols doesn't deserve to be out there more. Play your best players. Accountability for everyone on this team. It starts now. NYJ Maddie says, Jake going on 4 hours straight. Hit the damn like. That's right. Hit the like button. You guys want to hear a text I got from my mom? Put a bottle down during the break. No one will know. Sorry about your bathroom. Your viewers would understand. Put on clips of your cast of characters. So funny. Take a break. Drink water. Here's what I'm going to do, Mom. None of that. The show goes on. Neil is up next. Hello, Neil. Neil, unmute your mic.
There you go. Another big day. Hopefully the day gets better when we get Mr. Adams in the building. It better happen. As far as Saleh's concerned, look, you need the spark. I was impartial one way or the other. I mean, I didn't really care about Saleh. I don't think he was the reason we lost 2 games, but I think that obviously inside the building, he was starting to lose the players. When the players get lost, we don't know what's being said in the building. Let's be real. I mean, we have no idea what the hell's being said behind closed doors. But one thing is for sure, and Joe Benigno pointed it out masterfully, and that's the fact that Aaron Rodgers is behind this. He gave up on him, right? I mean, seems pretty obvious.
Well, you don't make this move unless Aaron is on board with it. I don't think Aaron said fire Saleh, but I think when they approached him with it, maybe he could have tried to veto it, and he didn't. I think everyone understands this team is in desperate need of a spark. They're 2-3, but they're playing for first place on Monday night. You can't let the season get away from you. If you're not going to win the division this year, when Miami doesn't have a quarterback, the Patriots suck, and the Bills roster is the weakest it's been since Josh Allen became a top 5 quarterback, when are you going to win the division?
That's right. I mean, look, we have everything in front of us here. Like I said yesterday, I'm taking a very positive approach. We have 12 games left. We could win every single one of these games. If we could block, I mean, Jesus Christ, this number 84 tight end. If I had to watch that tape of him missing block after block after block, I would have just come in with my gym bag and said it's over.
I mean, you put this on film. This guy should be, you want to talk about accountability. How is Brendan Bates not cut today?
I mean, come on. You can't have this guy on the team anymore. It's over. Pack your bag and see the coach. Now we know why guys get released from other teams. There you go, right there. That's why guys get released from other teams. There's something wrong when that happens. Look, I'm totally excited about Monday. I want Aaron Rodgers.
Should I go to the game?
Should you go to the game?
Should I go to the game? Originally, I wasn't going to go. I was sick of Sunday.
No,
I was going to stay home and watch on TV.
No. Look, you go to the game because you want to be entertained by a Hall of Fame quarterback. Now, I don't want to hear when I see Joe Flacco running for 25 yards when he was washed. How many years ago, Jake? How many years ago did everybody write Joe Flacco off? Tell me. 2 years? What was it? 3 years ago he was our quarterback? How many years already? Look, how many years ago did he throw rookie season to Garrett Wilson? When was that?
It was 2 years ago. He was terrible with the Jets. He had that one moment.
How old is Flacco? He's over 40, isn't he?
No, he's a little younger, but he's close.
He looks 50, okay? And the bottom line is, I would tell you this. If there was a competition between Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco in a conditioning competition and a throwing competition and everything else, who do you think would win? Come on.
I don't think it's the same thing though, because Rodgers has taken a beating these last 2 games. He's got a low ankle sprain. They got to protect him better. I still think Aaron Rodgers could be a very good quarterback. We're 2 games removed from shredding the Patriots in a game I was at.
Exactly.
So,
and look, it all comes down to protection. Look, we got pressure on Sam Darnold, and he looked like Sam Darnold. I mean, that's just the way it is in the league. If you pressure the quarterback, the only one that could really avoid pressure, well, there's a couple quarterbacks, but, Mahomes comes to mind, and Lamar Jackson. Other than that, and the kid on Washington now is an escape artist. But, when you don't have an escape artist that's going to extend plays, then you have to have a line that blocks. Tom Brady would not have won those last 2 games. Chances are he would have just went to the sideline, looked at everybody and said, what the goddamn hell are we doing here? Because he would have got killed. And that's exactly, where we are with Aaron. We got to rely on his arm and his smarts, and we have to have the players do what they're supposed to do. When your assignment is to block the guy coming in on the left side on a running play, you better block the guy. It's not rocket science. It's basic, fundamental football. And I'm sure Ulbrich is going to go in there and he's going to get them back to basic football fundamentals. If you can't do it, next man up, you go sit down and get a new player in there to do it. If Sauce Gardner is not going to turn around and look at the quarterback when they throw the ball, if he's not going to make an effort to tackle, Bill Parcells, Bill Belichick would have sat his ass on the bench. He would do it with every single player. 84, when they went to the film room Monday, would have been cut on Tuesday. Why is this guy still on the team? I have no idea, but he better not be dressing and being in there in a running play next against Buffalo, because it'll be a major catastrophe. So I'm hoping that this is going to, I know it's going to be a spark. I mean, let's face it. When you go into a new coaching situation, it's always going to be a spark, because these players now know enough what you look like when you walk in the building with your fancy clothes on. All these rookies dressing up like they're going to a fashion show. Get in there with your sweatpants, get yourself ready, get a nice froth pregame, and go out and hit somebody, goddammit, or I'm going to go out and do it. Mike.
Let's go. See you Monday night, Neil. Maybe. I got to get a ticket. We'll see. We'll see. I'm leaning towards going to this game. Game 1 of the ALCS would be that night, too, in the Bronx. See if the Yankees even get there after last night. I don't know. I am told, though, this is what Neil was doing when he found out Saleh's gone.
Oh, yeah, the dream season we've been waiting for is happening.
That's what I was told. I guess we'll find out. Ladies and gentlemen, more of your calls. The Lup Man is on the line. What's up, Luppy?
Hey, how you doing, Jake? How's everything? Got a couple of points. What a day, right? First of all, Becton's classless. We shouldn't even be talking about it or give him any airtime. He should be gone with the win. Goodbye. I know he's too fat to be gone with the win, but he should be, okay? Second of all, everybody knows Saleh needed to get a couple of games underneath him with Aaron Rodgers. You couldn't, in the beginning of the season, get rid of him, before the season started. Everybody knew you had to see what you had, all right? I was extremely down after the Denver game. You know that, Jake. I personally texted you. I really was I'm like, here we go with the same old Saleh stuff. We're coming out of the gate slow, no accountability. The same thing was happening. I was really like, am I going to watch the – but I bleed green. And I got up and I said, all right, something's got to be done. And in the words of Will Ferrell, that was shocking. They got rid of somebody mid-season. They actually reacted. Yes, this is a positive. This is why I think a lot of Jet fans are pumped up. We actually are reacting. Now, JD needs to get spanked in the ass and say, hey, wake the hell up. Sign Davante Adams now. And we need to hear by the end of the day he's doing this. Listen, I've been a truther to him, but he drags his feet a little too much. This should wake him up. We need Davante Adams now. My concern about Monday night, which is going to be a brick house, right? That's what we call it, the brick house. But Monday night, is he going to have enough time? Now he has to get a game plan together. When did he find out that he's going to be the interim head coach? He's got to come up with a game plan, learn how to do all of that.
Well, you have an extra day, and he's been a head coach in Atlanta. He was the intern there, someone said. I forgot about that. I got to check that to confirm.
Right.
And then he was the head coach at the Senior Bowl. He's basically the head coach of the defense right now.
Yeah.
There's going to be an adjustment for sure, but you have Aaron Rodgers. He's going to handle your offense. And this defensive coaching staff is probably the best thing you can point to. Saleh did right. He hired a great staff. So the defense is not regress.
Is he going to react off in the game and make personnel changes? Is he,
We'll see. I mean, look, I think I don't know if they need to make that many personnel changes. I think they just need to play better. I think they need to come out faster.
Yes, out of the gate, we've been saying it since the whole Saleh regime. Comes out slow, and this extra day on Monday night probably would have hurt us with Saleh too. On top of it,
Yeah.
it's just like this is the right time.
Agreed. They have the talent though, Luppy. So to your point, I don't think personnel changes. I don't know if they need that many. They need to play better. They have the team to win. That's why they're doing this. Woody Johnson let Adam Gase coach the entire year in 2020 because he knew that roster sucked. This team is good. This team's got players. They should not be 2-3 right now. They should at the bare minimum be 3-2, and really they should be 4-1. You know what this team needs to do? Start fast. Run the fucking football. Excuse my language, but I'm tired of it, man. This whole season was built around you have a Breece Hall and this great offensive line that's been revamped. Run the football. It's a talent issue, or excuse me, it's not a talent issue there. It was coaching and schematics. Why they couldn't run block the other day, watching the film back. Aaron Rodgers could still be a good quarterback. He doesn't need to throw 54 times in a game. He's not going to make it. If you throw 54 times in a game, your quarterback's going to get hit. There's no way around that. When they won their 2 games this year, Aaron Rodgers did not throw that many times. And they ran for over 100 yards. Tennessee was electric on the game-winning drive. New England, he was phenomenal the entire game. They had a running game that night. They were balanced. Can Breece Hall wake up? And this O-line run block. Let's go, man. The whole premise of this year was they're going to be able to run the football effectively. Your quarterback can't get hit on a running play, as Rex Ryan would say. This show has now reached 4 hours long. Joe Benigno joined us for the first hour of it in real time. We broke the news that the Jets fired Robert Saleh. Rewind if you want Joe's full thoughts in real time. Some super chats now. Barney checks in. If Woody did this purely based on performance, fine. But if he did it because of Twitter, Greeny, and us fans, then Woody's got to fire himself next. Barney, he did this because the team is not playing like we know they're capable of doing. The fan base obviously plays a part in it. He's pissed. We're pissed. He knew because of Greeny. Mike Greenberg has zero to do with Robert Saleh being fired. He did it because the team themselves are openly talking about a lack of accountability in the locker room. What do you think that means? Hennessy says, so JD wasn't in the meeting. Who else seat is hot? What are you talking? JD was obviously in the meeting. Saleh reports to Douglas. NYJ Maddie. Jake going for 4 hours straight. Amen. Jay says, is Ron Middleton capable of being the OC? I think it would be Todd Downing. He's called plays before. I don't know if Middleton ever has. Tyrone writes, and I agree with you, Jake. Play the best players. The ones that are not, wake up, go Jets, wake up. Jets get the division. They win on Monday. They're in first place. This season is all right in front of them. I don't know if you guys have paid any attention, but look at the AFC right now. It's not very good. One team's going to get a bye. It's going to be the Kansas City Chiefs. Every other team's going to be playing in the playoffs that first weekend. The Jets should be as well. Let's go. Tyrone, thank you for the super chat. Derek with the super chat. Jake, since the Jets or Woody had security walk out Robert Saleh, do you think he will publicly go after the Jets? Connor Hughes has shut this down. He's saying it's not true. I do not believe that security escorted out Robert. I don't believe that happened here. FM is back. Zach Wilson is elite. Generational talent. Jake, thoughts on now getting Zach back and cutting Rodgers? FM, great to have you back, but you're banned for life. We will see you later, you clown.
Now look what you've done. No more protection from the Asmaniacs. Had to pull you out of the chat and cast you down with the Sodomites. Some time in here will feel like you've been run over by the lane train. You understand me? You catch my drift? Give him another 24 hours to think about it.
See ya, bum. Barney says Chase Daniels on facialty. Rodgers had to say he didn't go to Woody Johnson and demand Saleh to be fired. I don't believe so. I'm sure they consulted with him. They told him. But look, at the end of the day, you know what Aaron Rodgers wants to do? He wants to win. And I'm sorry. I don't think they were going to be able to win with this head coach. These past 2 games were alarming, man. They were. I thought Saleh would get the Buffalo game. He's obviously not. Super chat from Ryan. Then we got a special guest joining us. to continue the now 4-hour plus stream we're doing, folks. Wow, I went away for a bit, and I see Jake is still on. Kudos to you and the Asmaniacs. Have some Chipotle on me for all your dedication. Enjoy your Tuesday. Ryan, I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the support. Not only am I going to need some Chipotle after this stream, I'm going to need some Kentucky bourbon. Man, what a day. What a day. Our special guest is not here yet, so let's continue with your calls. Ricky's on the line. Hey, Ricky, what's going on?
You mean I'm not the special guest? Oh, I thought you were building me up there for a minute. But I wanted to give you a call today on the holiday, Jake, because apparently Christmas came early for Alan. He finally got his wish, but this is a change that needed to be made. With Quincy speaking out, and I mean, can you blame him? As fans, we've been fed up for a while, and that's the one thing that I did say about like Saleh last year is at least he didn't lose the team, but it got to the point where I think he was really losing the team, and I can't blame those guys for being frustrated. That defense plays its ass off every week, week after week, just to be let down by the offense over and over again. I'm curious to see if there are more changes coming. Maybe they don't fire Hackett, but like you said, he gets promoted.
Ricky, I appreciate it, but the Ricky Wi-Fi was doing its thing there. There could be more staff changes. I think that's the next thing we're looking for. Will Douglas speak to the media today? We know Woody put out a statement. Let's see if anyone's going to publicly speak. I mean, Ulbrich will speak tomorrow. He's the head coach. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us right now is a dear friend of the show. He typically joins us on Monday afternoons. And it's fitting because Joe B normally joins us Monday mornings, and this guy is in the afternoon. But we're bringing on all the heavy hitters on a day where the Jets surprised many by firing the head coach just 5 games into the season. Will Parkinson joins us now. Will? Wow.
Yeah. I guess my initial thoughts, obviously, I was shocked at the timing, probably. And the Jets, look, they don't do this, right? They don't. Woody Johnson's never fired a coach in season like this, so I guess that's what's surprising. I didn't like what I was hearing yesterday around the building. I didn't think it would be this week that he would go. I thought, they maybe give him a couple weeks to still figure it out. But part of me is kind of happy in a sense that they just said, like, we're going for this. And we're not going to wait any longer. And again, do I always agree with how they do things or any of these different things? Like, don't get me wrong. Who knows if that's the right way to do things, the wrong way. I don't know what the security thing on, Saleh leaked, I'm sure, the media that, and then, the Jets leaked back that it's not true. There's a bunch of stuff there. All that said, this shows me that Woody's like, for the first time, I think in a while, we've either, you heard from Woody, and someone was held accountable. Whether you think Robert Saleh is the scapegoat, whether you think he sucks, whether it's somewhere in between. Of course, you don't want to see a guy fired. You never do. That usually means it's gotten to a bad place. And I had a lot of respect for Saleh. He had some nice moments here, but he's going to leave with 16 games under 500 through 3.5 years. And the Jets, energy-wise, I talked about it a lot on your show yesterday. I thought the energy sucked around the team and kind of fed off the head coach. And that will not happen under Jeff Ulbrich. We'll see what happens, obviously, the rest of the season. But, Ulbrich's a guy who everyone told everyone that he's the next big head coaching candidate. On the defensive side of the football, he's been calling the plays for 3.5 years now. They've gone from the worst defense to the best. They're one of the 3-4 best. So I don't want to say I like the move because you never want to see someone fired, but I'm definitely not upset the Jets saying enough. We're not going to sacrifice a potential division leading game, on Monday night, just because we want to, we don't want the optics of keeping them.
The players, I think, with their comments, That was the final straw. I think what Quincy said was alarming. I do. I think I played a big part in this. I think that opened a lot of eyes. I think Woody, being the former UK ambassador and that performance following a debacle against Denver at home, I think this was just the final straw. And I agree with you. I thought he was going to get at least the Bills game. We talked about it yesterday, but I think if you're the Jets, you'd rather be early with this than too late. Like if you're 2-4, your season's not over then, but then you have a head-to-head loss at home to Buffalo. You're staring at them now, behind them in the division. You're 2.5 games back. I think if you're going to do it, you do it now to try and win that Bills game and restart this season.
Yeah, look, man, I think Ulbrich's extremely well respected. Nothing's going to change on the defensive side of the ball. If anything, I feel like Ulbrich's a little more aggressive than Saleh is by nature.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt. Do you think he'll still call the defense, or will there be a new DC?
I would assume he'll still call the defense, at least momentarily. This might be the shot for Marquand Manuel, Tony Oden, both guys who want to be defensive coordinators. And this was kind of the path. Some of this was the path going forward. It just has – I think if you're mad about the timing, you'd be like, why didn't they do this in February? Jake, the two things I keep coming back to, Saleh totally aired Rodgers out for absolutely no reason about the Egypt stuff. I think me and you talked that night on when you were hosting SiriusXM about – felt like –
so poorly handled.
Could have handled that in so many ways. They had 12 OTA practices. You could have thrown that in on a random Friday afternoon in the middle of goddamn April when no one's paying attention, or May when no one's paying attention. Hey, Aaron's not going to be here at the end of OTAs. I'll let him speak to that instead. He totally aired him out to make him, I think, to kind of gain back a little power. And then the cadence stuff the other day, Rodgers being like, no, we could just hold people accountable. Like, we could just be better at our job. And guess what? The Jets didn't have a bunch of false starts. Wow, that's so weird how that works. It's one bad game. It's almost like if you hold guys accountable, it'll be fixed. I would assume Ulbrich for the meantime. I don't know this for a fact. I have a bunch of text out to see, what the deal is here. But I would assume, I guess, Ulbrich still calls the defense for now. And then I would assume, obviously Hackett, Downing, and that crew is obviously still calling the offense side of the football. I do think Ulbrich by nature is a more, juiced up kind of guy than Saleh is in terms of just, he's a much more of a mother effort type of dude. Treats these guys with like adults, but I don't know. You watched Hard Knocks. Jake, you've been to camp. You see it, how he is. I think this team's going to play with the fire under their ass on Monday night.
I do too.
I'd be shocked if they don't come out of that game looking for blood. That's just kind of feels like how that's usually what happens. Interim boost, big game. Kind of like, hey, someone got held accountable. I could be next. I don't know if Carter and Hackett will remain. Obviously, in some hindsight, you love to be able to kind of shed the dead weight there as well, but that feels less likely, especially Hackett.
I think ultimately we went into this year basically outlining why Robert Saleh is not a good coach, that we just didn't know what exactly he is, but there were enough warning signs where this could go sideways quick. I think when you combine the way they lost to Denver, and then Rodgers' comments, then you come out in London and you get punched in the mouth down 17-0. You don't have a first down in the first quarter. I think that was it. Factored by Quincy's comments. And I just think if you're going to do it, you do it now when you have an extra day before you fire him after the Bills game anyway. And it's a short week going into a road game on Sunday night against Pittsburgh. Like, to me, it's now or never. But let me say this. The other storyline today that needs to now happen, Davante Adams better be a Jet. They need to get Davante Adams and get this done today.
Yeah, look, Jake, I think I tweeted this and I got a lot of pushback. Shocking. I don't know why this would mean, and Peter Traeger, who's as plugged in as it gets, especially with the Jets, I mean, it's literally whatever, story for another day, tweeted, this does not change Joe Douglas's approach. Why would the Jets, who are doing an all-in move by trying to get a spark here and save the season, then do a non-all-in thing and not get Davante? Doesn't, like, am I crazy here? Like, doesn't that, the logic would say, like, hey, we need a spark here. Woody knows we need to start winning games. What's the best way to start winning games? It's probably to change up some coaching stuff and probably to acquire more talent or get other, like, I'm not hopeful on Reddick ever, because it seems like that's not going to happen. It'd be really nice if Woody and him could figure it out. But I don't think that, why would this not mean, like, what is Davante Adams going to go to such a stable situation in New Orleans with Dennis Allen, who's going to get fired at the end of the year? I mean, maybe Derek Carr's injured. Dennis Allen, is not exactly he's pretty much Robert Saleh. So I'm just not sure why this would affect Devontae Adams. If anything, it makes me think it's much more likely to happen, or more likely, I should say.
What do you think the compensation would be for Devontae?
I've settled on a third and a day 3 pick for a long time now, probably since the summer. I'll stick with that. I think it's probably a 3 and a 6 that could become a 5, or maybe it's a 3, maybe it's a 4 and a 5, something in that range. I mean, maybe they have a conditional pick in 26, but it feels like the Jets eat the cash, and it's probably a 3 and one of the 3s and another day 3 pick.
What is the early sense that you're getting from people around the building on this?
They found out when we did. Players found out when we did. So I got back a couple texts, bro, what happened here? Or not what happened, but like, I don't know. I just found out too. Like, I don't even know what my reaction is yet. I think we'll know more as the week goes on. They had that players only meeting about an hour and a half ago. Or not players only, players meeting with the rest of the staff. We're curious kind of the comments that come out there. We've seen some tweets from former Jets saying, good thing they fired Saleh. That dude sucks. And we've seen, Jamie and Sherwood with the angry emojis. Quincy's comments to me, I just keep coming back. Like, Saleh's a defensive linebacker guy. Like, Quincy's a solid guy, right? Like, through and through. And I'm not saying Quincy's comments were thoroughly just about Saleh, as we talked about yesterday, but like, I don't know, man, that when you get probably the most giddy, happy-go-lucky guy on your team who's an all-pro level player to basically be like, enough of this BS, F this, someone's got to be held accountable, we can't keep doing this, like, and Robert Saleh's up there not taking accountability, it's like, ooh, interesting. And then last thing I will leave you with, unless you have any other things, Jake, is did you read Woody's statement?
I did.
Did you particularly think it was a bit odd how many times and how emphatically Woody, in an article, talked about Ulbrich's respected by the players, the respect Ulbrich has from the locker room? That, to me, means Robert Saleh was damn close to losing the locker room if he hadn't already. And, again, I don't know that for a fact, but that's usually what that means. We'll see. We see it, the head coach boost sometimes. Look, I guess end of the day, this is either going to work really well for the Jets or they're going to be on the same track they probably were going to be on, and it's not going to be a successful season. Like, it's one or the other. But frankly, Jake, don't you feel like just implicitly you trust Jeff Ulbrich right now more than you would trust Robert Saleh? Am I crazy? Like, I know that sounds maybe like hyperbolic, but I don't know. Like, I trust the defense, and the guy who's been calling the defense for the last 3 years is now the Jets head coach. And I don't know, is he more likely to mother F somebody in a meeting? I think he is. He's a great public speaker. He's a fired up lunatic. Like,
I think Rodgers has the respect for Ulbrich. I do.
I
saw
do
it
too.
on Hard Knocks. He's a former Ulbrich played against Rodgers. He's a former player in the league. Like, I think there's something to that.
Yeah. To me, I think Saleh was kind of wanted to be liked by everybody guy. And sometimes when you want to be liked by everybody, you end up being liked by nobody. When you go to search out respect as opposed to sometimes earn it, and that's what happens. It feels like Ulbrich's earned his respect around the league. Talking to people that worked with Ulbrich in the past, in the last couple hours, talking to people that played with Jeff, etc. They literally are so happy for the dude. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just green glasses, I'm biased, whatever. I think this might have been the right move. I don't know how much it changes, Jake, because at the end of the day, Nate Hackett's still your offensive coordinator. Keith Carter's still your line coach, but kind of feel like the mentality and the energy could change, which would in turn maybe spark the offense in some way, shape, or fashion.
Yeah, the team was starting to take on the personality of the coach in a negative way from an energy standpoint and how they start these games. I mean, to lose that game to Denver, they should have came out on Sunday pissed off and angry, and you didn't see that. And you saw a defeated like style. They gave them, they gave a fake comeback in the second half, but it's the NFL, man. You got to win these games, and I think that's a big part of this. Will, I do. The final thing I'll bring up to you because I know you got to run. This now puts all the pressure on one guy on this team, the quarterback. Now it's on Aaron Rodgers, right? Because everything they said about Aaron Rodgers when you get him, he's going to come here and it's going to be a circus-like atmosphere. He's going to bring in his buddies. Hackett still being here, of course. He survived this initially, it appears. Like, Now it's on Aaron Rodgers to go out there on a talented team that should be better than 2-3 and have a big boy performance on Monday and play well the rest of the way. No one's saying he needs to be 2021 Rodgers and win an MVP, but he can't have another game like what he just had on Sunday. And, when the ball's in his hands late, you got to go win the game. Like, and now it's on Rodgers. Like, he's going to get ripped today for things that I don't know is entirely fair, but he's the quarterback. He's the Hall of Famer. Get this team to the playoffs now. That's why you make this move today.
Yeah, 1,000%. To me, it's go do whatever you got to do to go get Devontae Adams, make this offense more dynamic, make them easier to beat against man coverage. Make the adjustments you got to make. Obviously, they're back in the building today. And, yeah, go win games. That's it. Can you go 2-1 over these next 3 games and then reset? Like, can you? Because if you can, and you're going 5-3 and probably in first place, I guess you would have to technically be in first place. Or 5-4, whatever it is, going into the Houston game. Like, find your way to 2-1 of those next 3, and kind of see what kind of happens from there. Maybe it's 3-0, maybe it's 1-2. I don't know, but go beat Buffalo on Monday night.
They gotta win Monday though. That's the biggest thing. Like, you make
go
this
win Monday
move,
night. Focus on Monday.
Yeah, you win Monday. This move is justified immediately by coming out and playing a good game against the Bills.
I know, of course, the one team Saleh was good against the Bills
right.
at home.
But that's why I thought he was going to get the Bills game. It's like he's beaten this team with Zach Wilson the last 2 years, including last year where they're down 10 at halftime after having one of the most horrific sports injuries of all time, and they won the game. So I thought Saleh was going to get Buffalo, but it obviously got to a point where it wasn't tenable in that locker room. I think you're right.
I just think that it was like, it's over. And there was a report from one of the CBS insiders that like the locker room and him were not on the same page. And when your voice goes, when people start ignoring your voice in that locker room as that coach, supposed to be, it's like, sorry, my dog. Then it, all hope's kind of lost at that point. He's not an offensive play caller where you can kind of get tuned out by the defense. Ulbrich's got to rally these guys. You got to come in there, and be like, enough of this bleep. We are going to go win football games, and that's it.
Will, plug the podcast to a record audience right now. This is a 4-hour plus stream. We've set a viewership record of concurrent viewers. At one point, we had over 4,000 tuned in live, and YouTube's telling me this view count is up to 38,000. I don't know if that's right. I got to see after the show, but it's been a record show.
It's going to be at 380,000 by tomorrow, Jake.
Let's go.
We're gonna get you paid. Turn on the Jets podcast. I had a pod out last night, and then I just did a 25-minute reaction pod. Shared some more in depth of the timeline. Kind of some of the thoughts there. Then I'll have Jets preview stuff on all 32 podcasts. Turner on the Jets and Badlands. If you get sick of ever hearing me, if you don't get sick of hearing me, you can find me in all those different places.
Will, you're one of the greats. I appreciate you hopping in.
Thanks so much, man. Enjoy and congrats. Keep crushing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Will Parkinson. A great man, even though he went to Cortland. We'll forgive him. Hit the like button if you are tuning in, though, if you haven't already. 4 hours, man. God, do I need a fat Chipotle bowl immediately. Your super chats will go to that fund, so I appreciate it. Big fella with a super chat. I know we're all excited about the news today, but prayers out for our fellow Jet fans in Florida with the hurricane coming. We are with you. Absolutely. To everyone dealing with the hurricane situation down south, stay safe. And we're thinking about you. David says it needed to happen. Saleh was not the guy. Yeah, look, I wanted to believe in the guy. I like him personally. I think he's a good dude. I really do. I think he does have some qualities that point to him not being necessarily the worst head coach. I do think for a while players did buy in and played for him. They won 3 of their last 5 last year. The defense remained elite with no help from the offense. It just, this year was too much of the same, though. It's not good enough when you have this type of talent. It's not. Dana with an interesting question. Does it make the trip to London better or worse knowing it was Saleh's last game? I'll tell you what, the London trip will age better if the Jets now win on Monday. If Ulbrich's the guy and he gets this team to the playoffs, and I happen to be at Robert Saleh's last game as the Jet head coach, the trip will age because at least they made the change and it sparked the team. Like, remember, Herm said you play to win the game. Pennington became the starter. They won the division. If you're at the game where the Jets dropped to 2-5 that year, maybe it ages a little better knowing that was the start of the run. So my London trip will age well if the Jets win. Big Bundus says, any chance the defense was mostly Ulbrich anyway? I think a lot of it was Ulbrich, but I think Saleh still deserves his credit for hiring the staff he did. And I think Saleh's got a very good eye for talent on that side of the ball. But you can't overcome the deficiencies that, unfortunately, have shown he has as a coach. Mike says, haven't seen Ulbrich talk. Does he have more energy than Saleh, and does he actually yell? Go watch Hard Knocks if you want some Jeff Ulbrich. Yeah, the guy is fiery, man. I think this team needs to take on its personality of the head coach. I think the head coach is going to be ready to roll, man. We know at least one Jet fan loves him.
Okay, good luck, Coach. We love you.
I love you too, Jeremy. You look mighty cute in those jeans, brother.
Jets Chaos loves Ulbrich. All right. If you're on hold, you're guaranteed to get on the show. But this stream is 4.5 hours long, and we're going to do another one later. We're going to wait for some Devontae news, and I'm not done. But I have to eat. I have to pee. I have a lot to do. Jason in Jerusalem. He's always busy. He's in Jerusalem for crying out loud. Hello, Jason.
Hey, Jake. Figures, first Mets home playoff game in this round in so long, and gets overshadowed by Jets news.
Unreal, right?
Yeah. Jets have not had a head coach with a winning percentage since 2000. Al Groh is the only head coach since then. Edwards, Mangini, Ryan, Bowles, Gase, and Saleh all under 500 in their Jets career. I mean, why can't we have good things?
Look, ultimately, they haven't had the right leadership. That is, pick the players and the right coaching. I mean, they got it wrong. I mean, we don't need to go through everything. It hasn't been good enough.
And, kudos for Johnson for making the move. It's hilarious that all these ESPN pundits after the London game are screaming and saying how Saleh's got to go, Saleh's got to go. But when the Jets actually make a move and fire him, the Jets are a dumpster fire. It is asinine hearing their responses and have their takes on this.
I could tell you Robert Saleh is very well liked in the media. He's going to have people that defend him. I know there's a couple former players of his that are in the media. Leger Douzable was killing the Jets for this. Like, I get it. I think if you watch this team, though, you understand why they made this move. I thought he'd get the Bills game, but you understand why they made this move. Hey, let the media say what they want. Ultimately, they weren't going to win with this coach. I'm sorry. They weren't. Like, maybe they could have turned it around. I started to have real reservations after Denver, and then after London, I mean, it was furious. So, you got to try something. This is maybe not the most ideal situation, but it's better than doing nothing and allowing the season to go up in the flames.
I totally agree. And especially if you consider it, I mean, they had a 1-point loss where they missed the field goal at the end, and then a 6-point loss that they were driving at the end. And yet Johnson's able to realize, hey, this team is in disarray. And he's not blinded by the, 1 play away, 2 play aways, and we're a 4-1 team. He's not blinded by that. Obviously, things could have gone the other way. But to recognize that this team is lost, the penalties are ridiculous, the team comes ill-prepared. I mean, what is Saleh's record after a bye or after a longer break before the game? This team comes out so pathetic every single time. It was like death taxes and the Jets sucking in the first quarter.
I mean, it's unacceptable. This team was bad in road games. This team was bad with extra time to prepare. A lot of it, you said, well, he never had the quarterback. He now has the quarterback, and it's the same shit. Sorry to curse in front of your son, but it's enough, man. We're sick of it. We're fed up. All right, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I love this football team. I love this fan base. I want to win. I'd rather them do something than nothing. So I give Woody credit for doing this. I didn't think he'd do it yet.
I hope Ulbrich, I mean, it's a good thing to give him a head start. I hope Douglas keeps his job because he's good at amassing the talent. You need the coach to activate the talent. I hope they're not short-sighted in firing Douglas at the end of the year if this season doesn't go well. But I hope Ulbrich not only holds the players accountable, but the offensive staff, because somebody needs to hold Hackett and Carter and everybody else on the offensive side of the ball accountable. I mean, not using Allen in short yardage situations, going forward on 4th and 2 alone was a bad move. And then the play call was ridiculous against the Vikings. Already down 2 scores, make it a 1-score game.
I got some breaking news, Jason. Great call. Woody Johnson will be speaking with reporters via conference call in a few minutes. So the owner is going to speak today. Good. Also, I haven't read the article yet, but this is Peak Samini. Analysis. Can firing Saleh after 5 games get the season on track? ? History says no. I haven't read the article yet. I just think it's funny that is what Rich went with. Very on brand. I'll tell you what, I don't know if the season was going to get back on track staying with Saleh. Saleh is now the third NFL head coach that's been fired after the London game, by the way. Dennis Allen got fired by the Raiders in 2014. Joe Philbin got fired by the Dolphins in 2015. That was after the Jets and Todd Bowles beat them in London. This is great. We got Mike Tannenbaum on SportsCenter reacting to the Jets firing Saleh. Mike, what's it like to be fired by Woody Johnson? Tell us. Does he shake your hand afterwards? Does he look you in the eyes? I'll tell you what, this might not work, but I'd rather them try something than do nothing. And by the way, it did work for the Raiders last year. They just lost too many games before they made this decision. And it worked a few years ago, ironically enough, also for the Raiders, when they fired John Gruden because of the emails that got leaked. And Bisaccia got them to the playoffs. Joel writes in, I think Jet Central's based in Florida. He'll brave the storm. Good content creator. I hope he's safe. Weed checks in. My biggest gripe with Saleh was the team was never ready for big games. I think Woody expected the same with first place on the line against the Bills. I'm coming from LA to go to the game too. Weege, if I go to the game, hopefully I'll meet you in person. They better win Monday night, man. All right? After everyone bashing the Jets, you win Monday, the season starts. Let's go. They're a game out of first place. They should be better than 2-3. Let's go. The AFC is not that good this year. Your division is not that good. Win the division. C writes, and I wanted to work for Saleh. However, it was clear that the locker room was starting to fracture. A brick is unanimously respected. Credit to Woody. Look, I give credit to Woody too. You can't always say that. I think you want to be proactive rather than reactive. I just didn't think you'd do it. Rat Diddy says, Jake, Uber eats that bowl. I appreciate you, Rat. We're going to be live all throughout the day. Don't worry. Cincy Matt with a super chat. Saleh firing is warranted, but to me it means nothing if this net play caller is still there. I get Aaron likes him, but I bet he prefers winning. Look, if Hackett remains the play caller, this is now an Aaron Rodgers problem if it doesn't work. And I'm an Aaron guy. I appreciate him wanting to be here, the pay cut he took, the leadership he brings to that team, what his coaches and teammates say about him. I appreciate all of it. Now you got to play well. Because if we're keeping Nathaniel Hackett, who everyone knows stinks, it is on you to make him look good. Those are the rules. Otherwise, demote Hackett, keep him on the staff. That's fine. Let him be the offensive coordinator, but not the play caller, however that works. Let him be how about you let him be the pass game coordinator, but we're going to have Todd Downing call the plays. Right? Do it. We'll see if they do it. Comments, questions, super chats. We'll cut the line. Let's continue with your calls. We got time for 4 more calls, including this guy.
Hi, everybody. This is Bob from Vermont. I am Bob, of course. Hi, Jake. It's been like my show, 4 hours and 31 minutes, huh?
Oh, yeah, baby.
This week. Wow.
Bobby, you inspired me to have a long show. It was all because of you.
Yeah, well, you're a guy who's coming on next is Rob Sabo, right?
No, I don't have a guest for later. It was going to be Fialco, but we're not doing a film review on the day this all happened. So stay tuned, Bobby. Don't worry about my show. What's your take on Saleh? We got to go here.
Well, I know you. I know. I told you he should get fired. I told you that. But then the guy who used to play for the Jets has the big mouth. He should sit his fat ass down. And don't worry about Saleh. You know who we're talking about. Mr. Cheeseburger Man. Mr. Fatty. What's his name?
What are you talking about?
Becton. The one that you said Becton got a big mouth.
Yes.
Yeah. He sucks too. And Michael said that Saleh wanted to get fired. That's what he wanted me to tell you. Michael wanted me to tell you Saleh wanted to get fired.
I mean, his body language certainly looked like a defeated guy. I don't know if he wanted to be fired, but I definitely do think that he was not, I thought we would see more fire and desire from a guy in an all-in year, and he never changed anything, and that's a problem.
Well, Michael said hello. He says hi. All right, so I'll let you go because you got people online, I know. Okay.
Thanks, Bob. I'll talk to you soon. Yep.
Well, you know, I have my own YouTube show. If I'm awake, I'm going live. Unless Jake has a show, Bobby.
All right, some quotes from Woody Big Johnson here. That's a Woody pulled with this. Woody Johnson says this is one of the most talented teams ever assembled by the Jets. He says he feels they had to go in a different direction. He believes the change will bring new energy that will lead to wins starting now. Quote, I feel like we had to go in a different direction. The change that I made, I believe, will bring new energy and positivity that will lead to more wins starting now. Woody praises the relationship Ulbrich has with the players. This was clearly an issue with the players and Saleh in the locker room. I mean, the writing's now on the wall here. I mean, what more do you need to hear? People will overlook it now. But Woody, this is from Nick Fair. Look, what are you talking about this roster, by the way, I think is a pretty good sign for Joe Douglas. You know what I mean? If Woody's praising how good the roster is, maybe there is a path for Joe Douglas to be here beyond just this year, and they'll keep him. We'll see. I think they got to make the playoffs, but we'll see. I'm going to keep getting some quotes here from Woodrow Johnson. Woodrow. Woody says this is the best team I've had in 25 years. Interesting. Peter Schrager, my insight on what's going on at the Jets facility. Douglas is working. Show goes on in Florham Park. I don't believe a head coaching change prohibits the Jets from making any other changes or additions to the roster. Yeah, get Davante Adams. Woody Johnson says he believes that Jeff Ulbrich gives the Jets the best chance to get the most out of this team. AJ Hawk, Jeff Ulbrich is very smart, very intelligent. He's a super tough guy. He's going to hold you accountable. They need accountability, man. Wow, Fireman Ed was on the McAfee show.
We appreciate you. We're pulling for you. We know you're going to show up, and that's what matters, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be there Monday night. Let's go. The offensive line, take care of Aaron Rodgers. Let's go. Okay. We'll see you next time.
I love it. All right, let's go, man. Never a dull day with the Jets. Good God, man. Woody Johnson asked if Aaron Rodgers is involved in this decision. He said that he talked to Rodgers the night before, but they did not discuss this at all. I don't know if I believe that one. So Rodgers just found out on Twitter with Adam Schefter like we all did. This is what a day. Woody says Rodgers had no input on decision. Woody Johnson says this team is one of the most talented teams the franchise has seen, and they had to go in a different direction. Look, we know why they made this move. We know why. Quote, I just felt the best way to go forward was with a new direction. Woody says he spoke with Aaron Rodgers the night before, but not about the decision to fire Saleh. It just felt like the right decision at the right time. I mean, look, you'd rather be early on this than too late on this. That's my thought. Let's hear from Fireman Ed on McAfee here. I'll play the cut. Oh, hold on. Here we go.
I think we're going to get a 1 minute take for Fireman Ed. I think Zito is trying to FaceTime and connect with him. He found out that we were FaceTiming him and then got back.
In the chat, let me know if you can hear this.
You guys call this number, and I don't think it's going to happen in the next minute, it appears. Zito, is there any opportunity?
Yeah, he just get his iPad.
So no chance it's going to be in the next minute 30 is the answer.
That generation. Just connected, it looks like.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now, Fireman Ed. Yeah. Fireman Ed, we only have 1 minute until a hard out, but we need to get your thoughts on Coach Saleh getting fired this morning. How did Jets fans feel on this particular Tuesday after 5 weeks of an NFL season? You know what? I don't like to see the coach get fired, man. I was a fan of the coach, but something's going on there. That's what when you're a fan, you don't know what's happening in that locker room. I know that they ain't playing up to the way they should be playing. That's the bottom line. Coach Saleh, his discipline is a problem. And, I think that's where it all comes down to. Listen, I don't know what's going on with Aaron, with Hackett. I know that's his guy. And, I love Aaron. So, whatever, I believe in Aaron Rodgers. Okay, so that's the bottom line. But, something's going on with him and Hackett because every play, there's 2 or 3 seconds left in the play. It drives you out of your mind. And, so there's a lot going on.
Look, he's right. We've said it now for 4 hours. Jeremy Fowler mentions Ben Johnson, Bobby Slowick, and Todd Monken as potential head coaching candidates in the offseason for the Jets. How about Jeff Ulbrich? Let's win so Ulbrich could be the guy. How about that? Cincy Matt has gifted 5 memberships. If you got them, thank them. We'll do a much better job in the afternoon show monitoring the chat to see who's getting memberships gifted. But these went to Steven, Dominic, Bash Chopper, Hennessy Heisman, Matt from L5. They all got memberships. What a show, man. Edward says, good Woody Johnson making the change before it's too late. Amen. All right, 3 more calls. We're about to be nearing 5 hours here. More from Woody. This was my decision of mine alone. He did consult Joe Douglas. See, here's the bottom line, right? I don't think Joe Douglas is in position to go to Woody saying, I need to fire Robert Saleh, because Douglas is worried about his job. So this has to come from ownership. You make the change, it's time. Let's go. I do think Jeff Ulbrich it would be the right choice here. Now they got to get it done. Indy Jets is next. Indy, what do you got?
Jake. Hey,
Indy?
Jake.
Yes, Indy.
Oh, it's coming. Maybe not.
Thank you for the Wi-Fi there. Indy, JT is next. Hey, JT.
Yo, hopefully my Wi-Fi is better. Look, Jake, I think this is a great move for the Jets. Saleh obviously isn't cut out to be a head coach. He obviously, it seems not obviously, but it seems like he's, as we all knew, he was too buddy-buddy with the players, and he can't hold anyone accountable. So I think Jeff Ulbrich is the right man for the job, at least for the rest of this season. And then who knows, maybe if it goes well and we wind up making a playoff run and winning the division, I know it's too early to talk about that, but if that actually happens, then I think we can just roll Ulbrich into being our new head coach. But yeah, I think this is a great move.
Great move. I mean, look, we'll see if it ends up working out, but you'd rather be proactive than reactive with this. This team has got major issues with discipline and apparently accountability. And I think the quotes from Woody here tell you about maybe a locker room potentially being fractured if they lost on Monday. So do it now before it's too late.
Right. I feel like it's, like you said, before it's too late kind of a thing. And this was the perfect time, because if we get our ass beat by Buffalo, man, that locker room is not going to be fun, honestly. So if you do wind up coming to the game on Monday night, let me know. I'll buy you a beer at the game. I'm going as well. I'm actually going to AFC East Roundtable guys in their little group. So yeah, you have a great one, Jake. But you're a warrior for this 5-hour stream.
JT, I appreciate it, man. Hey, the listeners are the best. You guys make it possible to talk about an NFL team for a full-time job. Super chats, the channel memberships, just watching. YouTube is telling me that nearly 40,000 people have tuned into the stream tonight, which would be a Jake Asman record for a Jet show. My Dana White interview, I think, hit over 200K a few years ago. Nate, you're the final caller. Wrap us up, Nate.
Let's go, Jake. What a day, man. I'm fired up. A round of applause is for Woody Johnson. I'm excited for our players. I'm excited. Allen is back, and that was the best trade. Allen being back and Saleh, like, great for your channel, great for the Jets. Let's go. Jake, tremendous stream. Jets fans, I mean, we all have to thank you for 5+ hours. You had Joe Benigno, you had other guests on, you give the the fans a voice. So like on behalf of all the callers and everyone in the chat, like we appreciate this. We're not getting this on WFAN or anything else. It's
Thanks,
beautiful
Nate. I
that this is
appreciate it.
available in 2024. You know when I knew that Saleh wasn't our coach? I alluded to it. I alluded to your guest earlier. When he's texting Joe Benigno, no Super Bowl winning coach is texting the most provocative fan, and he was still in media about your team and about like they weren't talking about their golf swings like that. That was like, you know, I tried to look the other way, and because he's been, you know, pretty buttoned up otherwise, but that was like that's super tough. Your caller earlier in Jerusalem alluded to it: death, taxes, and the Jets sucking essentially in the first quarter. Jake West sent me a stat. Shout out to Jake West. The Jets led in 16 games out of the 56 coached that he coached at halftime. 17 out of the 56 he coached in the first quarter. They just couldn't risk that in game 57. You know, this is for the division, and at that point, if we lose Buffalo, you're salvaging the season, and you look desperate by firing the coach at 2-4, losing at home division opponent. I love that he's kind of ahead of the game, first time ever in Jets history. Like you said, this is just an iconic day. Becton and Reddick can go play with their trains in Philly. Like that you said it perfectly. Like that's just, you know, he's a young kid. He's probably costing himself money. You don't burn bridges. You're just a moron. This guy has just lost his job. He's got to move his kids. He's got to figure out his whole life now. The guy's a clown. You said it earlier. To me, Jake, this situation reminds me of two quarterbacks that played for the Jets. The Zach Wilson situation and almost Tim Boyle and Mike White. And I'll tell you how. Zach Wilson, it reminds me of the New England game. Do you remember New England when he didn't take any accountability post-game?
Yep.
And they benched him. And a lot of us said, you know what, if you make comments a little bit different post-game and a different attitude, you might get the start. But at that point, when the whole defense and everyone is taking accountability and Zach said what he said, the same thing with Saleh. You said it. I've said it to every 47 podcast I call into. It's like Saleh post-game after we heard Quincy, we heard Rodgers, we heard guys wanting to take accountability. This is enough. Then we heard Saleh post-game. Well, our defense only allowed 13 points because, 7 was on an interception and 3 was, by field position. So no, that's all on you, Saleh. This is all on you. And he needs to just, if he would have come out and said, maybe I need to look in the mirror, maybe I need to change something. Maybe I need to, and he didn't. You said it. He's here because he didn't make changes. He was too stubborn, whether it was Bates for the first quarter, second, third, or third. Like, why is number 84? Is that his name? Bates something? Why is he still in the game? It's you have the headset on. If you hear Bates is in the game for 4th and 1, you say, what the fuck is going on? His job was on the line, and he put it on Bates to get a block on 4th and 1. Whether Rodgers called it, whether Hackett called it, it goes through his headset. It goes through him last. Like, that's on him. And it also reminds me of Robert Saleh said this when we were struggling, Jake, 2 years ago and last year, when he put in Mike White and then Tim Boyle. And he said, sometimes you need to change things up and see if there's a spark. Well, guess what, Saleh? They did that to you. They changed things up, and they're going to see if there's a spark. And as a Jets fan, I'm going Monday night, and I believe that we're going to see something different. We were the only team I've ever seen in my life that faced a rookie QB such as Bo Nix. And I don't remember, Jake, you could correct me, but did you ever see 8 guys at the line of scrimmage breathing down his throat, confusing the whatever out of him? It was always, they sent 1 or 2 blitzes at him, but they didn't do what they did against New England. Dial it up against Bo Nix. Dial it up in Bo Nix and trust your D-backs. It was just, and then there was no changes made the whole time. We're getting gashed by the run. We saw what a run blitz can do. It ruined our whole game plan with Minnesota and the Broncos at time. But we want to sit back with wide 9 and our 2 linebackers having to cover 3 different gaps, and Michael Clemens and Watts was there. He couldn't get off it. It was embarrassing. So if you're looking at your personnel, Jake, if you're a basketball coach and you got 5 players on your team, you're coaching youth sports, and none of them can shoot, but you like a 5-out offense, would you make them all play a 5-out offense?
Look, they needed to do it, Nate. You make a lot of good points there. It had to be done. It was now or never. They waited. It might have been too late if you lose to Buffalo. That game might have been the difference in being a playoff team, winning the division. Now you got to win Monday night. You want this move to pay off? Come out and actually build a lead early for once in a game. 7-0, opening drive touchdown. Send a statement. Let's go.
But everything, that changes everything. Like you're saying, if they do that, now that you've fired the coach, now that there's this new coach, if they make game plans and Ulbrich comes in, fired up his first speech, and they have their players only meeting, it reminds us a lot of what the Mets did this season. They didn't fire a coach.
Look, the last New York team to have a players only meeting that worked was the Mets, and look at them.
Last New York team to have a players only meeting that ended with ETS. Absolutely right. Like let's finish it with the Mets. Let's do it for the Jets. Ulbrich has a chance to now get the team fired up. If we win and we blow out the Buffalo, I'm gonna, obviously all these ifs, but it changes everything on the season. Even if you blow them out with Saleh, now that you've made this move and now everyone can refocus and take accountability and Ulbricht's obviously going to change the tone. He's been there. He knows what's going on in the back of his mind. You know, he's telling actually I don't know if he's married, whatever. He's telling whoever like this is what I would do. This Saleh needs to do this. And obviously it's hard to say that to your boss, but now he's the boss. And you made a great point about what Woody just said. JD might be safe, and he likes JD. Like someone talking to him or his perspective, he likes what's going on with this roster. And this almost gives JD, like you said, a little bit of wiggle room.
If they now win, right? Because I do think the team's talented enough to be a playoff team, which is why you make the move now. Obviously, sure. Woody agrees because he's never done this in 25 years owning the team.
But I can see them going, 9-8, sneaking into a wild card, maybe losing a game, and then deciding to replace Ulbrich, or maybe they get a Ben Johnson, but the GM is still here. You know what I'm saying? Like this roster was good enough. The coach, and he kind of him saying what he said today really kind of gives himself an out for JD. But yeah, overall, super exciting. Jake, I hope you stay on for Devontae Adams trade. I think it's happening soon.
Well, what's going to happen is I'm going to end this stream, and then the trade's going to happen. Then I'm just going to be on for the entire day.
Yeah, but we filed up another 5 hour. We love it. I mean, how much energy would that inject in the locker room? You get a new head coach who's played in the league, who brings more energy, and he knows he's got to bring more emotion. He's going to change it up. And then you get Devontae Adams, and then God forbid, I won't say his name, but like imagine we got a pass rusher in here. And that was part of the meeting today of just going into Douglas's, Woody going in and saying, hey, you're safe, you're this and that, but go get Hassan. Go get Devon. This is the team. This is like, I trust you. Let's change this coach up, whatever they did. Let's just inject energy into this team. That's what it does. Let's make it the oh my God Jets.
Nate, good call. Appreciate it. Time to win, man. Let's go. I know that Nate's a season ticket holder. He'll be there on Monday. This building's ready to go, man. Ready to go. Hey, reminder, if you like this show, we're available in podcast form on Apple or Spotify. So if you're new to the show, maybe Benigno brought you here. You can find the audio version of the show. And if you want to support me, this has been a 5-hour stream. Best way to say thanks for doing this, Jake, is join my Patreon. For less than a cup of coffee a month, you get bonus shows not on YouTube, Discord access, which gives you priority to listen to our events, updates on when the show will be going live, and just a way to interact with the Asmaniacs. Plus, you get your name added to the intro. So join my Patreon if you want to say thanks for a 5-hour show. It's patreon.com/Jake Asman Show. I appreciate all the support on there. Ron writes in, dinner on me, buddy. Ron, good to hear from you, my friend. I appreciate the gesture. C writes in, Jake, stay live till we get Adams. I'm going to end this stream, and then Devontae will be a Jet. Watch. I'm shocked it didn't happen when I had 2 international flights in 4 days. The King with a super chat. Come to my office for break. Jake is still on. Salute. Craig in Australia. Jake just woke up to the best news. It was now or never for this season to get rid of him. After the Buffalo game would have been too late. If they lost, it would have been. You're right. Look, give credit to Woody for being proactive. He's going to get ripped nationally, but we as fans know what he did here. Now, I do want to read one more quote before we get out of here. Woody was asked about Hassan Reddick during this call. He said, Hassan, get in your car, drive down 95 and come to the Jets, and we can meet you and give you an escort right into the building. You'll fit right in, and you're going to love it here. You can accomplish great things with us. Fuck yeah, Woody. Let's go. Sorry. That's ownership right there. Good job. Let's go, Woody. I like that quote. Get in your car and drive down 95 to the Jets. We can meet you and give you an escort right in the building. I'm good with that. Let's go. I mean, Reddick, the ball's in your court, man. Owner's basically telling you, we'll let bygones be bygones. You show up and play. Woody mentioned a few times about making changes in offense, but he never offered specifics and eluded a question about Hackett's status. Costello says, I think the Jets will leave it up to Ulbrich whether he'll make changes to the offensive staff. I would think they have to strongly consider making Downing the play caller. I think Hackett's being demoted here. That's my personal opinion. I guess we'll see based on these quotes. Anyway, what a show. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. I appreciate everyone for their support. This was a 5-hour show. I think we hit over 40,000 views on it, which is a record for any Jet show. Benigno was on for the first hour. I broke the news to Joe B. The Jets fired Saleh. It happened during this stream. It happened nearly 5 hours ago. How do I know that? Because it happened about 3 minutes into today's stream. If you missed the moment, I'm going to play the moment on my way out of here. Jet fans, I will be back in a few hours. We're going to pause, react to what Woody said. I'm going to go through it. We'll wait on some Devontae news, and there will be another stream later today. Cancel your plans. We got Jet football to break down. It never ends, baby. Thank you all for your support. Every super chat, every channel membership, everyone who clicked the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We're looking to get to 40K. Help me get there if you're a Jet fan, because we're all in this together. Thanks for watching. I'll be back in a bit. JETS, 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 Jets. Let's go, Jeff Ulbrich. I'm bricked up, baby. Joe, I am not messing with you with what I'm about to say. Adam Schefter is reporting the Jets have just fired Robert Saleh.
Wow. Wow. Are you serious?
I swear to you, I am seeing it all over now. I don't know who the interim head coach is yet, but holy crap, Robert Saleh has been fired.
Well,
Costello just confirmed it. It is a done deal. Robert Saleh is out with a 2-3 record. You were right about Woody not standing for this team not winning with the talent they have, and it didn't need to go to 2-4. 2-3. Robert Saleh is out. I'm going to keep checking, Joe, in real time to see who the interim head coach is. But your initial reaction to this, Joe, I mean, this is stunning.
Again, I'm not that shocked. I mean, I thought he'd get this game. I got honestly, I knew he was in trouble because, like I said, Woody isn't going to. He's not look. Who knows how long we have Aaron Rodgers for? This is a win now team. This is a team that's got to win now. There is no tomorrow. There's no, we have another bad year this year. Where are we? We don't have a quarterback if Rodgers is done. Who's our quarterback going forward? I mean, we could go on and on. I'm stunned by the fact that it happens today and not after a loss to Buffalo, but I'm not shy. You knew this was coming. I a lot of people, even, Evan and Tiki yesterday, well, this just doesn't really happen during the year. No, this is a different set of circumstances now. The guy's 20 and 36, and I'm not surprised he's gone.